The Lost Symbol by Dan Brown. West of Embassy Row, the walled garden had fallen back into its deep silence, cradling its ancient roses and the shadowy gazebo across the access road. The young aide supported his elderly superior, whose posture was more stooped than usual, as they crossed the wide expanse of lawn. It was unusual. The blind man typically refused assistance, preferring to navigate the familiar paths of his sanctuary by memory and touch alone. Tonight, however, he seemed impatient, eager to reach his private study and return the urgent call from Warren Bellamy. "Thank you," the old man murmured as they entered the building's hushed interior. "I can manage from here, sir. I'd be more than willing to stay and assist." "That will be all for tonight," he interrupted, gently disengaging his arm and moving with a hurried shuffle into the darkened hallway. "Good night." The young man stepped back outside into the cool air and retraced his steps across the great lawn to his own modest quarters on the grounds. Once inside his apartment, a restless curiosity began to take hold. The old man had been visibly unsettled by Bellamy's question, yet the query itself had seemed bizarre, almost nonsensical. "Is there no help for the widow's son?" He turned the phrase over in his mind, but could attach no meaning to it. Giving into the impulse, he sat at his computer and typed the exact words into a search engine. The results astonished him. Page after page of references appeared, all citing that precise, haunting question. He read with growing amazement. Warren Bellamy was not the first to ask it. These same words, he learned, had been spoken centuries earlier by King Solomon himself, grieving a murdered friend. More intriguingly, the phrase was still used today among Masons as a kind of coded distress signal. It appeared Bellamy was sending a covert cry for help to a brother Mason. Albrecht Dürer. Katherine's mind raced as she kept pace with Langdon through the Adams Building's basement corridors. AD stood for Albrecht Dürer. The renowned 16th-century German master was one of her brother Peter's favorite artists, and she had a passing familiarity with his haunting, intricate works. Still, she couldn't fathom how a Renaissance engraver, dead for over 4 centuries, could possibly aid them now. Dürer is symbolically perfect for this, Langdon explained, following the glow of the exit signs. He was the quintessential Renaissance polymath, artist, philosopher, alchemist, and a lifelong student of the ancient mysteries. To this day, scholars are still unraveling the hidden messages in his art.
"That may be," Katherine replied. "But how does 1514 Albrecht Dürer tell us how to decipher the pyramid?" They arrived at a locked door, and Langdon used Bellamy's key card to gain access.
"The number 1514, he continued, as they took the stairs 2 at a time, points us to one of Dürer's most enigmatic works. Emerging into a vast hallway, Langdon quickly oriented himself and gestured to the left. This way, they hurried on.
Dürer actually embedded the number 1514 within his most mysterious engraving, Melancholia I, which he completed that very year. It's considered a foundational piece of the Northern Renaissance. Peter had once shown her Melancholia I in an old text on esoteric symbolism, but she had no memory of any hidden numbers. As you might know, Langdon said, his voice charged with excitement, Melancholia I portrays humanity's struggle to grasp the ancient mysteries.
The symbolism is so densely layered, it makes Da Vinci's work look straightforward by comparison. Katherine stopped dead in the corridor and stared at him. "Robert, Melancholia I is here in Washington. It's hanging in the National Gallery." "Exactly," he said with a knowing smile, "and something tells me that's not a coincidence. The gallery is closed now, but I know the curator, and—" "Forget it, Robert. I know exactly what happens when you visit museums." Cutting him off, Katherine veered into a nearby alcove, where she spotted a desk with a computer terminal. Langdon trailed after her, his expression clouded with reluctance. "There's a simpler path here." The esteemed art historian clearly wrestled with the idea of consulting a digital copy when the genuine article was just a few steps away. Katherine moved behind the desk and booted up the computer. As the screen flickered to life, she encountered an immediate obstacle.
"I don't see a web browser."
"It's a closed academic system," Langdon explained, gesturing toward the monitor. "Try that one." Katherine selected the icon labeled Digital Archives. A new menu appeared, and Langdon indicated another option. She clicked on Fine Art Prints. The interface updated, presenting a search bar. "Enter Albrecht Dürer," he instructed. She typed the name and initiated the search. In moments, a gallery of small images populated the screen. each one a detailed black and white engraving in a consistent style. Dürer had produced a surprising number of such works. Katherine skimmed the alphabetical listing: Adam and Eve, the betrayal of Christ, the Four Horsemen, the Great Passion, the Last Supper. The biblical themes reminded her that Dürer was a practitioner of mystic Christianity, a blend of ancient Christian thought, alchemical studies, astrological belief, and scientific inquiry. Science, the memory of her laboratory engulfed in fire, flashed before her eyes. The full consequences were too vast to grasp now, but her worry immediately shifted to her assistant, Trish. I pray she got out safely. Langdon was commenting on Dürer's interpretation of the Last Supper, but Katherine hardly heard him. Her focus had snapped to the listing for Melancholia. She clicked the link, and the page loaded with background details. Melancholia I, 1514, Albrecht Dürer, engraving on laid paper, Rosenwald Collection, National Gallery of Art. Washington, D.C., scrolling down, a high-resolution scan of Dürer's complex engraving filled the display. Katherine gazed at it, struck anew by its sheer oddity. Langdon offered a sympathetic smile. Told you it was puzzling. The image depicted a winged, contemplative figure slumped before a stone structure, surrounded by a jumble of seemingly unrelated items: a pair of scales, a skinny dog, woodworking tools, a sand timer, various geometric shapes, a suspended bell, a small cherub, a knife, a ladder. Katherine vaguely remembered her brother explaining that the winged form symbolized human genius, a profound thinker, chin in hand, mired in melancholy, unable to reach a higher understanding. This genius is encircled by the emblems of human knowledge and skill, from science and mathematics to philosophy and craftsmanship, yet remains incapable of ascending the ladder to true enlightenment. Even the greatest human mind struggles to decipher the ancient mysteries. In symbolic terms, Langdon continued, this illustrates humanity's frustrated endeavor to elevate intellect into divine capability. Alchemically speaking, it reflects our failure to transmute base lead into precious gold. Not the most uplifting sentiment, Katherine noted. So how does it guide us? She couldn't locate the concealed number 1514 he mentioned. Order from chaos, Langdon replied with a knowing, slightly crooked grin, exactly as your brother assured us. He retrieved from his pocket the grid of letters he had transcribed from the Masonic code. At this moment, this grid is gibberish. He smoothed the paper on the desk. Katherine studied the arrangement of characters. It was absolute nonsense, but Dürer is going to clarify it for us. And how exactly will he manage that? Through a kind of linguistic transmutation. Langdon nodded toward the computer screen. Look closely. Concealed within this masterpiece is the key to making sense of our 16 letters. He paused, letting her search. Do you see it yet? Find the number 1514. Katherine was not in the mood for a scholarly guessing game, Robert. I'm not seeing it. Just a sphere, a set of steps, a blade, a geometric shape, a balance. I surrender? Look closer, over there in the distance, etched into the stonework behind the angelic figure. Just below the bell, Dürer included a grid filled with numerals. Katherine's eyes found the square of numbers, including the date 151 feed. Katherine, that grid is the essential clue to unlocking the pyramid's secret. She turned to him, startled. That's no ordinary arrangement of numbers, Langdon said, a smile spreading across his face. That Ms. Solomon is what's known as a magic square. Chapter 69. Where in the world are they taking me? Blindfolded in the rear of the vehicle, Bellamy had felt it slow and stopped briefly near the Library of Congress, only to roll forward again for barely a minute before halting once more. Muffled voices reached him. I'm sorry, it's not possible, a firm voice stated. We're closed for the night. The driver of the SUV answered with matching authority. Central Intelligence Agency investigation, matter of national security. The exchange of credentials must have worked. The tone changed instantly.
Understood, of course. Use the service gate.
A loud mechanical groan followed, like a heavy door rolling upward, and the voice added,
Would you like an escort? Once inside, you won't be able to get past the unnecessary. We already have clearance. If the guard was shocked, it was too late. The SUV rolled forward about 50 feet and stopped. Behind them, the heavy door rumbled shut. Silence fell. Bellamy realized he was shaking.
Suddenly, the rear hatch burst open. He felt a jolt of pain in his shoulders as strong hands hauled him out by his arms and set him on his feet. Without a word, he was guided firmly across a broad paved area. The air carried a distinct organic scent he couldn't identify. Another set of footsteps walked beside them, but that person remained silent. They paused at a door. Bellamy heard the electronic chirp of a keycard reader. The door unlocked with a click. He was pushed through a series of hallways, noticing the air growing warmer and thicker. An indoor swimming pool? No. The smell wasn't chlorine. It was richer, more primal. Where on earth am I? Bellamy knew he couldn't be more than a couple of blocks from the Capitol. They stopped again at another security door. Another electronic beep, and this door slid open with a whisper. As he was forced through, the scent that washed over him was unmistakable. Bellamy suddenly understood. Good heavens. He visited this place regularly, though never via the service entrance. This stunning glass structure stood barely 300 yards from the Capitol and was officially part of the Capitol campus. I oversee this building. It dawned on him that they were using his own access fob. Strong hands directed him down a familiar curving pathway. The dense, humid warmth of this space usually soothed him. Tonight, it made him perspire. Why bring me here? Bellamy was abruptly stopped and seated on a bench. The muscular man briefly detached the handcuffs, only to secure them again behind his back, fastened to the bench. "What do you want from me?" Bellamy demanded, his heart hammering. The only reply was the sound of retreating boots and the hiss of the glass door sealing shut. Then quiet. Absolute quiet. Are they really just leaving me here? Bellamy was sweating more profusely now as he strained against his restraints. I can't even remove this blindfold.
Help!
He shouted. Is anyone there? Even as he cried out, Bellamy knew it was futile. This enormous glass enclosure, nicknamed the Jungle, was completely soundproof and airtight when sealed.
They've left me in the jungle, he thought. No one will find me until daybreak. Then he heard it. The sound was faint, but it chilled him more deeply than any sound he had ever heard. Something breathing, very close by. He was not the only occupant of the bench. The sharp hiss of a match being struck erupted near his cheek, the flare of heat palpable against his skin. Bellamy flinched violently, the chains rattling as he jerked away. Then a hand reached out and snatched the blindfold from his eyes. In the flickering light, the flame was mirrored in the dark, assessing gaze of Inoue Sato as she touched it to the cigarette between her lips, holding it perilously close. Moonlight seeped through the glass overhead, illuminating her satisfied expression as she noted his alarm.
Well, Mr. Bellamy?
Sato said, extinguishing the match with a casual flick. Shall we get started?
Chapter 70.
A magic square. Katherine studied the numbered grid within Durer's artwork and gave a slow nod. To an outsider, Langdon's focus might have seemed eccentric, but she grasped his meaning instantly. The term wasn't mystical, it was mathematical. A configuration where every row, column, and diagonal summed to an identical total originating millennia ago in the ancient worlds of Egypt and India. These squares were once thought to harbor supernatural energy. Katherine recalled that some traditional cultures, like certain communities in India, still inscribe specific 3x3 designs known as Kubera Kolam on their religious altars. In the modern era, however, they're largely considered a puzzle for enthusiasts, a mathematical pastime for those who enjoy hunting for new numerical patterns. It's essentially Sudoku for the intellectually adventurous. She quickly tallied several lines in Durer's square. 34, she confirmed. Every direction yields 34. Precisely, Langdon replied, but its fame stems from Durer achieving what seemed impossible. He pointed out that beyond the standard rows and columns, the artist had also engineered the 4 quadrants, the 4 central squares, and even the 4 corners to each sum to 34. Perhaps most clever, Langdon added, his voice rising with scholarly excitement, was Durer placing the numbers 15 and 14 side by side in the bottom row to mark the year, 1514, when he completed this masterpiece. Katherine scanned the combinations, impressed by the layered ingenuity. Langdon's enthusiasm grew. Remarkably, Melancholia I is historically significant as the first appearance of a magic square in European art. Many scholars interpret this as Durer's coded message that the ancient mysteries had journeyed beyond the Egyptian initiatory schools and into the keeping of European esoteric brotherhoods. He paused, his focus shifting, which returns us to this. He gestured toward the paper bearing the grid of letters from the stone pyramid.
I trust the layout now seems familiar? Langdon asked. A 4x4 square. Taking up a pencil, Langdon meticulously transcribed Durer's numbered square next to the lettered one. The process ahead appeared straightforward to Katherine. He stood ready, pencil in hand, yet then he faltered, a shadow of doubt crossing his features. Robert? She prompted. He turned to her, his expression uneasy. Are we certain about this?
Peter was very clear. Robert, if you're hesitant to decode this, then I'll do it. She extended her hand for the pencil. Seeing her resolve, Langdon relented, directing his attention back to the pyramid. With careful precision, he overlaid the magic square onto the lettered grid, assigning each letter a corresponding number. He then constructed a new grid, rearranging the letters according to the numerical sequence dictated by Durer's square. When he finished, they both examined the result. Katherine felt a wave of frustration. It's still nonsense. Langdon stayed quiet for a long, tense moment. Katherine, this isn't nonsense at all. His expression reignited with the fire of a new revelation. It's written in Latin. In a shadowy hallway, an elderly blind man moved as fast as his frail body would allow, heading straight for his private study. Reaching his worn leather chair, he sank into it with a weary sigh, his aged frame thankful for the momentary rest. The red light on his answering machine blinked insistently. He pressed play and heard the urgent, hushed tone of a trusted friend and fellow Mason. It's Warren Bellamy. I have some deeply troubling news. Catherine Solomon's gaze snapped back to the grid of symbols, scanning them with fresh intensity. There it was, a word materializing clearly from the chaos. Jehovah. While Latin wasn't her field, she recognized this term from years spent studying ancient Hebrew manuscripts. Jehovah, Jehovah. Her eyes traveled down the grid, reading it as one would a page, and to her astonishment, the entire message became clear. Jova Sanctus Unus. The meaning was instantly familiar, a phrase repeated throughout modern interpretations of Hebrew scripture. The Torah referenced the God of the Hebrews with numerous names. Jova, Jehovah, Yahweh, the Elohim, the Source. Yet many Roman scholars had streamlined this complex lexicon into a single, definitive Latin declaration. Jova Sanctus Unus. One true God, she murmured to herself. This hardly seemed like the clue that would lead them to her missing brother. This is the pyramid's great secret? One true God. I was promised a map. Langdon appeared just as baffled, the earlier spark of discovery fading from his eyes. The decryption method is sound, but the man who took Peter demands a physical location, she said, pushing a strand of hair from her face. This is not what he wants to hear. Katherine, Langdon replied with a heavy breath. I've feared this possibility all along, for hours. I've worried we're chasing phantoms, building a quest on a foundation of allegory and myth. Perhaps this inscription points to a spiritual location, suggesting that humanity's true greatness is only reachable through divine unity. That can't be right. Katherine shot back, her frustration tightening her jaw. My family has guarded this object for generations. One true God?
That's the priceless secret?
And the CIA thinks this threatens national security? Either we're being deceived or we're overlooking a crucial piece. Langdon could only nod in weary agreement. At that moment, his phone vibrated to life. In a book-cluttered office, the old man leaned over his desk, the telephone receiver gripped in his gnarled hand. The line rang repeatedly until, finally, a cautious voice answered. Hello? The voice was deep but wary. The old man whispered. I understand you're in need of a sanctuary. Who is this? Did Warren Bell? No names, please, the old man interrupted softly. Tell me. Is the map still in your possession and secure? A surprised silence followed. Yes, but I'm not sure it matters. The message it reveals is abstract. If it is a map, it appears to be symbolic, not literal. The map is real, the old man assured him, his tone leaving no room for doubt, and it points to a very tangible place.
You must guard it with your life. I cannot overstate its importance. You are being hunted, but if you can reach me undetected, I will offer you refuge. And the answers you seek, the man on the line hesitated, clearly wrestling with doubt. Listen carefully, the old man said, choosing each word with precision. There is a sanctuary in Rome, north of the Tiber, which holds 10 stones from Mount Sinai, one fallen from the heavens, and one bearing the face of Luke's shadowed father.
Do you recognize this place?
A long silence stretched across the connection before the man finally responded.
Yes, I know it.
The old man allowed himself a thin smile.
I thought you might, Professor. Come immediately, and ensure you are not followed.
Chapter 71. Malik stood naked within the enveloping cloud of his steam shower. The last traces of ethanol rinsed from his skin. He felt cleansed, renewed. As the eucalyptus-scented vapor seeped into his pores, he embraced the heat, feeling it unlock his body. Then he commenced his sacred preparation. He began by applying a chemical depilatory over his tattooed skin and scalp, erasing every last strand of body hair. The deities of the 7 Hyliades Islands were depicted as hairless, after all. Next, he worked abramelin oil, the sacred anointing oil of the Magi, into his now smooth and receptive flesh. With a sharp turn of the shower lever to the left, the water turned bitingly cold. He stood under the icy stream for a full minute, allowing the chill to seal his pores and lock the gathered heat and energy deep within his core. The cold was a deliberate echo of that frigid river where his transformation had first been set in motion. Stepping out, he shivered briefly, but within moments the furnace at his center radiated outward, warming him through. Malak felt incandescent inside. Naked before the mirror, he studied his form perhaps for the final time as a mere mortal. His feet were the talons of a raptor. His legs, Boaz and Jachin, stood as the ancient pillars of wisdom. The archways of mystical power framed his hips and abdomen. Below that arch, his heavily tattooed sex organ displayed the symbols of his fate. In another existence, that weight of flesh had been a source of base pleasure. No more. He was purified. Following the example of the ascetic Catharoi monks, Malach had excised his testicles, trading physical potency for a higher spiritual power. True gods transcend gender. By shedding the human limitation of sex, along with the earthly tug of desire, he had aligned himself with figures like Auranos, Attis, Sporus, and the legendary castrati sorcerers of Arthurian lore. Every spiritual rebirth demands a physical one first, a truth embodied by Osiris, Tammuz, Jesus, Shiva, and even the Buddha. I must cast off the man that clothes me. Suddenly he lifted his gaze past the double-headed phoenix on his chest, past the tapestry of ancient sigils covering his face, to the very crown of his head. Tilting toward the mirror, he could just make out the circle of untouched skin waiting there. This spot, the fontanelle, was sacred, the one opening in the infant skull, an oculus to the mind. Though it closes physically in early life, it remains a symbolic gateway between the inner and outer worlds. The pristine skin encircled by the Ouroboros, a serpent devouring its own tail, seemed to gaze back at him, luminous with potential. Soon Robert Langdon would unearth the great prize Malach needed. Once it was his, the void atop his head would be filled, and he would be ready for his ultimate metamorphosis. Moving across his bedroom, Malach drew a long strip of white silk from a lower drawer. As he had done countless times, he wrapped it around his hips and groin. Then he headed downstairs. In his office, his computer glowed with a new email. The message from his contact was brief. What you seek is now within grasp. I will be in touch shortly. Patience. Malak allowed himself a thin smile. The time for final preparations had arrived. Chapter 72. The CIA field agent descended from the reading room balcony in a dark temper. Bellamy had lied. His thermal goggles had shown no heat signatures whatsoever near the Moses statue, nor anywhere else on the upper level. So where in God's name had Langdon gone? He retraced his path back to the only place they'd registered any heat signatures at all, the library's distribution hub. Going down the stairs again, he passed beneath the octagonal console. The rumble of the conveyor belts was an abrasive drone. He moved into the open space, pulled down his thermal goggles, and scanned the area. Nothing. His eyes went to the stacks, where the warped doors still glowed from the earlier explosion. Other than that, the room was clear. Then he saw it. My God! The agent recoiled as an unexpected glow drifted into his line of sight. Two faintly shimmering human-shaped outlines like spectral figures had just materialized from the wall, riding a conveyor belt. Thermal readings, stunned, he watched the two apparitions complete a circuit of the room on the moving track before vanishing headfirst into a narrow aperture in the wall. They escaped on a conveyor? That's madness. Beyond the immediate shock of losing Robert Langdon through a wall, a new realization dawned. Langdon wasn't by himself. He was reaching for his transceiver when the team leader's voice crackled through first. All units, we have an abandoned Volvo on the plaza in front of the library, registered to Katherine Solomon. A witness confirms she entered the building recently. We believe she is with Robert Langdon. Director Sato orders both located immediately. I have thermal signatures for 2 targets, the field agent in the distribution room shouted back. He rapidly described the bizarre exit. Good grief, the team leader responded. Where does that conveyor even go? The agent was already scanning the employee layout schematic pinned to a board. The Adams Building, he answered. 1 block over. All points reroute to the Adams Building. Move now. Chapter 73. Sanctuary Answers. The words pulsed in Langdon's thoughts as he and Katherine pushed through a side exit of the Adams Building into the crisp winter air. The enigmatic caller had given his location in a coded manner, but Langdon had deciphered it. Katherine's response to their destination had been unexpectedly calm, almost accepting. Where else would you seek a singular truth? Now the challenge was getting there. Langdon turned, disoriented, trying to orient himself in the darkness. The sky had cleared, thankfully. They stood in a secluded courtyard. The Capitol dome appeared disconcertingly distant, and it struck Langdon that this was his first breath of outside air since arriving at the Capitol hours earlier. So much for delivering that lecture. Robert, look. Katherine gestured toward the shadowed mass of the Jefferson Building. Langdon's initial reaction was disbelief at the distance they had covered underground on a simple conveyor. His second was dread. The Jefferson Building was now a hive of activity. Vehicles swarming, voices shouting. Is that a spotlight sweeping the grounds? He seized Katherine's hand. This way? They sprinted northeast across the open space, their figures soon swallowed by the shadow of an elegant U-shaped structure. Langdon recognized as the Folger Shakespeare Library. Ironic, he thought, that this building housing Francis Bacon's original New Atlantis manuscript, a work of utopian idealism, some say inspired the nation's founders, now offered them fleeting cover. But there was no time for reflection. We need a car. Reaching the intersection of 3rd Street and East Capitol, they found the road nearly deserted. Langdon's hope dwindled as he searched for a taxi. They hurried north on 3rd Street, putting more distance between themselves and the library complex. After a full block, a cab finally appeared, turning onto the street. Langdon waved frantically, and it pulled over. The interior hummed with the rhythm of Middle Eastern music, and the young driver offered a genial nod. Where to? He asked, as they clambered in. Northwest, Katherine cut in sharply, pointing up 3rd Street, away from the Jefferson Building. Head toward Union Station, then take a left onto Massachusetts Avenue. We'll tell you where to stop. The driver merely shrugged, raised the plexiglass partition, and turned his music up. Katherine fixed Langdon with a sharp, warning glance that clearly said, leave no trace behind. Katherine gestured urgently toward the window, drawing Langdon's gaze to a dark helicopter descending rapidly toward the National Mall. Langdon felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. Sato's determination to seize Solomon's Pyramid was clearly no bluff. As the aircraft settled on the lawn between the Jefferson and Adams buildings, Katherine faced him, her expression etched with deepening concern. Let me borrow your phone for a moment, she said quietly. He passed it to her. Peter mentioned you have a photographic memory, she remarked, lowering her window. He said you never forget a phone number you've called. That's accurate, but without warning, Katherine flung the device out into the darkness. Langdon twisted in his seat, watching it shatter against the road behind them. What was that for? We're going off the grid, Katherine stated, her tone resolute. That pyramid is our one chance to find Peter, and I won't let the CIA take it from us. Up front, cab driver Omar Amarana nodded along to his radio, grateful for a fare on an otherwise quiet night. He was cruising past Stanton Park when the dispatcher's voice crackled over the speaker. Attention, all units near the National Mall. We have a government alert concerning 2 fugitives last seen near the Adams Building. Omar listened, stunned as the description perfectly matched his passengers. He shot a nervous look in the rearview mirror. The tall man did seem vaguely recognizable, maybe from a news segment, with a shaky hand. Omar picked up his radio.
Dispatch, this is cab 134. Those 2 people you just described. They're in my backseat right now.
The dispatcher issued swift instructions. Omar's fingers trembled as he dialed the provided number. A clipped military voice answered. Agent Turner Simpkins, CIA Operations. Identify yourself.
I'm the taxi driver.
Omar stammered. You want to be to call about thee. Are the subjects currently in your vehicle? Answer yes or no. Yes. Can they hear me? Yes or no? No, the partition is closed. What is your current route, heading northwest on Massachusetts Avenue? Do you know their destination?
They haven't said?
The agent paused. Is the male passenger holding a leather bag? Omar glanced back and his breath caught.
Yes, but that bag doesn't have anything dangerous in it, does?
Listen carefully. The agent cut in. You're safe as long as you follow my orders exactly. Understood? Yes, sir. Your name, Omar. He could feel perspiration on his brow. All right, Omar. You're doing fine.
I need you to slow down. Drive as slowly as you can without raising suspicion. While I position my team ahead of you, clear. Yes, sir. Does your cab have an intercom to speak with the passengers? It does. Good. Here's what you need to do. Chapter 74. Known as the Jungle, the soaring greenhouse at the heart of the U.S. Botanic Garden stands as America's premier living museum, nestled beside the U.S. Capitol.
A meticulously maintained tropical rainforest. It features towering rubber trees, dense strangler figs, and an elevated catwalk for adventurous visitors. Under normal circumstances, Warren Bellamy found solace in the humid, earthy air and the soft sunlight filtering through the mist from the ceiling nozzles. Tonight, however, bathed only in eerie moonlight, the jungle felt like a trap. He was drenched in sweat, struggling against the agonizing cramps in his arms, which remained wrenched behind his back. Director Sato moved calmly before him, taking deliberate drags from her cigarette, an act that felt like deliberate contempt in the garden's fragile, balanced ecosystem. Her features took on an almost sinister cast in the hazy moonlight filtering through the glass roof above.
So, Sato went on, her voice low, when you got to the Capitol tonight and realized I was already there.
You made a choice. Instead of announcing yourself, you slipped down into the SBB. You took a huge risk attacking Chief Anderson and me, all to help Langdon escape with the pyramid and its capstone. She massaged her shoulder, a wry twist to her mouth. A fascinating decision. One I'd make 100 times over, Bellamy thought, his anger simmering. Where is Peter? He demanded, the words sharp. How should I know? Sato shot back. You seem to know everything else. Bellamy retorted, not bothering to mask his deep suspicion that she was pulling the strings. You knew to go to the Capitol. You knew to find Robert Langdon. You even knew to have his bag X-rayed to find the capstone. Clearly, someone is feeding you a steady stream of confidential information. A cold, humorless laugh escaped Sato as she moved closer. Mr. Bellamy, is that why you assaulted me? Do you truly believe I'm the villain here, that I'm after your precious little pyramid? She took a long drag from her cigarette, exhaling twin plumes of smoke through her nostrils. Pay very close attention. Nobody grasps the necessity of safeguarding secrets better than I do. I share your belief that certain knowledge must remain beyond public reach. But tonight, there are forces in play, forces whose magnitude you have not begun to comprehend. The man holding Peter Solomon wields a terrifying influence, a power you clearly fail to appreciate. Trust me, he is a human detonator, capable of triggering a chain of events that will reshape the world as we know it. I don't understand, Bellamy said, shifting uncomfortably on the bench, the handcuffs biting into his wrists. Understanding isn't required, Sato stated flatly. Obedience is. Right now, my only chance of preventing a catastrophe is to cooperate with this man, and to give him precisely what he demands, which means you're going to call Mr. Langdon and instruct him to surrender himself, along with the pyramid and capstone. Once Langdon is in my custody, he will decipher the pyramid's engraving, retrieve whatever information this man is after, and hand it over. The location of the hidden staircase leading to the ancient mysteries? I can't do that. I've taken sacred vows. Sato's composure shattered. I don't care about your vows.
I will have you behind bars so fast. Threaten me all you want,
Bellamy said, defiance hardening his voice. I will not assist you. Sato drew a slow, controlled breath, her next words a venomous whisper. Mr. Bellamy, you have absolutely no idea what is truly unfolding tonight, do you? A thick, strained silence filled the space between them, lasting several heartbeats until it was shattered by the ring of Sato's phone. She dug into her pocket, pulling it out with a quick, eager motion.
Report, she answered, listening intently. Where is the taxi now?
Estimated time, understood. Bring them to the U.S. Botanic Garden. Use the service entrance, and ensure you secure that pyramid and capstone for me. She ended the call and turned back to Bellamy, a look of smug satisfaction settling on her face. Well then, it appears your usefulness is rapidly expiring. Robert Langdon gazed wearily out the taxi window, too drained to press the sluggish driver to go faster.
Next to him, Katherine had also fallen quiet, her expression one of profound frustration at their inability to grasp the pyramid's alleged significance. They had revisited every detail, the pyramid, the capstone, the night's bizarre sequence of events, and still arrived at a dead end. How could this object possibly function as a map? Jehovah Sanctus Unus, the secret hides within the order. Their anonymous caller had promised explanations, but only if they could reach a specific cryptic location, a refuge in Rome, situated north of the Tiber River. The instructions felt less like guidance and more like a taunt, a final puzzle piece they couldn't quite fit into the bewildering picture. Robert Langdon was acutely aware that the founder's grand vision of a new Rome had long ago been reborn as Washington, D.C., yet the echoes of that ancient dream persisted. The waters of the Tiber still metaphorically fed the Potomac, senators deliberated under a dome inspired by St. Peter's, and the watchful figures of Vulcan and Minerva stood sentinel over a flame long since extinguished in the rotunda. The answers he and Katherine sought now seemed to lie just a few miles ahead, northwest on Massachusetts Avenue. Their sanctuary, true to the clue, was situated north of the city's own Tiber Creek. Langdon silently urged the driver to go faster. Suddenly, Katherine straightened in her seat, a bolt of realization visibly striking her. "Oh my God, Robert!" she exclaimed, turning to him with a face drained of color. After a tense pause, her words came out in a rush. "We're headed in the wrong direction." "No, this is correct," Langdon insisted, confused. "It's northwest on Massachusetts. Not the route, the destination. We're going to the wrong place entirely." Langdon was baffled. He had carefully explained to Katherine how the mysterious caller's riddle could only point to one specific building on Earth, a place claiming 10 stones from Mount Sinai, one from heaven, and one bearing the likeness of Luke's dark father. The taxi was aimed precisely at that unique location. "Katherine, I'm absolutely certain about the destination." "No," she insisted, her voice rising. "We don't need to go there. I've pieced it together, the pyramid and the capstone. I understand what this is really about." "You understand it?" Langdon asked, astonished. "Yes, we need to go to Freedom Plaza, now." "Freedom Plaza?" Langdon was completely adrift. The plaza was nearby, but seemed utterly irrelevant to their desperate search. "Jehovah Sanctus Unus," Katherine declared, her tone shifting from frantic to fiercely analytical. "The one true God of the Hebrews. Their sacred symbol is the Seal of Solomon, a 6-pointed star, a profoundly important emblem within Masonic tradition." She pulled a crumpled dollar bill from her pocket. "Give me your pen." Bewildered Langdon handed over a pen from his jacket. "Look," she said, smoothing the bill on her thigh. She pointed to the Great Seal on the reverse. If you superimpose Solomon's seal over the Great Seal, with deliberate strokes, she drew the distinct star directly over the pyramid's image. "Now look what you find." Langdon glanced down, then back at Katherine, as if questioning her sanity. "Robert, look closer! Don't you see what I'm showing you?" He looked again at the drawing. "What on earth is she driving at?" He recognized this configuration from fringe conspiracy theories, often cited as proof of Masonic influence on the early Republic. When the star aligned perfectly, its top point crowned the Masonic all-seeing eye, and with an uncanny precision, the remaining 5 points landed squarely on the letters MASON. "Katherine, that's a coincidence, and I still don't see what this has to do with Freedom Plaza." "Look again," she demanded, her frustration mounting. "You're not seeing what I'm pointing to. Right there, don't you see it? In the next heartbeat, Langdon saw it." Outside the Adams building, CIA Field Operations Leader Turner Simpkins pressed his cell phone tightly to his ear, straining to catch every word from the taxi's back seat. The situation was fluid. His team was moments from boarding a modified Black Hawk helicopter to establish a northwest roadblock, but the script had just flipped. Seconds ago, Katherine Solomon had begun vehemently arguing for a different destination. Her explanation, a tangled theory involving dollar bills and Jewish stars, made no initial sense to Simpkins, and apparently not to Langdon either. But now Langdon's perspective had clearly shifted. "My God, you're right!" Langdon's voice burst through the receiver. I missed it completely before Simpkins immediately heard sharp rapping on the driver's partition, followed by the sound of it sliding open. "Change of plans," Catherine's voice commanded the driver, firm and decisive.
"Get us to Freedom Plaza?"
Catherine's voice cut through the cab's interior, sharp with urgency. The driver, Omar, hesitated. "Freedom Plaza? Not heading northwest on Massachusetts Avenue?" "Forget Massachusetts," she insisted, leaning forward. "Freedom Plaza. Turn left now, right here." On the other end of the line, Agent Simpkins listened to the squeal of tires. Katherine was already explaining something to Langdon about a massive bronze seal set into the plaza's ground. Omar's tense voice broke in. "Just to be clear, ma'am, Freedom Plaza at Pennsylvania and 13th. Yes, go, quickly. It's very close, less than 2 minutes." A grim smile touched Simpkins's lips. "Good work, Omar." Sprinting for the waiting helicopter, he yelled to his team, "Target located, Freedom Plaza, move out." Freedom Plaza is, in essence, a sprawling stone map, situated where Pennsylvania Avenue meets 13th Street. Its expansive surface is laid with granite and marble, tracing the original street plan Pierre L'Enfant designed for the capital. Tourists flock here not just to walk across the giant city diagram, but because the plaza honors Martin Luther King Jr., who drafted portions of his iconic "I Have a Dream" speech at the historic Willard Hotel nearby. Omar Amarana ferried visitors to this spot regularly, but his current fares were clearly not here for sightseeing. The CIA he'd scarcely pulled to the curb when the pair burst from the cab. "Wait here," the man in the tweed jacket ordered. "We'll return shortly." Omar watched them hurry onto the open expanse of the map, gesturing and calling out as they studied the pattern of intersecting lines. He snatched his phone from the dashboard. "Sir, can you hear me? Loud and clear, Omar." The agent's reply was nearly drowned out by a roaring noise. "Where are they? On the map. They're searching for something." "Keep eyes on them," the agent commanded. "I'm almost there." Omar saw the two locate the plaza's centerpiece, a huge bronze casting of the Great Seal, one of the largest ever made. They hovered over it briefly, then pointed decisively toward the southwest. The man in tweed sprinted back to the cab. Omar hastily dropped his phone as the man arrived, winded.
"Which way to Alexandria, Virginia?"
he demanded.
"Alexandria," Omar pointed southwest, the very direction they had indicated. "That way! I knew it," the man muttered to himself. He whirled around and shouted to the woman, "You were right, Alexandria." The woman gestured toward a glowing metro sign on the far side of the plaza. "The blue line goes straight there. We need King Street Station." A spike of alarm shot through Omar. "Oh no!"
The man turned back and thrust a fistful of cash at him, far more than the fare. "Thanks, we're all set." He grabbed his leather bag and took off. "Wait, I can drive you. I know the way," Omar called out, but it was useless. They were already sprinting across the plaza, vanishing down the stairs into the Metro Center station. Omar grabbed his phone again. "Sir, they went into the subway. I couldn't stop them. They're taking the blue line to Alexandria." "Stay put," the agent shouted. 15 seconds. Omar looked down at the money in his hand. The top bill was covered in handwritten notes. It bore a drawn Jewish star superimposed on the Great Seal, as he suspected, the star's points aligned with letters spelling Mason. Suddenly, a deafening shudder enveloped the cab as if a freight train were bearing down. He looked up. The street was empty. The noise swelled, and then a sleek black helicopter descended from the darkness, landing hard on the stone map. Men clad in black tactical gear poured out. Most people rushed toward the subway entrance, but one man sprinted directly for Omar's taxi. He pulled the passenger door open.
"Omar, is that really you?" Omar could only nod, too stunned to speak. "Did they mention a specific destination?" The agent pressed. "Alexandria, King Street Station," Omar stammered. "I offered them a ride, but they refused. Did they say exactly where in Alexandria?" "No."
They were staring at that medallion with the Great Seal out on the plaza. Then they started asking about Alexandria, and they paid me with this. He passed the agent the dollar bill covered in strange symbols. As the agent examined it, everything clicked for Omar. The Masons' Alexandria. One of the country's most well-known Masonic structures was right there. "That's got to be it," he exclaimed. "The George Washington Masonic Memorial. It's practically right across from King Street Station."
"Exactly,"
the agent replied, clearly reaching the same conclusion just as the other agents came running back from the subway stairs.
"We lost them,"
one shouted. The blue line just pulled out. They're not on the platform. Agent Simpkins glanced at his watch and turned back to Omar. How long's the subway ride to Alexandria? At least 10 minutes, maybe longer.
You've been a huge help, Omar. Thank you. Of course. But what is this all about?
Agent Simpkins was already racing back to the helicopter, calling out as he ran. King Street Station, we can beat them there, confused. Omar watched the massive black aircraft lift off. It tilted sharply south over Pennsylvania Avenue, then roared away into the darkness. Beneath the cab, a subway train was accelerating as it departed Freedom Plaza. Inside, Robert Langdon and Katherine Solomon sat in tense silence, catching their breath as the train carried them swiftly toward their goal. Chapter 77. The memory always started the same. He was falling, tumbling backward toward a frozen river at the bottom of a steep gorge. Above him, Peter Solomon's pitiless gray eyes watched over the barrel of Andros's own gun. As he fell, the world above shrank away, swallowed by the churning mist from the waterfall upstream. For a moment, everything was white, like some kind of twisted heaven. Then he hit the ice. Cold black. Agony. He was spinning, dragged by a fierce current that slammed him against submerged rocks in the freezing dark. His lungs burned for air, but his chest had clenched so tight from the cold he couldn't draw breath. I'm trapped under the ice. Near the waterfall, the ice was thinner, churned by the turbulent water, and Andros had crashed straight through. Now the current was sweeping him downstream, pinned beneath a clear, solid ceiling. He clawed at the ice above, trying to break free, but he couldn't get any leverage. The searing pain from the gunshot wound in his shoulder began to fade. Along with the sting of the birdshot, both were being drowned out by the overwhelming ache of his body going numb. The current sped up, whipping him around a bend. His whole being screamed for oxygen. Suddenly he was snagged in a tangle of branches, wedged against a fallen tree in the water. Think. He fumbled along the branch, fighting toward the surface, finding where it pierced up through the ice. His fingers found the narrow ring of open water around the wood. He pulled at the edges, straining to widen the hole. Once, twice, the opening grew, now several inches across. Bracing against the branch, he tilted his head back and pressed his mouth to the gap. The winter air that flooded his lungs felt surprisingly warm. That sudden gulp of oxygen ignited a flicker of hope. He planted his feet against the trunk and drove his back and shoulders upward with all his remaining strength. The ice surrounding the fallen tree, already weakened by the tangle of branches and debris, gave way as he thrust his powerful legs against the trunk. His head and shoulders shattered through the frozen surface, bursting into the frigid night air. He gasped, filling his lungs, still mostly submerged. He fought his way upward with desperate twisting motions, pushing and pulling, until he finally lay breathless on the bare ice. Andros ripped off the soaked ski mask and stuffed it into a pocket, casting a glance back upstream for any sign of Peter Solomon. But the river's bend blocked his view. His chest burned fiercely, moving quickly. He dragged a branch over the hole to conceal it. By morning, the ice would have sealed it over again. As he staggered into the woods, snow began to fall. He had no sense of distance or time when he stumbled from the tree line onto a snowy embankment beside a quiet two-lane highway. Delirious and shaking with cold, he saw a single pair of headlights approaching through the thickening snow. Andros waved frantically, and the lone pickup truck with Vermont plates slowed to a stop. An older man in a red plaid shirt climbed out. Andros stumbled toward him, clutching his bleeding chest. "A hunter?"
"Shot me! I need a hospital!" Without a word, the man helped Andros into the passenger seat, cranked up the heater, and asked urgently, "Where's the nearest hospital?" Andros had no idea, but he pointed south. "Next exit. We are not going to any hospital." The man from Vermont was reported missing the following day, lost somewhere in the blinding storm, with no one connecting his disappearance to the other headline that morning, the brutal murder of Isabel Solomon.
When Andros awoke, he was in a desolate, boarded-up motel room closed for the season. Memories surfaced, breaking in, binding his wounds with torn sheets and burrowing beneath a pile of musty blankets on a flimsy bed. He was ravenous. Limping to the bathroom, he saw the small pile of birdshot pellets in the sink, recalling vaguely how he dug them from his chest. In the dirty mirror, he reluctantly unwrapped the bloody bandages. His muscular frame had prevented the pellets from penetrating too deeply, but his once perfect body was now a landscape of wounds. Peter Solomon's single bullet had passed cleanly through his shoulder, leaving a raw, crater-like hole. To make everything worse, he had failed. The pyramid was still out of reach. His stomach growled loudly. He limped outside to the man's truck, hoping to find some food. The pickup was buried under a heavy layer of snow, making him wonder just how long he'd been unconscious in that dismal room. Thank goodness I woke up. There was no food in the front, but in the glove compartment he found a bottle of arthritis painkillers. He swallowed a handful, washing them down with handfuls of snow. I need real food. Several hours later, the pickup that pulled away from the old motel bore little resemblance to the one that had arrived. The cab cap was gone, along with the hubcaps, bumper stickers, and all the trim. The Vermont license plates had been swapped for those from an abandoned maintenance truck parked near the motel dumpster, where Andros had discarded all the bloody sheets, birdshot, and any other evidence of his stay. He hadn't abandoned his quest for the pyramid, but for now it would have to wait. He needed to hide, to heal, and above all, to eat. He found a roadside diner and devoured a huge plate of eggs, bacon, hash browns, and 3 glasses of orange juice. When he finished, he ordered more to go back on the road. Andros turned on the truck's crackling radio and drove on, the events of the river already feeling like someone else's nightmare. He had been cut off from all news since his escape, so when he finally caught a local radio broadcast, the report left him speechless. FBI agents, the anchor stated, are still hunting for the armed assailant who killed Isabel Solomon in her Potomac residence earlier this week. Authorities believe the killer may have plunged through the river ice and been carried out to the Atlantic. Andros sat motionless, his hands tight on the wheel. Murdered Isabel Solomon? He drove in, stunned quiet, absorbing every word. It was clearly time to vanish, to put immense distance between himself and this entire region. His new apartment on the Upper West Side provided sweeping panoramic vistas of Central Park. Andros had selected it precisely because that expansive greenery outside his window echoed, however faintly, the lost vistas of the Adriatic coast from his past. Logically, he knew he should feel grateful to be breathing, but he felt nothing of the sort. A profound hollowness had taken up permanent residence within him, and his mind kept circling back to his botched effort to obtain Peter Solomon's pyramid. He had invested countless hours studying the lore of the Masonic pyramid. While scholars debated its very existence, they universally echoed its legendary promise, unimaginable wisdom and power for whoever could unlock it. The pyramid is real, Andros assured himself. My source is undeniable. Destiny had dangled that prize before him, and to walk away now felt like finding a winning lottery ticket and deliberately throwing it in the trash. I am the only outsider alive who knows the pyramid is genuine and who knows the name of the man who protects it. Weeks bled into months. His physical wounds had closed, but Andros was a shadow of the arrogant, sculpted man he'd been in Greece. He abandoned his workouts and no longer paused to appraise his reflection. His body, he felt, was beginning to betray him, whispering of decline. His once flawless skin was now a quilt of raised, discolored scars, each one a bookmark in a story of failure deepening his gloom. He leaned heavily on the painkillers from his recovery, feeling himself slide back toward the reckless habits that had once landed him in a Turkish prison. Part of him didn't even resist. The flesh wants what it wants. During a late-night transaction in Greenwich Village, he noticed his dealer had a long, jagged lightning bolt inked along his forearm. When Andros asked about it, the man explained it covered a nasty scar from a car wreck. Seeing that scar every day kept me trapped in that moment, the dealer said, so I claimed it. I tattooed over it with a symbol of my own strength. I took back the narrative. That idea of reclaiming a narrative struck a deep chord. Later, riding a fresh chemical high, Andros stumbled into a dimly lit tattoo parlor and pulled off his shirt. I need to conceal these, he declared, his voice thick. I need to take back control. Conceal them? The artist? An older man with ink-sleeved arms studied his torso skeptically. With what kind of design? Tattoos? Just cover them. Yes, I gathered that, the artist replied, not unkindly. But tattoos of what? What do you want to say? Andros merely shrugged, consumed by the simple, desperate desire to erase these ugly souvenirs. I don't care, you decide. The artist shook his head slowly and slid a well-worn booklet across the counter. It was about the sacred, ancient history of tattooing. This isn't a cover-up job, he said. It's a transformation. Come back when you know what you want to become. That rejection oddly sparked something. Andros discovered the New York Public Library held over 50 volumes dedicated to tattoo art and its symbolism. He read every single one, reigniting a long-dormant hunger for knowledge. Soon he was hauling overloaded backpacks between the library and his apartment, consuming texts by the window overlooking the park. These books became a gateway into a hidden universe, a realm of potent symbols, ancient mysticism, forgotten mythologies, and arcane arts. The more he absorbed, the more he saw his former life as one lived in a dim, narrow corridor. He began filling notebooks with frantic sketches, fragmented ideas, and records of his increasingly vivid, bizarre dreams. When the public collections failed him, he sought out rare book dealers, commissioning them to track down some of the world's most obscure and forbidden manuscripts, De Prestigiis Daemonum, the Lemegeton, Ars Almedel, Grimorium, Verum Ars Notoria. He devoured them all, each page strengthening a newfound conviction. The world was still dense with secrets, and many of them were now waiting for him alone. There exist mysteries beyond the grasp of ordinary minds. In his search, Andros encountered the works of Aleister Crowley, an early 20th century mystic labeled by religious authorities as history's most wicked man. Mediocrity has always feared genius. Through Crowley, Andros came to understand the potency of ritual and spoken invocation. He discovered that certain sacred phrases, when uttered correctly, acted as literal keys, unlocking doors to unseen realms. A parallel reality exists just beyond our own, a shadow dimension from which true power can be siphoned. While Andros yearned to tap into that force, he understood strict prerequisites had to be met. Become something holy, Crowley instructed. Make yourself sacred. This ancient practice of sanctification was once a universal principle. It was seen in the burnt offerings of Hebrew priests at the temple, in the decapitations performed by Mayans on the pyramids of Chichen Itza, and in the ultimate sacrifice of Jesus Christ upon the cross. The old ones knew the divine demanded a price. Sacrifice was the primordial ritual to gain divine favor and achieve holiness, sanctify, consecrate. Though the rite had been forsaken ages ago, its latent power endured. A few modern practitioners, Crowley among them, had kept the art alive, refining it over decades to gradually remake themselves into something more than human. Andros burned with a desire for a similar metamorphosis, yet he understood a perilous threshold must be crossed. Only blood delineates the boundary between light and shadow. One evening, a crow, confused and desperate, flew through his open bathroom window and became trapped inside his apartment. Andros observed its frantic beating against the walls until it grew still, seemingly resigned to its fate. His studies had taught him to recognize an omen. The path forward was being shown to him. Seizing the bird firmly, he stood before the makeshift altar in his kitchen, raised a honed blade, and intoned the memorized words. Kamiak, Umiahe, Imialhe, Makbal, Imoi, Sezian. By the most sacred names of the angels within the Book of Asamayan, I summon thee to aid in this work by the authority of the one true God. He then drew the knife's point carefully across a major vein in the bird's straining wing. Blood began to flow as the dark stream trickled into the waiting metal bowl. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet, a sudden, biting cold that raised the hairs on his arms. He did not falter.
Almighty Adonai, Arathron, Ashai, Elohim, Elohi, Elion, Asher Ehea, Shaddai, grant me your assistance that this blood may hold potency and effect in all that I shall desire and all that I shall command. That night, his sleep was filled with visions of birds and of a colossal phoenix erupting from a sea of flame. He woke at dawn buzzing with a vitality he hadn't known since he was a boy. He went for a run in the park, pushing himself further and faster than he thought possible.
When his legs finally gave out, he dropped and began a relentless series of push-ups and sit-ups, losing count in the surge of enduring energy. The phoenix returned to his dreams. As autumn took hold of Central Park, creatures large and small scrambled to prepare for the coming winter. Andros loathed the cold, but his concealed traps now yielded a steady harvest of rats and squirrels. He carried them home in his backpack, conducting ever more elaborate ceremonies. Emmanuel, Masyach, Yod, Hevod, deem me worthy. The blood rites stoked an inner fire. Each day, Andros felt stronger, more vibrant, younger. His reading became incessant, obscure grimoires, medieval epics, pre-Socratic philosophers, and with each new insight into the fundamental nature of reality, his contempt for humanity solidified. They are utterly sightless adrift in a cosmos they are too dull to comprehend. Andros remained in human form, but he could feel a transformation underway, an evolution into a superior state of being, a sacred state. His formidable physique, long dormant, had reawakened, growing denser and more powerful than it had ever been. He grasped its ultimate meaning at last. His physical form was merely a container for his greatest asset, his intellect. Andros sensed that his full capabilities remained untapped, and he pushed his exploration further. What path was he meant to walk? Every age-old manuscript discussed the struggle between righteousness and wickedness, and humanity's obligation to pick a side. I chose my path years ago, he reflected, and he felt no regret. What is wickedness if not a fundamental force of nature? Shadow trails illumination. Disorder succeeds structure. Decay is an unchangeable rule. All things fall apart. Even the most flawless crystal will one day crumble into formless specks. The world is divided between builders and breakers. It was only upon reading John Milton's Paradise Lost that Andros witnessed his future crystallize. He encountered the tale of the mighty angel cast down, the demon warrior who battled the divine radiance, the courageous one, the angel named Moloch. Moloch strode across the world as a deity, the angel's name. Andros discovered, translated into the old language as Malach, and so I shall become. Every profound change demands an offering, but not of rodents or small birds. No, this metamorphosis needed a genuine, meaningful offering. Only one sacrifice would suffice. In an instant, a piercing clarity washed over him, sharper than any he had ever known. His entire fate was now vividly clear. For 72 uninterrupted hours he drew upon a vast expanse of paper. When he finished, he possessed a detailed design of his future self. He mounted the full-scale drawing on his wall and stared into it as if it were his reflection. I am a work of art. The following morning he brought his design to the tattoo studio. He was prepared. Chapter 78. The George Washington Masonic Memorial Crowns, Shooter's Hill in Alexandria, Virginia, constructed in 3 distinct sections, each more architecturally intricate than the last, Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian. The monument serves as a stone testament to the ascent of human understanding, modeled after the ancient lighthouse of Alexandria in Egypt. The towering structure is topped with an Egyptian pyramid and a finial resembling a flame. Within the breathtaking marble entrance hall rests an imposing bronze statue of George Washington in full Masonic attire, alongside the very trowel he used to set the cornerstone for the U.S. Capitol. Above this hall, 9 separate levels bear titles such as the Grotto, the Crypt Room, and the Knights Templar Chapel. Among the artifacts kept here are more than 20,000 books on Masonic thought, a stunning reproduction of the Ark of the Covenant, and a meticulous miniature of the throne room from King Solomon's Temple. CIA operative Simpkins glanced at his wristwatch as the specially equipped UH-60 helicopter flew low over the Potomac River. Their train would arrive in 6 minutes. He let out a breath and looked through the window at the illuminated Masonic memorial in the distance. He had to concede. The brilliantly lit tower was as striking as any monument along the National Mall. Simpkins had never visited the memorial's interior, and tonight would not change that. If everything proceeded as intended, Robert Langdon and Katherine Solomon would not exit the metro station alive. Right there, Simpkins yelled to the pilot, gesturing toward the King Street metro station opposite the memorial. The pilot tilted the helicopter and landed it on a patch of grass near the base of Shooter's Hill. Pedestrians stared in shock as Simpkins and his squad disembarked, sprinted across the road, and hurried down into King Street Station. On the staircase, several exiting commuters scrambled aside, pressing themselves against the walls as the squad of armed men in black rushed past them. The King Street Station was more extensive than Simpkins expected, clearly connecting multiple transit lines, Blue, Yellow, and Amtrak. He hurried to the metro map on the wall, located Freedom Plaza and the direct route to this stop. Blue Line, southbound platform. Simpkins commanded, "Get down there and evacuate the area immediately." His team charged ahead. Simpkins hurried to the ticket window, showed his ID, and demanded from the woman inside, "When is the next train from Metro Center due?" The attendant looked startled. "The Blue Line runs every 11 minutes. There isn't a fixed timetable. How long ago did the last one leave?" "Maybe 5 or 6 minutes. Not longer than that." Turner calculated quickly. That timing was ideal. Langdon was almost certainly on the approaching train, inside a speeding subway car. Katherine Solomon shifted on the stiff plastic seat. The harsh fluorescent lights made her eyes ache, and she resisted the urge to let them close, even for a moment. Beside her in the vacant car, Langdon sat gazing absently at the leather satchel by his feet. He seemed weary. The steady rocking of the car, almost hypnotic. Katherine thought about the odd items in Langdon's bag. What could the CIA possibly want with this pyramid? Bellamy had suggested Sato might be after it because she understood its real power. Yet even if this object did somehow point to some cache of ancient knowledge, Katherine struggled to believe that promises of archaic mystical wisdom would genuinely interest a modern intelligence agency. Then again, she recalled, the CIA had a spotted history with programs that dabbled in the paranormal. Ventures that often skirted the edges of ancient magic. The whole Stargate affair had exposed a clandestine project on remote viewing, a technique touted as a form of telepathic espionage, allowing a viewer to mentally travel anywhere on the globe. Of course, the concept wasn't new at all. Mystics had called it astral projection. Yogis described it as an out-of-body experience. Predictably, when taxpayers found out, they labeled it ridiculous, and the program was officially terminated, publicly at least. It was almost amusing, Katherine mused. How these discredited government experiments sometimes echoed the very frontiers her noetic science research was now exploring. She wanted to call the police to check for updates from Kalorama Heights, but she and Langdon had no phones now, and contacting authorities seemed risky regardless. Sato's influence was an unknown variable. Just be patient, she told herself. Soon they would reach a secure refuge, hosted by someone who claimed he could provide explanations. She desperately hoped whatever answers he offered would help her rescue Peter. "Robert," she said softly, looking up at the route map. "Our stop is next." Langdon slowly pulled himself from his thoughts. "Right, thanks." As the train clattered toward the station, he gathered his bag and gave Katherine a look of quiet apprehension. "Let's hope our welcome committee is a no-show." By the time Turner Simpkins sprinted down to the platform, his team had already secured the area, positioning themselves behind the row of structural pillars. A deep rumble echoed from the far end of the tunnel, growing steadily louder, and Simpkins felt a gust of warm, stagnant air push past him. "There's no way out, Langdon." Simpkins turned to the two agents he'd ordered to stay visible on the platform. "Badges and weapons ready. These trains run automated, but there's always a conductor to open the doors. Locate him." The train's headlight appeared in the dark tunnel, and the screech of brakes filled the station. As the train entered and began to slow, Simpkins and his two men leaned toward the tracks, holding up their CIA credentials, trying to catch the conductor's eye before the doors could open. The train was nearly stopped. In the third car, Simpkins finally spotted the conductor's confused face, a man clearly puzzled by three figures in black, waving identification at him. Simpkins broke into a jog, moving toward the train as it settled to a halt. "CIA," Simpkins yelled, brandishing his identification. "Keep those doors shut." As the subway train rolled slowly by, he moved alongside the conductor's compartment, shouting through the glass. "Do not open the doors under any circumstances. Is that clear? Keep them sealed." The train shuddered to a halt, the wide-eyed operator nodding vigorously. "What's going on?" the man called through his side window. "Hold this train right here," Simpkins ordered, "and do not, under any circumstances, open any doors. Understood? Can you grant us access to the lead car?" The conductor, visibly shaken, stepped out of his compartment, securing the door behind him. He led Simpkins and his team to the first car and manually released the door. "Secure it after we're in?" Simpkins instructed, drawing his sidearm. The agents moved swiftly into the harsh fluorescent light of the forward carriage. The conductor locked the door behind them. Inside, only 4 passengers occupied the space, 3 teenage boys and an elderly woman, all staring in understandable alarm at the arrival of 3 armed men. Simpkins flashed his credentials. "Remain calm and stay in your seats." Simpkins and his team began their methodical search, advancing car by car toward the rear of the sealed train, a maneuver his training at the farm had grimly termed squeezing the tube. The train was sparsely populated, and halfway through their sweep they had yet to spot anyone matching the description of Robert Langdon or Katherine Solomon. Still, Simpkins felt a cold certainty. A subway car offered no real hiding spots, no restrooms, no storage lockers, no secondary exits. Even if their targets had spotted the boarding team and fled toward the back, there was simply nowhere to go. Forcing a door was nearly impossible, and his men were stationed on the platform covering all sides. Just be patient. By the time they reached the second-to-last car, however, a thread of doubt began to unravel his confidence. This penultimate carriage held a single passenger, a man of Chinese descent. Simpkins and his agents swept through, their eyes scanning every possible nook. Nothing. Last car, Simpkins announced, raising his weapon as the trio approached the threshold of the train's final section. They stepped into the last car and froze, staring in disbelief. What in the world? Simpkins sprinted to the rear of the utterly empty cabin, checking behind every row of seats. He whirled back to face his men, his blood running hot. Where did they vanish to? 8 miles north of Alexandria, Virginia. Robert Langdon and Katherine Solomon walked briskly across a broad, frost-rimed lawn. You missed your calling as an actress, Langdon remarked, still amazed by Katherine's rapid thinking and flawless performance. You held your own pretty well, she replied, with a faint, tired smile. Initially, Langdon had been utterly bewildered by Katherine's sudden, dramatic shift in the taxi. Out of nowhere, she had insisted they divert to Freedom Plaza, weaving a story about a Jewish star and the Great Seal. She'd sketched a familiar conspiracy symbol on a dollar bill and then pointed insistently. Not at the bill, Langdon finally realized, but at a grime-coated indicator light on the back of the driver's seat. The tiny bulb glowed a faint red beneath it. 2 faded words were visible, intercom on. A jolt of understanding hit him. He glanced at Katherine, whose urgent eyes darted toward the front seat. Following her silent cue, Langdon peered discreetly through the partition. The cabbie's cell phone lay open on the dashboard, its screen lit and angled toward the intercom speaker. In that instant, the entire charade made terrible sense. They've been listening to every word. He didn't know how much time they had before the cab was boxed in, but he knew it was measured in seconds. They had to move, and move now. In a flash, he understood Katherine's real plan. Freedom Plaza wasn't about the pyramid. It was about access to the sprawling Metro Center station beneath it, a hub from which they could vanish on the red, blue, or orange lines. They spilled out of the cab at the plaza, and Langdon seized the initiative, improvising a false trail that pointed toward the George Washington Masonic National Memorial. Then, he and Katherine plunged into the subway. They sprinted past the Blue Line platforms, pushed deeper into the station, and boarded a northbound Red Line train heading the opposite way. After a ride of several stops, they surfaced in the serene, affluent Tenleytown neighborhood. Their goal, the highest point on the skyline for miles, was unmistakable, rising from expansive, well-kept grounds just off Massachusetts Avenue. Now officially off the grid, as Katherine put it, they crossed the dewy lawn. To their right lay the Bishop's Garden, renowned for its heritage roses, and the shadowy, secluded gazebo. They bypassed it, their steps quickening toward the awe-inspiring structure that had drawn them here. A sanctuary said to hold 10 stones from a biblical mountain, a rock from the moon, and a stone carving of a cinematic villain. I've only ever seen it by daylight, Katherine murmured, her eyes tracing the illuminated spires. It's breathtaking at night. Langdon had to agree, the sight stirring a forgotten awe. This neo-Gothic monument anchored the northern end of Embassy Row. He hadn't visited since drafting a whimsical article for a children's periodical, a piece meant to spark youthful curiosity about this architectural wonder. His write-up, playfully titled Moses, Moondust, and the Dark Side, had, to his amusement, ended up in tourist pamphlets for years. The Washington National Cathedral, he thought, a surprising thrill of homecoming washing over him. Where better to seek answers about a single supreme deity? Is it true, Katherine asked, studying the twin bell towers, that there are actual stones here from Mount Sinai, near the high altar? Langdon confirmed. They represent the 10 Commandments Moses received. And the moon rock? That's real, a piece of the heavens. It's embedded in what's called the space window, part of the stained glass.
All right, she said,
a playful doubt in her tone as she looked at him. But the last one has to be a joke. A statue of Darth Vader? Langdon couldn't help but laugh. The Dark Father of Luke Skywalker? It's absolutely real. He's one of the cathedral's most famous grotesques. He gestured toward the shadowy heights of the West Towers. Nearly impossible to spot in the dark, but he's up there.
Why on earth would Darth Vader be on the National Cathedral?
It was a children's competition to design a gargoyle that symbolized evil. Darth was the winner. They arrived at the broad stone steps leading to the main entrance, set deep within an 80-foot arched portal beneath a stunning rose window. As they started their ascent, Langdon's thoughts turned to the anonymous caller. No names, please. Tell me, have you successfully protected the map entrusted to you? The weight of the stone pyramid made his shoulder throb, and he longed to put it down. Sanctuary and answers. Nearing the top, they faced a formidable set of wooden doors. Do we just knock? Katherine whispered. Langdon was pondering the same question when one of the massive doors groaned inward. Who is there? A thin, aged voice inquired. A frail man in priest's vestments appeared, his eyes milky and sightless, clouded by advanced cataracts. My name is Robert Langdon, he replied. Katherine Solomon and I are seeking sanctuary. The blind man let out a long, shaky breath. Thank God, I have been waiting for you. Deep within the jungle, Director Sato had just slammed down her satellite phone, her face a mask of cold fury. You had better locate them, she hissed into the silent air, the command hanging between them. Our window is closing, she pivoted, her boots carving a tense path in the damp earth as she paced before Bellamy, a predator weighing its options. Abruptly, she halted, her eyes locking onto his with unnerving intensity. Architect Bellamy, I will ask this precisely one time. She leaned in, the humidity seeming to thicken around them. Do you have any knowledge of Robert Langdon's current destination? Bellamy knew exactly where Langdon was headed, but he met her stare and shook his head. I don't. Part of my role, Sato said, her voice a low, dangerous monotone, is recognizing deception. It's a necessary skill. Bellamy broke eye contact, focusing on a twisted vine nearby. I can't assist you. Let's review your evening. Sato continued as if he hadn't spoken. At approximately 7 o'clock, while dining at the Foundry's table outside the city, you received a call. The caller claimed to have Peter Solomon. He informed you that Robert Langdon was at the Capitol on a specific errand, one requiring your aid. Failure, he said, meant Peter's death. She paused, letting the jungle sounds fill the silence.
You tried to reach Peter, failed, and then you raced to the Capitol. Am I missing any detail? A cold dread seeped into Bellamy's bones. How could she know this? As you were fleeing the Capitol grounds, Sato went on, lighting a cigarette with a deliberate slowness, you sent a text to that same individual. You assured him you and Langdon had successfully retrieved the Masonic pyramid. Bellamy's mind raced. Not even Langdon knows about that message. He recalled the moment vividly, ducking into that cramped electrical room within the tunnel. The smell of ozone and dust, the desperate decision to send a false promise of success to buy precious hours. Where are you getting your information? He demanded. His voice tighter than he intended. Sato simply tossed his confiscated cell phone onto a moss-covered log beside him. Elementary detective work, she said flatly. It was almost insulting in its simplicity. Then came the real blow. The remainder of my intelligence, Sato stated, comes from a legal wiretap. The Patriot Act grants me authority to monitor communications of individuals deemed a potential national security risk. I deemed Peter Solomon such a risk. His phone has been under surveillance. You're listening to Peter's calls? Bellamy whispered. The reality of the intrusion staggering. Indeed.
That's how I intercepted the kidnapper's call to you at the restaurant.
It's also how I heard your own frantic voicemail to Peter's number, explaining the situation. She took a long drag.
We also intercepted a confused call from Robert Langdon inside the Capitol. I arrived before you because I was closer. As for the X-ray of his bag,
Once Langdon's involvement was clear, my team re-examined an earlier, seemingly routine call to his phone from someone claiming to be Peter's assistant, arranging a lecture and requesting a small entrusted package. When Langdon was evasive about his belongings, I ordered the scan. Bellamy stood there, the humid air feeling suddenly too thick to breathe, the weight of her omniscience pressing down on him. He was adrift in a current of revelations, struggling to find any solid ground. Everything Sato proposed was technically possible, yet a fundamental piece of the puzzle was missing. Explain to me how Peter Solomon could ever be considered a threat to national security, Bellamy demanded. Peter Solomon is a profound threat to the security of this nation, she shot back, her voice sharp. And if we're being honest, Mr. Bellamy, you are as well. Bellamy stiffened in his chair, the metal cuffs biting into his skin. What did you just say? A thin, humorless smile touched her lips. You and your brothers in the craft are playing with fire. You are the guardians of an exceptionally dangerous truth. Is she referring to the ancient mysteries? Your order has historically been adept at concealing its secrets. Lately, however, that vigilance has slipped. Tonight, that most perilous secret is on the verge of being exposed to the entire world. If we fail to prevent it, the consequences will be nothing short of catastrophic.
Bellamy could only stare, his mind reeling. Had you not assaulted my agent, Sato continued, you might have understood that you and I share the same objective. The same objective! The phrase ignited a wild, almost unthinkable suspicion in Bellamy's mind. Could Sato be a member of the Eastern Star? That affiliated organization, with its parallel philosophies of charity, esoteric wisdom, and spiritual inquiry, was the only connection he could fathom. The same team.
I'm shackled to a chair. She's conducting illegal surveillance on Peter. You're going to help me stop this man, Sato stated flatly. He possesses the capability to trigger a disaster from which America may never fully heal. Her expression was unyielding. Then why aren't you tracking him down right now? Sato looked at him as if he were a simpleton. You think I haven't tried? Our trace on Solomon's primary cell went dark before we could get a fix.
His secondary line is a burner phone, virtually untraceable. The charter jet company confirmed Langdon's flight was booked by Solomon's assistant, using Solomon's phone and his personal jet card. The trail ends there, and frankly, it's a moot point. Even if I pinpointed his exact location, launching a tactical assault to apprehend him is not an option. Why the hell not? That intelligence is classified, Sato snapped, her patience visibly evaporating. I'm asking you to take a leap of faith, not a chance. Sato's gaze turned glacial. She spun abruptly and barked across the dimly lit room. Agent Hartman, bring me the case. The electronic door hissed open. An agent entered, placed a sleek titanium briefcase on the floor beside the OS director, and left without a word. The door sealed shut, plunging the space back into tense silence. Sato lifted the case onto her lap and released the latches with twin clicks. She slowly raised her eyes to meet Bellamy's. I did not want to resort to this, but time is a luxury we no longer have. You have forced my hand. Bellamy stared at the ominous case, a cold dread rising in his chest. Is she going to torture me? He pulled uselessly against his restraints. What's in there? A grim, knowing smile played on her lips. Leverage, the kind that will make you understand the gravity of the situation. I can promise you that. The hidden chamber where Moloch practiced his art was a masterpiece of concealment. To any visitor, his home's basement was utterly mundane, a cluttered space housing a water heater, a circuit breaker panel, a stack of firewood, and boxes of forgotten belongings. This visible area, however, was merely a facade. A significant portion of the subterranean level had been sealed away for his private rituals. His sanctum was a series of dedicated rooms, each serving a distinct purpose. The only entrance was a steep, concealed ramp, accessible through a disguised panel in his living room, rendering the chamber's existence almost impossible to detect. As Moloch descended the ramp tonight, the intricate tattoos covering his body seemed to writhe and pulse in the eerie cerulean glow of the specialized lighting below. He moved through the luminous haze, passing several sealed doors, his destination the largest chamber waiting at the end of the corridor. The air grew colder, carrying a faint, metallic scent that always sharpened his focus. Moloch thought of his private chamber as the sanctum sanctorum, a sacred space measuring exactly 12 feet on each side. This number held power, 12 zodiac signs, 12 hours in a day, 12 gates to heaven. At the room's heart stood a stone table, a perfect 7x7 square, echoing the 7 seals of Revelation and the 7 steps of the temple. Suspended directly above it, a precisely engineered light cycled through a spectrum of sacred colors, its 6-hour revolution governed by the ancient table of planetary hours. The hour of Yanor brought blue, Nasnia red, Salam white. Now in the hour of Kara, the room was bathed in a dim violet glow, clad only in a silk loincloth that concealed his surgically altered groin. Malak began his meticulous rites. He blended the aromatic chemicals he would later burn to cleanse the air. His movements deliberate. Next, he folded the pristine silk robe destined to replace his loincloth. Finally, he consecrated a flask of water for the anointing ritual. These prepared elements were arranged on a side table. From a shelf, he retrieved a small ivory box, placing it reverently beside the others. Though the moment for its use had not yet arrived, he could not resist lifting the lid. Nestled in black velvet lay the treasure, the sacrificial knife. He had acquired this legendary blade for $1.6 million on the Middle Eastern black market, a transaction that had required immense cunning and risk. Forged of ancient iron with a bone handle, it was arguably the most infamous knife in history, long believed lost to time. It had passed through the hands of emperors and tyrants over the centuries before vanishing into a clandestine collection. Moloch was certain it had not tasted blood in hundreds of years. Tonight, that long fast would end, with a silk cloth dampened with purified water. He polished the blade, a faint ironic smile touching his lips. How far he had come from those clumsy early attempts in a New York apartment, fumbling with parlor tricks and cheap symbolism. The craft he now mastered was an exacting science, known by many ominous titles across millennia. This primordial technology, once the key to unlocking genuine power, had been foolishly dismissed by the modern world as mere occult nonsense. Those who still pursued it were labeled lunatics. Malach knew the truth. This was not a pursuit for the feeble-minded like advanced physics. It demanded flawless formulas, specific materials, and impeccable timing. This was not the dabbling of amateurs. It was a discipline with the potential to unleash forces as devastating as a nuclear reaction. The texts warned that a single misstep could cause the energy to recoil, obliterating the practitioner. The danger was part of the thrill. Satisfied, he returned the blade to its case and turned to the thick vellum on the central table. He had crafted the parchment himself from the skin of a pure, pre-adolescent lamb. Beside it lay a crow-feather quill, a silver saucer, and 3 candles encircling a brass bowl. Inside the bowl, 1 inch of a thick, crimson fluid shimmered in the candlelight. Peter Solomon's blood, the very tincture of eternity. Dipping the quill's tip into the vital substance, Malach placed his left hand flat upon the vellum and began to carefully trace its outline. When he finished, he carefully inscribed the 5 symbols of the ancient mysteries onto the fingertips of the drawing. The crown stood for the sovereign he was destined to be. The star reflected the celestial forces guiding his fate. The sun symbolized the brilliant awakening within his spirit. The lantern represented the dim, flickering grasp of mortal wisdom, and the key that was the final component, the very thing he would claim before the night was through. Malach finished tracing in blood and lifted the vellum, studying his creation in the candlelight. He waited for the blood to dry, then folded the thick parchment 3 times. Chanting a haunting age-old invocation, he touched the vellum to the flame of the 3rd candle and watched it catch fire. He placed the burning sheet onto a silver dish and let it be consumed. As it burned, the animal skin carbonized into a fine, dark powder. Once the flame died, Malach gently tapped the ashes into a brass bowl already holding blood. Stirring the blend with a raven's feather, the liquid deepened to a shade of crimson so dark it was nearly black. Cradling the bowl in both hands, he raised it overhead and offered thanks, reciting the ancient blood Eucharist. Then he poured the darkened mixture into a glass vial, sealed it with a cork, and set it aside. This would be the ink to complete the masterpiece upon his scalp, filling the last stretch of unmarked skin. Washington National Cathedral, the 6th largest cathedral in the world, towers higher than a 30-story building. Adorned with more than 200 stained glass windows, a carillon of 53 bells, and a massive organ of over 10,000 pipes. This Gothic wonder can seat upwards of 3,000. Tonight, however, the vast space stood empty. The cathedral's dean, Reverend Colin Galloway, appeared as though he had witnessed centuries pass. Hunched and frail, dressed in a plain black cassock, he moved forward without a word, navigating the darkness with the certainty of memory. Langdon and Katherine followed quietly along the central aisle of the nave, a subtle curve to the left meant to ease the eye, which stretched nearly 400 feet. Reaching the great crossing, the dean led them past the rood screen, the traditional boundary separating the congregation's space from the sanctuary beyond. The air in the chancel carried the lingering scent of frankincense. Here the light was faint, reflected indirectly off the intricate leafwork of the vaulted ceiling overhead. Flags from all 50 states hung above the choir, where ornately carved reredos depicted scenes from Scripture. Dean Galloway pressed on, his path clearly memorized. For an instant, Langdon assumed they were heading toward the high altar and the 10 sacred stones from Mount Sinai embedded there. But the elderly man turned left instead, feeling his way through a discreet door into an administrative wing. They proceeded down a short corridor to an office marked by a brass plaque, the Reverend Dr. Colin Galloway, Cathedral Dean. Galloway opened the door, flipped on the lights, a habitual courtesy for guests, and ushered them inside before closing the door. The dean's office was compact yet refined, with tall bookshelves, a carved wooden armoire, a desk, and a private bathroom. Tapestries from the 16th century and several religious paintings hung on the walls. With a tired gesture, the old man directed them to the 2 leather chairs facing his desk. Langdon sat beside Katherine, relieved to finally lower his heavy shoulder bag to the floor. Sanctuary and answers, he thought, sinking into the comfortable seat. The aged dean made his way behind the desk and lowered himself slowly into his high-backed chair. Then, with a weary sigh, he lifted his head. His clouded eyes seemed to look right through them, but when he spoke, his voice was clear and surprisingly strong. "I understand we haven't been introduced," the elderly man began, "but I feel as if I already know the 2 of you." He produced a handkerchief and patted his lips. "Professor Langdon, I've read your work, particularly the insightful article on the symbolism of this very cathedral. And Miss Solomon, your brother Peter and I have been brothers within the Masonic fraternity for a great many years." "My brother is in grave danger," Katherine stated.
"So I have heard,"
the old man replied with a weary sigh.
"I intend to offer every assistance within my means."
Langdon noted the absence of a Masonic ring on the dean's finger, though he was aware many within the clergy preferred to keep such affiliations private. As their conversation unfolded, it was evident Dean Galloway had already received a partial account of the evening's chaos from Warren Bellamy's urgent call. As Langdon and Katherine provided the remaining harrowing details, the dean's expression grew increasingly somber. "And this individual who has taken our dear Peter," the dean inquired. "He demands you interpret the pyramid to secure Peter's release, correct?" Langdon confirmed. "He believes it to be a literal guide to the location of the ancient mysteries." The dean turned his milky, sightless eyes toward Langdon. "My intuition suggests you placed little faith in such notions." Langdon wished to avoid a philosophical detour. "My personal beliefs are irrelevant. Our focus must be on aiding Peter. The problem is, our initial deciphering of the pyramid seems to have led us to a dead end." The old man straightened in his chair. "You have already deciphered it." Katherine stepped in, hurriedly recounting how, despite Bellamy's explicit warnings and her brother's own written plea for Langdon to leave the package sealed, she had made the decision to open it. Her primary loyalty, she explained, was to her brother's safety. She described the golden capstone, the magic square by Albrecht Dürer, and how it transformed the 16-symbol Masonic cipher into the phrase Jehovah Sanctus Unus. "That is the entire message?" the dean asked. "One true God?" "Yes," Langdon answered. "It appears the pyramid serves as a philosophical rather than a geographical chart." The dean extended his hands. "Allow me to feel it." Langdon opened his bag, lifted out the heavy stone pyramid, and placed it carefully on the desk before the Reverend. He and Katherine watched as the old man's delicate fingers explored every surface, the intricately carved sides, the polished base, the flattened summit. When his inspection was complete, he reached out again, and the capstone, Langdon took the small stone box, set it on the desk and lifted the lid. He then removed the capstone and placed it into the dean's waiting palms. The man conducted a similar meticulous examination, his fingers tracing every angle, lingering over the finely engraved text, which he seemed to have difficulty discerning. "The secret hides within the order," Langdon said quietly. "Note the capitalization of 'the' and 'order.'" The old man's face remained unreadable as he carefully positioned the capstone atop the pyramid, aligning it perfectly by touch alone. He paused for a brief moment as if in silent contemplation, then reverently passed his hands over the assembled pyramid several times. Next, he located the cube-shaped box, lifting it and probing its interior and exterior with his fingers. Finally, he set the box down and leaned back in his chair. His voice, when he spoke again, held a new and unexpected edge. "Then tell me," he demanded. "Precisely why have you come to me?" The question caught Langdon by surprise. "We came because you instructed us to, sir, and because Mr. Bellamy advised we could trust you." "And yet you chose not to trust him." I beg your pardon. The dean's pale eyes seemed to fix on a point beyond Langdon. The package containing the capstone was sealed. Mr. Bellamy explicitly told you not to open it. Peter Solomon himself, in his own hand, told you not to open it, and yet you did. Sir, Katherine interjected, her voice strained. We were acting to save my brother. We felt we had no other choice. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind then. A sudden, chilling wonder if their desperate actions had inadvertently trespassed upon some sacred trust. The man holding Peter demanded, "We decode this," the dean acknowledged, "and I understand the urgency, but what have you actually accomplished by opening it? Nothing. Peter's captor is hunting for a physical place. He won't accept Jehovah Sanctus Unus as an answer."
I know, Langdon replied, frustration edging his voice. But that appears to be the pyramid's only message. As I said, the map seems symbolic, not literal. You're wrong, Professor, the dean interrupted, his tone leaving no room for debate. The Masonic pyramid is a real map. It points to a real, tangible location. You don't see that because you haven't fully deciphered it, not even remotely.
Langdon and Katherine shared a look of pure disbelief. The old man gently rested his hands on the stone surface, his fingers tracing the symbols as if reading Braille. This map, much like the ancient mysteries it protects, operates on multiple levels. Its ultimate truth remains hidden from your sight. Dean Galloway, Langdon insisted, we've examined every millimeter of this pyramid and the capstone. There's nothing else there, not in its present form, no, but objects. Can evolve, sir?
Professor, the legend of this pyramid speaks of a miraculous transformative power. Stories say it can change its very shape, alter its physical nature to unveil its secrets. Like the stone that yielded King Arthur's Excalibur, this pyramid can transform itself for a worthy seeker and reveal what it guards. Langdon now wondered if the dean's age had finally clouded his judgment. Forgive me, are you suggesting this stone pyramid can literally physically change form?
Professor, if I were to reach out right now and transform this object before your eyes, would you believe what you saw? Langdon was at a loss. I suppose I'd have to. Then prepare yourself. That is precisely what I intend to do. He dabbed his lips with a cloth. Consider that there was a time when the wisest men believed the earth was flat. They argued that if it were round, the oceans would simply pour off into the void.
Imagine how they would have laughed at you if you declared, not only is our world a sphere, but an invisible, mystical force holds everything to its surface. That's different, Langdon countered. Gravity is a proven natural force. It's not the same as claiming you can reshape solid stone with a touch, is it? Or are we still, in many ways, living in our own arrogant dark ages, scoffing at any mystical force we cannot immediately measure or dissect? The dean's voice grew sharper, almost sarcastic. History's greatest lesson is that the outlandish ideas we ridicule today become the foundational truths we celebrate tomorrow. I tell you, I can transform this pyramid with a finger, and you doubt my sanity. An historian should know better. The chronicles are stuffed with brilliant minds, from philosophers to physicists, who have all insisted humanity possesses dormant, mystical capacities. We just refuse to see them. Langdon had to concede the point. The Hermetic maxim, "Know ye not that ye are gods?" was a cornerstone of the ancient mysteries. As above, so below, man made in a divine image, apotheosis. This persistent theme of humanity's latent divinity echoed through countless ancient traditions. Even the Bible declared in Psalms, "Ye are gods." Professor, the old man continued, his tone shifting back to a patient, knowing calm, I recognize you, like so many scholars, are straddling two realms. Your spirit feels the pull, but your intellect slams on the brakes. As an academic, you would do well to heed history's giants. He paused, collecting his thoughts. If memory serves, one of the greatest intellects of all time once said, "The most beautiful thing we can experience is the mysterious. It is the source of all true art and science." He, to whom this emotion is a stranger, who can no longer pause to wonder and stand wrapped in awe, is as good as dead. The impenetrable truly exists. Behind nature's secrets lies something subtle, intangible, and beyond explanation. Veneration for this force beyond anything we can comprehend is my religion, the voice had declared. Was that Gandhi? Langdon asked, searching his memory. Katherine shook her head. Albert Einstein. She had studied Einstein's writings extensively. always moved by his deep reverence for the mystical and his forecast that humanity would one day share this perspective. The religion of the future, he believed, would be a cosmic one. It would move beyond a personal deity and steer clear of rigid dogma. Robert Langdon seemed to be wrestling with the concept. Katherine could feel his growing irritation with the elderly Episcopal priest, and she sympathized. They had come all this way seeking clarity, only to find a blind man who spoke of transforming matter with a mere touch. Yet, the old man's fervent belief in unseen forces echoed her brother Peter's own passion. "Father Galloway," Katherine said, her voice firm, "my brother is in grave danger. We are being pursued, and Warren Bellamy directed us to you for assistance. I don't know what secrets this pyramid holds or where it leads, but if understanding it can save Peter, then we must. Bellamy might have been willing to sacrifice Peter to protect this artifact, but my family has suffered enough because of it. Whatever mystery it contains, it ends here tonight."
"You're right," the old priest replied, his voice grave. "It will all conclude tonight. You have ensured that." He let out a weary breath. "Miss Solomon, the moment you opened that sealed container, you initiated a chain of events with no possibility of return."
"There are powers in motion tonight that you cannot yet perceive. There is no going back now." Katherine stared at the Reverend, stunned. His tone carried an apocalyptic weight, as if he were speaking of ancient curses or forbidden knowledge. "With all due respect, Father," Langdon cut in, "I fail to see how a simple stone pyramid could set anything of consequence into motion." "Naturally you fail to see, Professor," the old man said, his sightless eyes seeming to look right through him. "You do not yet possess the vision required." In the humid embrace of the jungle, the architect of the Capitol felt a trickle of sweat trace its way down his spine. His wrists throbbed from the handcuffs, but his focus was entirely consumed by the ominous titanium briefcase Sato had opened on the bench between them. The contents of this case, Sato had informed him, would make him see reason. She had opened it away from his view, and his mind had conjured terrifying possibilities. Now her hands moved inside the case, and a soft electronic glow began to emanate from within, casting strange shadows on her determined face. The light shifted in color, and after a moment she grasped the case and turned it toward him. Bellamy found himself peering at what looked like an advanced, secure laptop unit, complete with a handset, dual antennas, and a complex keyboard. His initial wave of relief was short-lived, replaced by deepening confusion. The screen displayed the CIA insignia alongside a login prompt. Secure login. User, Inoue Sato, a security clearance, level 5. Beneath this, a progress icon spun with the message. "One moment please, decrypting file." Bellamy's eyes darted back to Sato, who held his gaze without flinching. "I did not wish to resort to this," she stated flatly. "You gave me no alternative." The screen flickered, and the decrypted file expanded to fill the display. Bellamy stared, his mind struggling to process the information before him. As comprehension slowly dawned, a cold dread washed over him, draining the color from his face. He was frozen, unable to tear his eyes away from the impossible truth laid bare on the screen. "This can't be," he whispered, his voice hoarse with disbelief. "How is this even possible?" Sato's expression hardened. "You explain it, Mr. Bellamy. You tell me what this means." As the architect of the Capitol truly grasped the implications unfolding before him, his entire reality seemed to tilt toward catastrophe. A sickening dread washed over him. "My God, I have committed a monumental error." Chapter 84. Dean Galloway felt a vibrant, electric vitality coursing through him. He understood, as all mortals must, that a day would arrive to shed his earthly form, but that night was not it. His physical heart drummed a fierce, steady rhythm, and his thoughts were crystalline. There is a purpose to fulfill. His aged, aching fingers traced the cool, seamless planes of the pyramid, and he could hardly process the sensation. To live to see this moment, I never dared to hope. For centuries, the fragments of the symbolic map had been deliberately kept separate. Now, at last, they were joined. Galloway pondered whether this was the prophesied hour. It struck him as significant, almost poetic, that fate had chosen two outsiders, non-Masons, to piece the pyramid together. Perhaps it was meant to be this way. The ancient mysteries are emerging from the secret chambers, stepping out of shadow into illumination. Turning toward the sound of Langdon's breathing, the dean asked, "Professor, did Peter share why he entrusted the package to your care?" "He told me influential individuals were trying to take it from him," Langdon answered. Galloway gave a slow nod. "Yes, Peter confided the same to me." "He did?" Katherine's voice came sharply from his left. "You and my brother discussed the pyramid." "Naturally," Galloway replied. "Your brother and I have spoken of many things. I once served as worshipful master at the House of the Temple, and he has occasionally sought my counsel. About a year ago, he came to me deeply unsettled. He sat right where you are now and asked whether I believed in premonitions, not visions, but a kind of visceral foreboding." "Premonitions?" Katherine's tone was uneasy. "Like a physical you can't. More an instinct," Galloway clarified. "Peter described a gathering darkness in his life. He felt something observing him, waiting, intending to cause him grave harm." "He was clearly right," Katherine said, a bitter edge entering her voice. "The man who murdered our mother and Peter's own son made his way to Washington and became a Masonic brother beside him." "True," Langdon interjected. "But that doesn't clarify the CIA's interest. Galloway wasn't convinced it needed to. Those in power perpetually seek greater power." "But the Central Intelligence Agency," Langdon pressed, "involved with mystical secrets? It doesn't track." "Actually, it does," Katherine countered. "The CIA has always pursued technological edges and experimented with the paranormal. ESP, remote viewing, sensory isolation, chemically altered states of consciousness. It's all connected, exploring the untapped capacities of the human mind. If I've learned anything from Peter, it's that science and mysticism are siblings. They share the same destination, they just take different roads." "Peter mentioned," Galloway said, "that your own research touches on a kind of modern mystical science?" "Noetics," Katherine confirmed, "and it's demonstrating that human beings possess capabilities we've barely begun to understand." She gestured toward a stained glass window depicting the luminous Jesus with radiant energy flowing from his hands and head. "In fact, I recently used a supercooled imaging device to photograph a faith healer's hands during a session. The images showed streams of energy emanating from his fingertips, almost identical to the light in that window." The disciplined mind, Galloway thought, concealing a knowing smile. "How else did you think miracles were performed?" "I'm aware," Katherine continued, "that modern medicine dismisses healers and shamans, but I witnessed this myself. My equipment captured this man emitting a powerful energy field from his hands and literally altering the cellular structure of the person he was treating. If that's not divine power, then I don't know what is." Dean Galloway allowed a smile to touch his lips. Katherine possessed the same blazing intensity as her brother. Peter once likened noetic scientists to those early explorers who were ridiculed for daring to believe the world was round. In what seemed like a blink, those so-called fools became celebrated heroes, unveiling new continents and stretching the very limits of human understanding. Peter believes you are on a similar path. He has immense faith in your research. Remember, every seismic shift in human thought begins with one courageous spark. Galloway understood, naturally, that you didn't need a laboratory to see evidence of this radical notion, this vision of humanity's dormant capacity. Right here in this cathedral, healing prayer circles for the infirm had time and again yielded results that defied medical explanation, documented cases of profound physical renewal. The real mystery wasn't whether a higher power had endowed us with extraordinary abilities, but how we might finally unlock them. The elderly dean cradled the sides of the Masonic pyramid with reverence, his voice dropping to a whisper. "My friends, I cannot tell you the precise destination this artifact reveals. But I am certain of this. A monumental spiritual treasure lies hidden out there. A treasure that has slumbered in shadow for centuries. I believe it to be a catalyst, something with the raw potential to reshape our entire world." His finger then brushed the golden apex of the capstone. "And now that this pyramid is whole, the moment is nearly upon us. Frankly, why should we be surprised? The prophecy of a great transformative awakening has been whispered since the dawn of time."
"Father," Langdon interjected, his voice edged with skepticism, "we're all aware of the revelation of St. John and its apocalyptic imagery, but relying on biblical prophecy seems—" "Oh, good grief, the book of Revelation is a labyrinth," the dean exclaimed. "No one can make heads or tails of it. I'm referring to lucid thinkers writing in plain language. The visions of St. Augustine, Sir Francis Bacon, Newton, Einstein, the roster is long. Each foresaw a pivotal moment of enlightenment.
Even Jesus himself declared, "There is nothing concealed that will not be disclosed, or hidden that will not be made known." Sounds like a fairly safe bet, Langdon countered. Knowledge expands exponentially. The more we learn, the greater our tools for learning become, accelerating our entire base of understanding. Exactly, Katherine affirmed. We observe this constantly in scientific fields. Every technological breakthrough becomes a new instrument for creating the next one. It's a snowball effect. That's precisely why science has leapt forward more in the past 5 years than in the 5 millennia before it. Exponential growth on a graph. As time marches on, that curve of progress turns nearly vertical and breakthroughs happen at a dizzying speed. A quiet settled over the dean's study. Galloway could perceive that his two visitors remained utterly baffled about how this pyramid could possibly unveil anything more to them. This is precisely why destiny steered you to my door, he reflected. I have a part to play. For decades, Reverend Colin Galloway and his Masonic brethren had served as guardians. Now everything was shifting. I'm no longer a gatekeeper. I am a guide, Professor Langdon Galloway said, extending his hand across the desk. Take my hand if you would. Robert Langdon hesitated, eyeing the dean's outstretched palm. Are we about to pray? Out of courtesy, he reached out and placed his right hand into the old man's frail grasp. Galloway held it firmly but did not begin a prayer. Instead, he located Langdon's index finger and guided it down into the stone box that had once held the golden capstone. Your eyes have deceived you, the dean stated. If you perceive the world through your fingertips, as I must, you would recognize this container still has a lesson to impart. Obediently, Langdon traced his fingertip along the interior of the box, yet he felt only unbroken smoothness.
Keep searching, Galloway urged. Finally, Langdon's fingertip brushed against something, a tiny raised circle, a minuscule dot at the very bottom of the stone box. He pulled his hand back and peered inside. The little mark was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. What could that be? Do you recognize that symbol? Galloway asked. Symbol? Langdon replied.
I can hardly make anything out. Press down on it.
Langdon followed the instruction, pressing his fingertip firmly against the spot. What does he expect to happen? Keep the pressure steady, the dean instructed. Hold it there. Langdon glanced toward Katherine, who looked just as confused, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. After a few moments, the old dean gave a slow nod. All right, you can lift your hand now. The alchemy is complete. Alchemy. Robert Langdon withdrew his hand and sat in silence, completely bewildered. As far as he could tell, nothing about the box had changed. It simply sat there on the desk, inert.
I don't see anything different,
Langdon said.
Look at your fingertip,
Galloway replied. You should notice a transformation. Langdon examined his finger. The only change he could detect was a faint indentation left by the small circular bump, a tiny circle with a dot at its center. Now, do you recognize the symbol? The dean pressed. Although Langdon knew the symbol well, he was more struck by the dean's ability to perceive such fine detail through touch alone. Seeing with one's fingertips was clearly a cultivated skill. It's alchemical, Katherine said, leaning in to study Langdon's finger. That's the ancient symbol for gold. Exactly. The dean smiled and gave the box a gentle pat. Professor, congratulations. You've just accomplished what alchemists throughout history have dreamed of. From a base material, you've produced gold. Langdon frowned, unimpressed. The little parlor trick didn't seem to advance their search at all. An interesting demonstration, sir, but this symbol, a circle with a dot in the middle, carries dozens of meanings. It's known as a circumpunct, and it's one of the most widely used symbols across cultures and eras. What are you referring to? Galloway asked, skepticism in his tone. Langdon was surprised a Mason wouldn't be more familiar with the symbol's spiritual significance. Sir, the circumpunct has countless interpretations. In ancient Egypt, it represented Ra, the sun god, and modern astronomy still uses it as the solar symbol. In Eastern philosophy, it signifies the third eye, spiritual insight, and divine illumination. Kabbalists see it as the Kether, the highest Sephiroth, the most hidden of all hidden things. Early mystics called it the Eye of God, and it's the origin of the all-seeing eye on the Great Seal. The Pythagoreans regarded it as the monad, the divine truth, the prisca sapientia, the unity of mind and soul, and enough. Dean Galloway was chuckling now. Professor, thank you. You are absolutely correct. Langdon suddenly understood he'd been led through a lesson. The dean had known all along.
The circumpunct, Galloway continued, still smiling to himself, is essentially the symbol of the ancient mysteries. For that reason, I'd suggest its presence here is no accident. Legend says the secrets of this map are concealed in the smallest of details. Okay, Katherine said, but even if this symbol was intentionally placed there, how does that help us decipher the map? Earlier you mentioned the wax seal you broke was embossed with Peter's ring? That's right.
And you said you have that ring with you?
I do. Langdon reached into his pocket, retrieved the ring from its plastic bag, and set it on the desk before the dean. Galloway picked it up and began tracing its surfaces with his fingers. This unique ring was crafted at the same time as the Masonic pyramid. Traditionally, it is worn by the Mason entrusted with protecting the pyramid. Tonight, as my fingers found the small, indented circle on the base of the stone cube, it struck me that the ring itself was a crucial piece of the puzzle. Really? Katherine asked, her voice tinged with doubt. I'm sure of it, I replied. Peter wore this ring for decades. I'd recognize its weight and texture anywhere. I passed the ring to Robert Langdon. Feel it for yourself. Langdon accepted the ring, his fingertips exploring the intricate details. The twin-headed phoenix, the numeral 33, the Latin phrase Ordo ab Cheo, and the inscription promising revelation at the 33rd degree. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but as he traced the outer band, his hand froze. With a look of surprise, he flipped the ring over to inspect the very bottom edge. Did you feel it? Galloway inquired. I believe I have, Langdon confirmed, a note of excitement in his voice. Katherine leaned in from her chair. What is it? It's the degree symbol on the band, he explained, showing her. It's almost invisible, but you can feel a perfect little circle etched into the metal. The mark was positioned at the lowest point of the band, and it did appear to match the size of the tiny raised dot inside the cube. Could they be the same? Katherine pressed closer, her curiosity now fully ignited. Only one way to know for sure. Carefully, Langdon guided the ring down into the box, aligning the two circles. He applied a gentle pressure, and the raised nub on the cube slid neatly into the ring's indentation, with a soft, definitive click. Everyone flinched at the sound. Langdon paused, waiting for something more, but the room remained still. What was that? The priest exclaimed. Just the ring locking into place, Katherine answered, a hint of disappointment in her tone. Nothing else is happening.
No grand unveiling.
Galloway sounded genuinely perplexed. But we're not finished, Langdon realized, his eyes fixed on the ring's emblem, the phoenix and the number 33. All is revealed at the 33rd degree. His mind raced through connections to Pythagoras, sacred geometry, and the meaning of angles. Could degrees refer to a rotation? His pulse quickened. Slowly, he reached down and took hold of the ring, now secured to the cube's base. Then, with deliberate care, he began to turn it to the right. All is revealed at the 33rd degree. He rotated it 10 degrees, 20, 30. What occurred next was something Langdon could never have predicted. Chapter 85. Metamorphosis. Dean Galloway heard the distinct cascading sound and therefore didn't need to witness it. Across the desk, Langdon and Katherine were utterly silent, undoubtedly staring in stunned disbelief at the stone cube, which had just audibly reconfigured itself before them. Galloway allowed himself a small, knowing smile. He had expected this outcome, and while he still had no clue how this new form would aid them in deciphering the pyramid's secret, he relished this rare opportunity to impart a lesson about symbols to a Harvard expert.
Professor,
the dean began, very few understand that Freemasons hold the cube, or the ashlar, in our tradition, in such high esteem because it is a three-dimensional representation of a far older two-dimensional symbol. He didn't need to ask if Langdon recognized the ancient symbol now displayed on the desk. It was among the world's most iconic images. Robert Langdon's thoughts spun as he gazed at the transformed object. I never imagined, moments earlier, he had turned the Masonic ring. Upon reaching 33 degrees of rotation, the cube had instantly come apart. The square panels composing its sides disengaged from hidden hinges, collapsing outward all at once and landing with a sharp clap on the wooden surface. The cube has become a cross, he thought, a symbolic transmutation. Katherine stared at the flattened shape, her expression one of pure confusion. Does this mean the Masonic pyramid is connected to Christianity? For a fleeting second, Langdon had wondered the exact same thing, a sudden, unexpected doubt clouding his earlier assumptions. The simplicity of the shape felt almost sarcastic, a quiet joke played by history on those who overcomplicate its messages. Of course, the Christian cross was a revered emblem among Masons, and many members were indeed devout Christians. Yet the Brotherhood also embraced Jews, Muslims, Buddhists, Hindus, and those who worshipped a deity without a specific name. A symbol that spoke only to one faith tradition felt oddly limiting. Then, the deeper significance of the image struck him. "That's no ordinary crucifix," Langdon announced, rising to his feet. "What you're looking at is a fusion, two ancient symbols combined into a single, more profound icon." Katherine watched him move across the room. "What do you mean?" "The cross," Langdon explained, "wasn't adopted by Christianity until centuries after its founding. Long before that, Egyptian traditions used it to depict a sacred intersection where the earthly and the divine planes meet, as above, so below. It visualized that precise point where humanity and the infinite could unite."
"I see. And the circumpunct," he continued, "as we know, carries layers of meaning. One of its most hidden interpretations is the rose, the alchemist's mark for ultimate perfection."
But when you set a rose at the very heart of a cross, you generate an entirely new symbol, the rose cross. Dean Galloway leaned back in his chair, a broad smile spreading across his face. "Well, now you're on the right track." Katherine stood as well, her expression one of focused curiosity. "I'm not following. The rose cross," Langdon said, "is a familiar sight in Masonic iconography."
In fact, one of the Scottish Rite degrees is named the Knights of the Rose Cross, paying homage to the early Rosicrucians who deeply influenced Masonic mystical thought. Peter likely mentioned them to you. Countless pioneering scientists belong to that order, thinkers like John Dee, Elias Ashmole, and Robert Flood. "Without a doubt," Katherine replied. "I've studied every Rosicrucian manifesto in my work, as every true scientist should," Langdon reflected. The Order of the Rose Cross, formerly known as the ancient and mystical order Rosae Crucis, possessed a shadowy history that had profoundly shaped scientific inquiry, its narrative strangely echoing the old legends of the ancient mysteries, a lineage of enlightened sages guarding secret wisdom passed down through the ages and accessible only to the most brilliant minds. The roster of historical Rosicrucians read like a who's who of the European Enlightenment, featuring figures such as Paracelsus, Bacon, Descartes, Newton, and Leibniz. Their doctrine claimed to be founded on esoteric truths of the ancient past, truths that must remain hidden from the ordinary man, and which offered profound access to the spiritual dimensions. Over time, the Brotherhood's emblem evolved into an elaborate flowering rose upon a decorated cross, but its origin was far simpler. A dotted circle centered on a plain cross, the most elemental form of the rose meeting the most basic form of the cross. "Peter and I have spent many hours discussing Rosicrucian philosophy," Galloway said to Katherine, as the dean began detailing the intertwined histories of Freemasonry and Rosicrucianism. Langdon felt his mind pulled back to the persistent riddle that had haunted him all evening. Jova Sanctus Unus, he knew this phrase was connected to alchemy, but the precise link Peter had mentioned remained frustratingly out of reach. For some reason, the discussion of Rosicrucians had sparked a fresh ember of recognition. "Think, Robert," the supposed founder of the Rosicrucians, Galloway was saying, was a German mystic who called himself Christian Rosenkreuz, clearly a pseudonym. Some historians argue it was actually Francis Bacon who founded the group, though definitive proof has never. "A pseudonym," Langdon exclaimed, the sudden insight startling even him. "That's it, Jeva Sanctus Unus, it's a pseudonym." "What are you talking about?" Katherine asked, her eyes wide. Langdon's heart began to race. "All night I've been trying to recall what Peter said about Jova Sanctus Unus and its alchemical connection. It just came to me. It's less about alchemy itself, and more about one specific, legendary alchemist." Galloway gave a low, appreciative chuckle. "Took you long enough, Professor. I said his name twice, and even mentioned the term pseudonym." Langdon fixed his gaze on the elderly dean. "You were aware?"
"I had my doubts when you described the engraving as Jehova Sanctus Unus, deciphered through Durer's alchemical square. Galloway admitted, but the discovery of the Rose Cross confirmed it. As you might recall, this particular scientist's private notes contained extensively marked copies of the Rosicrucian manifestos. Who is it? Katherine pressed. One of history's most celebrated minds, Langdon answered.
He was an alchemist, a fellow of the Royal Society in London, a Rosicrucian, and he chose to sign his most confidential scientific works with a pen name, Jehovah Sanctus Unus, one true God, Katherine remarked. Quite the humble fellow? A visionary, to be precise, Galloway interjected. He adopted that signature because in the tradition of the ancient adepts, he perceived the divine within. Moreover, the 16 letters in Jehovah Sanctus Unus can be reorganized to form his Latin name, creating an ideal alias. Katherine appeared confused. That phrase is an anagram of a famous alchemist name in Latin. Langdon reached for a notepad and pen on the dean's desk, scribbling as he spoke. Latin often substitutes J for I and V for U, which means Jehovah Sanctus Unus can be entirely rearranged to spell this individual's identity. He wrote out 16 characters, Isaacus Newtonuus. Passing the note to Katherine, he added, I suspect you're familiar with him. Isaac Newton? Katherine exclaimed, studying the paper. So that's what the pyramid's engraving was pointing us toward. For an instant, Langdon was transported back to Westminster Abbey, standing before Newton's pyramidal monument, where a comparable revelation had struck him. And now, tonight, the legendary thinker re-emerged. This was no accident. The pyramids, the enigmas, the science, the concealed wisdom, it was all connected. Newton's name had perpetually served as a beacon for those pursuing hidden truths. Isaac Newton, Galloway stated, must be linked to deciphering the pyramid's meaning. I cannot fathom how but. Brilliance, Katherine cried, her eyes widening with sudden insight. That's the key to transforming the pyramid. You see it? Langdon asked. Absolutely, she said. It's astonishing, we missed it. The answer was right before us, a fundamental alchemical procedure. I can alter this pyramid using elementary scientific principles, Newtonian physics. Langdon struggled to grasp her meaning. Dean Galloway, Katherine began, if you examine the ring, it indicates quiet. The old dean abruptly raised a finger, signaling for silence. He tilted his head slightly, as if listening intently to a distant sound. Moments later, he stood up swiftly. My friends, this pyramid clearly holds more secrets. I do not know what Miss Solomon has realized, but if she understands your next move, then my part is done. Gather your belongings and speak no further. Leave me in ignorance for now. Should our uninvited guests attempt to coerce me, I would rather have no knowledge to divulge. Guests? Katherine asked, listening. I don't hear anything. You will shortly, Galloway said, moving toward the door. Make haste. Elsewhere in the city, a cell tower tried to reach a phone shattered on Massachusetts Avenue. When no connection was found, the call was forwarded to voicemail. Robert, came the frantic voice of Warren Bellamy. Where are you? Call me back immediately. A catastrophe is unfolding. In the cool azure light of his basement, Malak stood over the stone table, continuing his meticulous preparations. As he labored, a sharp pang of hunger echoed from his stomach. He ignored it completely. His era of yielding to physical desires was over. True transformation demands profound sacrifice. Following the example of many historically enlightened figures, Malak had dedicated himself to this path by performing the ultimate fleshly offering. The act of castration, he reflected with a detached irony, had proven far less agonizing than the endless, mundane cravings he had left behind. He had also discovered it was far more common than most people imagined. Each year, thousands of men chose to undergo surgical orchiectomy, often termed gelding, for reasons spanning gender transition, managing compulsive sexual behaviors, or profound spiritual conviction. For Malach, the motivation was transcendent. Like the ancient devotee Attis who castrated himself in myth, Malach understood that true immortality demanded a severance from the physical duality of male and female. The androgyne represents unity. Modern society might scorn eunuchs, but the ancients recognized the potent power of such a transformational sacrifice. Even early Christians recalled Christ's own words in the Gospel of Matthew. There are eunuchs who have made themselves eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. He who can accept this, let him accept it. Peter Solomon had already offered a sacrifice of flesh, though a mere hand seemed a modest price, given what was to come. Before this night ended, Solomon would surrender far more. To create, one must first destroy. This was the essential law of polarity, and Peter Solomon fully deserved the destiny awaiting him. It was a fitting conclusion. Long ago, Solomon had set Malachus' mortal journey on its course. Now he would serve as the crucial instrument in Malachus' ultimate metamorphosis. This man had earned every ounce of the suffering about to be inflicted upon him. The public saw a philanthropist and scholar, but Malach knew the truth. Peter Solomon had sacrificed his own son. Years earlier, he had presented his son, Zachary, with an impossible ultimatum. Vast wealth or hard-won wisdom. Zachary chose foolishly. That decision set off a chain of events that spiraled into a living nightmare, culminating in a squalid Turkish prison called Soganlik. The world knew Zachary Solomon died there, but they never learned that Peter could have saved him. I was there. Malach reflected, a cold smirk touching his lips. I heard every word. That night of callous calculation had ended Zachary's life, but it gave birth to Malach. Some must die so that others can truly live. As the light above him shifted hue once more, Malach sensed the approach of the appointed hour. He finished his final preparations and ascended the ramp. The time had come to deal with mortal affairs.
Chapter 87. Everything becomes clear at the 33rd degree. Katherine realized as she sprinted. I finally understand how to transform the pyramid. The solution had been staring at them the entire evening. Now she and Langdon were alone, racing through the cathedral annex, following signs pointing toward the garth. Just as Dean Galloway had said, they emerged abruptly into a vast walled courtyard.
The cathedral garth formed a secluded pentagonal garden, its center dominated by a sleek, bronze postmodern fountain. At first, Katherine thought the roaring in her ears was the rush of water. Then she recognized the rhythmic thrumming above. "Helicopter!" she yelled, as a blinding spear of light split the sky. "Under the archway now!" A brilliant searchlight swept across the garth, just as she and Langdon reached the far side, ducking beneath a Gothic arch into a narrow passage that led toward the outer lawn. They pressed together in the shadows of the tunnel while the helicopter circled overhead, painting the cathedral towers with its beam. Galloway was right about hearing company. Katherine whispered, a grudging respect in her voice. Poor eyesight really does sharpen the ears. Her own pulse thundered in time with the rotor beats.
"This way,"
Langdon urged, tightening his grip on the daybag as they moved through the passage. The dean had given them one key and precise instructions, but when they reached the tunnel's end, an open stretch of illuminated lawn lay between them and their goal, fully exposed by the hovering aircraft.
"We can't cross that,"
Katherine said, her mind racing.
"Wait a moment."
Langdon gestured toward a dark shape forming on the grass to their left. It started as a vague smudge, but it swiftly grew, racing toward them, sharpening into a vast black silhouette topped by two impossibly tall spires. "The searchlight is being blocked by the cathedral's front," Langdon explained, his voice urgent. "They're setting down right ahead of us." He seized Katherine's hand. "We have to move now." Within the cathedral, Dean Galloway moved with a renewed energy he hadn't felt in decades. He proceeded through the great crossing and down the nave toward the narthex and the main doors. The sound of the helicopter, hovering just outside, was unmistakable. And in his mind's eye, he pictured its light piercing the grand rose window, flooding the sanctuary with a cascade of brilliant hues. He remembered the vivid colors of his youth. It was a strange irony that the perpetual darkness which now enveloped him had in fact brought so much into focus. "My vision is clearer now than it has ever been." Called to serve God from a young age, Galloway had loved the church with a profound and unwavering devotion. Yet, like many of his earnest colleagues, a deep weariness had settled in his bones. He had spent a lifetime trying to make his voice heard above a relentless chorus of ignorance. But what did I truly expect? From the bloody crusades and the horrors of the Inquisition to the modern battleground of American politics. The name of Jesus had been co-opted, twisted into a weapon for countless struggles for power. Since the dawn of history, it was always the loudest, most ignorant voices that drew the crowds, manipulating the uncertain masses to serve their own ends. They would justify their basest desires by quoting scripture they scarcely comprehended, and they would wear their intolerance as a badge of honor, a perverse proof of their faith. After all these centuries, humanity had nearly succeeded in stripping away every trace of the beautiful, transformative message once embodied by Jesus. But tonight, The symbol of the Rose Cross had reignited a flame of hope within him, bringing to mind the powerful prophecies of the Rosicrucian manifestos, texts he had pored over countless times and could still recite from memory. The first manifesto, Jehovah shall redeem humanity by unveiling secrets once reserved only for the chosen few. The fourth, the entire world will become as a single book, where all contradictions between science and faith are finally resolved. The seventh, before the world's end, God will send a great flood of spiritual light to relieve human suffering. The eighth, before this revelation can occur, the world must first sleep off the intoxication from her poisoned cup, filled with the false life of the theological vine. Galloway knew the church had lost its way long ago, and he had devoted his life to steering it back. Now he felt certain that pivotal moment was nearly upon them. After all, the night is always darkest just before the dawn. Perched on the helicopter's landing strut, CIA field agent Turner Simpkins jumped onto the frost-covered lawn the moment the Sikorsky touched down. His team followed, and he immediately signaled the pilot to lift off again to maintain surveillance over every possible exit. No one is leaving this building. As the chopper ascended back into the night, Simpkins and his men sprinted up the steps to the cathedral's grand entrance. He was just deciding which of the several massive doors to approach when one of them swung inward. "Can I help you?" A tranquil voice inquired from the shadows. Simpkins squinted, barely discerning the stooped outline of a figure in priestly robes. "Are you Dean Colin Galloway?" "I am," the old man answered. He took a step forward, his sightless eyes looking past Simpkins with an unsettling vacancy. "I'm searching for Robert Langdon. Have you seen him?" The dean offered a faint, knowing smile. Now, that would be a genuine miracle, wouldn't it? Chapter 88. Time was slipping away. Security analyst Nola Kay was wired with tension, and the third strong coffee she was drinking seemed to send electric jitters through her entire system. There was still no word from Sato when her phone finally rang. She snatched it up instantly. "Office of Security," she answered. Nola answered the phone. "This is Nola." "It's Rick Parrish from System Security." Her shoulders sank. "Not Sato."
"Hi, Rick. What's going on?"
"I'm calling because our department might have some data that connects to your current project." Nola put her coffee cup down. How could he possibly know what she was working on?
"I'm sorry, what project?" "My apologies. It's this new CI software we're testing," Parrish explained. "It keeps tagging your terminal."
She remembered then. The agency was trialing a collaborative integration system designed to send instant notifications across different divisions whenever they happened to be examining linked information. In a world of urgent terrorist plots, preventing catastrophe could sometimes hinge on a simple alert that the person in the next office was reviewing the exact intel you needed. Personally, Nola found the CI software more annoying than useful, a constant interruption tool in her view.
"Right, that thing?"
Nola said.
"What did you find?"
She was certain no one else in the building was aware of tonight's emergency, let alone working on it. All she had done tonight was historical digging for Sato on obscure Masonic subjects. Still, she had to follow protocol. "It's probably nothing major," Parrish went on, "but we intercepted a hacker tonight, and the CI program insists I share the details with you." "A hacker?" Nola took a slow drink of coffee. "Go ahead."
"About an hour ago,"
Parrish said. "We caught a guy named Zubianis attempting to pull a file from one of our internal servers. He says it was a freelance job and that he has no clue why he was paid to access that specific file, or even that it was on a CIA system.
"All right."
We've interrogated him, and he's clean. But here's the odd part. The same file he targeted was flagged earlier tonight by an internal search. It appears someone slipped into our network, ran a very specific keyword query, and triggered a security alert. The keywords they used are bizarre, and one in particular was flagged by the CI as a high-priority match, a term that shows up in both our data streams. He hesitated. "Are you familiar with the word?" Symbolon Nola shot up from her chair, coffee sloshing across her desk. "The other search terms are just as unusual," Parrish added. "Pyramid, portal." "Get to my office now," Nola ordered, scrambling to wipe the spill. "And bring every piece of data you have. These terms actually mean something to you. Immediately. Chapter 89. Cathedral College is a stately castle-like building situated next to the National Cathedral. Originally conceived as the College of Preachers by Washington's first Episcopal bishop, It was founded to offer continuing education for clergy after their ordination. These days, the college hosts a diverse range of programs on theology, global justice, healing, and spiritual practice. Langdon and Katherine had sprinted across the grounds and used Galloway's key to get inside just as the helicopter swung back over the cathedral, its powerful beams transforming the darkness into midday brightness. Now, catching their breath in the entryway, they scanned their surroundings. Enough light came through the windows, and Langdon saw no need to switch on the lamps and risk revealing their position to the chopper above. As they hurried down the main corridor, they passed a number of conference rooms, classrooms, and lounge areas. The interior reminded Langdon of the neo-Gothic structures at Yale University, stunning on the exterior, yet unexpectedly functional inside, their historic beauty adapted to withstand constant use.
This way,
Katherine said, pointing toward the far end of the hall. A sudden sharp noise from an upper floor made them both freeze, a reminder that their sanctuary might not be as secure as they hoped. Katherine had not yet explained to Langdon the full implications of her recent insight about the pyramid. But the mention of Isaac Newton had clearly ignited her thoughts. As they crossed the grounds, she had only mentioned that the pyramid could be altered using fundamental scientific principles. She was confident that everything required for this transformation could be located within this very building. Langdon was uncertain what exactly she needed or how one could possibly modify a solid granite and gold object. But having just seen a cube reshape itself into a Rosicrucian cross, he was prepared to trust the process. They arrived at the corridor's end, and Katherine's expression darkened, not finding what she sought. "You mentioned this place has sleeping quarters for conferences?"
"Yes, for extended stays."
"Then there has to be a kitchen around here somewhere, correct? Are you getting hungry?" She gave him a look. "No, I need a laboratory, naturally." Langdon noticed a stairwell heading down, marked by a universally recognized symbol. The basement kitchen was utilitarian, all stainless steel and oversized containers, clearly built to feed crowds. It was windowless. Katherine shut the door and hit the lights, the ventilation system humming to life. She began searching through the cabinets for her supplies. "Robert," she instructed, "please place the pyramid on the central counter." Feeling like an amateur cook receiving orders from a master chef, Langdon complied, taking the pyramid from his bag and setting the golden capstone upon it. By the time he finished, Katherine was filling a massive pot with steaming hot water from the tap. "Could you lift this onto the stove for me?" Langdon maneuvered the heavy sloshing pot onto the burner as Katherine ignited the gas and turned the flame to high. "Planning a seafood boil?" he asked with a faint smile. "Not exactly. We're conducting an alchemical experiment. And for clarity, this is designed for pasta, not lobster." She pointed to the perforated insert she had removed from the pot, now resting near the pyramid on the counter. "My mistake. And boiling water is going to help us decode the pyramid." Katherine ignored the quip, her demeanor turning focused. "You're aware, I'm sure, of the historical and symbolic significance behind the Masons choosing 33 as their highest degree."
"Absolutely,"
Langdon said. Centuries before the Common Era, in the time of Pythagoras, numerology revered 33 as the supreme master number. It represented divine truth, a sacred concept that persisted within Masonic tradition and beyond. It was hardly accidental that Christian teachings held Jesus was crucified at 33, despite scant historical support, or that Joseph was said to be 33 when he wed Mary, or that Jesus performed 33 miracles, or that God's name appeared 33 times in Genesis, or that, in Islamic tradition, the inhabitants of paradise remain eternally 33 years old. 33, Katherine affirmed, is a revered numeral across numerous mystical systems. Right. Langdon still couldn't connect this to a pot of water, so it shouldn't surprise you that an early alchemist and mystic like Isaac Newton also held the number 33 in particular esteem. "No doubt," Langdon replied. "Newton was deeply immersed in numerology, prophecy, and astrology, but what does? All is revealed at the 33rd degree." Langdon took Peter's ring from his pocket and read the engraving. He looked back at the simmering pot. "I'm afraid I'm not following. Robert, earlier tonight, we all assumed 33rd degree referred to the Masonic rank. Yet when we rotated the ring 33 degrees, the cube changed and revealed the cross. In that moment, we understood the word degree was being used in another context." "Yes, degrees of arc, precisely. But temperature is the third meaning of degree," she continued. Langdon looked at the pot simmering on the stove. Heat, exactly, Katherine said, her eyes bright. It's been staring us in the face this whole time. All is revealed at the 33rd degree. If we heat this pyramid to exactly 33 degrees, it might show us what we need to see. While Langdon respected Katherine's sharp intellect, he felt she was overlooking a basic fact. 33 degrees Fahrenheit is barely above freezing. Wouldn't we need to put it in the refrigerator, not boil it? A knowing smile touched her lips. Not if we're following the instructions left by the legendary alchemist and Rosicrucian, who signed his name as Jehovah Sanctus Unus. Isaac Newton wrote instructions? Robert, heat is the essential catalyst in alchemy, and it wasn't always measured by our modern scales. There are much older systems, one created by Isaac himself. The Newton scale, Langdon interrupted. The realization dawning. Of course, Newton devised an entire method to measure temperature based on natural events. He set the melting point of ice as his baseline, calling it the 0th degree. She waited a moment. Can you guess what number he gave to the temperature of boiling water? The most vital process in all of alchemy? 33. Right again. The 33rd degree. On Newton's scale, water boils at 33 degrees. I once asked my brother why Newton picked that number. It seemed almost arbitrary. Why not 100? Why not something that felt more complete? Peter told me that for a mystic like Isaac Newton, no number carried more symbolic weight than 33. All is revealed at the 33rd degree. Langdon's eyes moved from the steaming pot to the pyramid on the counter. Katherine, this is solid granite and gold. Do you honestly believe boiling water is hot enough to change it? The confident look on her face said she knew a secret he didn't. Without hesitation, she walked to the kitchen island, picked up the gold-capped pyramid, and placed it carefully into a metal strainer. Then she slowly lowered it into the rolling, bubbling water. I guess we're about to discover the answer. High above the National Cathedral, the CIA pilot engaged the helicopter's auto-homer and scanned the building and the shadowy grounds below. Nothing moved. His thermal imaging equipment couldn't penetrate the thick stone walls, so he had no idea what the team inside was doing. But if anyone tried to leave, the sensors would detect them. About a minute later, a soft chime signaled a thermal alert. Much like a home security system, the detector had noticed a significant temperature change. Typically, this indicated a person moving through a cooler area, but the monitor displayed something different, a hazy thermal cloud, a mass of warm air drifting across the dark lawn. The pilot traced the source to an active ventilation duct on the side of Cathedral College. Probably nothing, he thought. He saw these minor heat variations regularly, often from a kitchen or laundry room. Just as he started to look away, something felt off. The parking lot was completely empty, and no light shone from any window in the building. He studied the imaging screen in the UH-60 for a long, quiet moment. Then he keyed his radio. Simpkins, this is probably nothing but thermoluminescence, Langdon conceded. It was a brilliant idea. It's basic physics, Katherine explained. Different materials glow at specific temperatures. We call them thermal fingerprints. Scientists use this principle all the time. Langdon stared down at the pyramid and its capstone, now fully submerged. Tendrils of steam were beginning to rise from the churning water, yet he couldn't shake a deep-seated doubt. To his surprise, a faint, unexpected memory surfaced, a childhood visit to a science museum where he'd seen a block of granite slowly change color under a heat lamp. The thought, trivial as it was, offered a sliver of irrational hope. Robert checked his watch, his pulse quickening at the sight of the time, 1:15 to midnight. So you think something on this thing will start to glow when it gets hot? Glow isn't quite the right word, Robert. It will incandesce. There's a distinction. Incandescence is a thermal reaction triggered at a precise temperature. Steelworkers use a similar principle. They apply a transparent thermal coating to beams that incandesces at the exact temperature needed for tempering, signaling when the job is done. It's like one of those old mood rings. Slip it on and your body heat changes its color. But Katherine, this pyramid dates back to the 19th century. I can wrap my head around a hidden mechanical hinge in a stone box, but a transparent thermal coating applied in the 1800s?
Entirely possible, she replied, her eyes fixed hopefully on the submerged artifact.
Early alchemists regularly used organic phosphorescent compounds as thermal indicators. The Chinese perfected colored pyrotechnics with them centuries ago, and even the ancient Egyptians. Katherine cut herself off, leaning closer to the churning water, her gaze sharpening. What is it? Langdon tried to follow her stare into the turbulent basin, but saw nothing unusual. She took a step back, then suddenly turned and sprinted across the kitchen toward the doorway. Where are you going? Langdon called out. She skidded to a halt at the light switch and flipped it off. The lights and the exhaust fan died instantly, plunging the room into a thick, silent darkness. Langdon wheeled back toward the pyramid, peering through the dissipating steam at the capstone resting under the water. By the time Katherine returned to his side, his own expression mirrored her discovery. Just as she had anticipated, a portion of the metal capstone was beginning to emit a soft, ethereal light beneath the water's surface. Letters were gradually appearing, growing brighter as the water's temperature rose. Text, Katherine breathed out. Langdon could only nod, stunned into silence. The glowing words were materializing directly below the engraved inscription on the capstone. It appeared to be only 3 words. Though he couldn't yet make them out, he felt a surge of anticipation. Were these the final clues they had been chasing all night? The pyramid is a literal map, Galloway had insisted, pointing to a real, physical place. As the letters brightened to a steady gleam, Katherine shut off the gas burner. The water's agitation slowed to a gentle stillness. Beneath the now calm surface, the capstone's message came into sharp focus. 3 radiant words were clearly visible. In the faint glow of the Cathedral College kitchen, Langdon and Katherine stood over the pot, staring at the transformed capstone. An incandescent message shone from the golden metal. Reading the luminous text, Langdon could hardly process what he was seeing. He knew the legend suggested the pyramid would reveal a specific location, but he never imagined it would be this explicit. 8 Franklin Square.
It's a street address, he whispered, utterly astonished.
Katherine looked just as shocked. Do you have any idea what's there? Langdon shook his head. He was aware Franklin Square was one of Washington's historic districts, but the address itself meant nothing to him. His eyes traveled from the tip of the capstone down, taking in the full message. The secret hides within the order 8 Franklin Square.
Is there some kind of order headquartered at Franklin Square?
A building concealing an entrance to a hidden staircase. Whether anything was actually buried at that location, Langdon had no clue. The crucial point was that they had finally deciphered the pyramid. They now held the information needed to bargain for Peter's freedom, and not a second too soon. The glowing hands on his vintage watch showed they had less than 10 minutes left. Make the call, Katherine urged, nodding toward the wall phone in the kitchen. Now, the abrupt arrival of this critical juncture caught Langdon off guard, and he felt an unexpected hesitation freeze him in place. Are we absolutely certain this is the right move? I have no doubts whatsoever. I won't say a word to him until we have confirmation. Peter is unharmed. Naturally, you still recall the number. Langdon gave a terse nod and crossed to the kitchen telephone. He picked up the handset and punched in the man's mobile number. Katherine moved beside him, leaning in close to hear. As the line began to ring, Langdon braced himself for the unsettling whispered voice of the man who had deceived him earlier that evening. The call connected, but instead of a greeting, there was only the sound of labored breathing on the other end. Langdon waited a beat before speaking. I possess the information you're after. You'll receive it only after you return Peter to us. Who is this? A woman's voice answered sharply. Langdon flinched. Robert Langdon, he said automatically. Who am I speaking with? For a fleeting second, he thought he must have misdialed. Your name is Langdon? The woman sounded astonished. There's a gentleman here asking for you. What? I'm sorry, who is this? Officer Paige Montgomery, with preferred security. Her voice trembled slightly. Perhaps you can assist. About an hour ago, my partner responded to a 911 call in Kalorama Heights, a potential hostage situation. I lost all contact with her, so I called for backup and came to the residence. We found my partner deceased in the backyard. The homeowner was absent, so we entered. A cell phone was ringing on the hall table, and I...
You're inside the house?
Langdon interjected.
Yes, and the 911 tip was accurate.
The officer stammered, her composure fraying.
Forgive me, I'm a bit shaken. My partner is dead, and we discovered a man here being held against his will.
He's in severe condition, and we're administering aid. He's been asking for 2 people, one named Langdon and another named Katherine. That's my brother, Katherine exclaimed into the receiver, pressing closer to Langdon. I placed that 911 call. Is he all right? Ma'am, he's... The officer's voice broke. He's in critical condition. He's missing his right hand. Please, Katherine pleaded, a surge of desperate hope cutting through her dread. Let me speak to him.
They're attending to him right now. He's drifting in and out of consciousness. If you're in the vicinity, you should come immediately.
He clearly needs to see you. We can be there in about 6 minutes, Katherine said, her mind already racing through the quickest route across the city. Then I suggest you make haste. A muffled commotion sounded in the background. Sorry, I'm needed. We'll speak when you arrive. The line went silent. Inside Cathedral College, Langdon and Katherine raced up the basement steps and hurried down a dim corridor, searching for a way out. The ominous thrum of helicopter blades had ceased, fueling Langdon's hope they could exit unnoticed and make their way to Kalorama Heights. They found him. He's alive. The relief was visceral, a stark counterpoint to the night's horrors. Moments before, after hanging up, Katherine had swiftly retrieved the still steaming pyramid and its capstone from the water. It was dripping as she placed it into Langdon's leather satchel, and he could now feel a distinct warmth emanating through the material. The immediate joy of Peter's discovery had momentarily overshadowed the capstone's cryptic, glowing message. 8 Franklin Square. But there would be time to unravel that mystery once they reached Peter's side. As they turned the corner at the top of the staircase, Katherine froze, gesturing toward a sitting room across the hall. Through its broad bay window, Langdon spotted a sleek black helicopter sitting idle on the lawn. A solitary pilot stood beside it, his back to them, speaking into a radio. A black Escalade with tinted windows was parked nearby. Remaining in the shadows, they slipped into the sitting room to peer out, scanning the expansive grounds of the National Cathedral for other members of the field team. The lawn thankfully appeared deserted. They must be inside the cathedral, Langdon whispered, a plan forming to skirt the perimeter of the building. They're not. A deep voice stated flatly from directly behind them. Langdon and Katherine spun toward the voice. Framed in the doorway, 2 figures in black tactical gear leveled rifles, the crimson dots of laser sights already painting targets on their chests. A familiar, gravelly tone cut through the tension. A pleasure, Professor. The agents shifted, making way for the compact form of Director Inoue Sato, who moved into the sitting room with unsettling grace, stopping just before Langdon. Your judgment tonight has been profoundly flawed. Peter Solomon has been located by the police, Langdon stated, his voice firm. He's injured, but he will survive. This is finished. Sato's expression remained an unreadable mask, betraying no reaction to the news about Peter. Her gaze was fixed and cold as she closed the final distance, standing toe-to-toe with him. Let me be clear, Professor, this is far from finished. Police involvement only escalates the severity. I warned you this was a delicate operation. Removing that pyramid was a catastrophic error. Director, Katherine interjected, her voice strained. You can have the pyramid back right now. Just let me go to my brother, he needs. I must, Sato snapped, whirling to face Katherine, her eyes blazing with a sudden ferocious intensity, swept over Katherine before locking back on Langdon. Place the bag on the table. Langdon felt the twin lasers steady on his sternum. He slowly set the worn leather satchel on the coffee table. A cautious agent stepped forward, unzipped it, and parted the flaps. A wisp of residual steam curled into the air. Shining a flashlight inside, the agent studied the contents for a long, silent moment before giving Sato a curt nod. She approached, her gaze falling upon the damp, glistening pyramid and its golden capstone within the beam of light. Crouching low, she examined the capstone closely. Langdon realized she had only seen it previously via X-ray. This inscription? Sato demanded.
The secret hides within the order. Does it convey anything to you? We don't know yet. Why is it generating steam? We immersed it in boiling water?
Katherine answered immediately. It was a necessary step to reveal the code. We'll explain the entire process, but you have to let us leave. My brother has endured enough. You boiled it? Sato's voice was sharp with disbelief. Kill the light, Katherine instructed. Look at the capstone. The effect should still be visible. The agent complied, plunging the immediate area into shadow. Sato knelt even from several feet away. Langdon could see the faint, ghostly luminescence of the text. 8 Franklin Square. Sato murmured, a note of astonishment breaking through her usual detachment. That's correct, Langdon confirmed. The text was applied with a thermoreactive compound. The reference to the 33rd degree was actually a And this address? Sato cut in, her voice tightening. Is this the objective?
Yes, Langdon said.
He is operating under the belief that the pyramid is a cartographic guide, leading to what he perceives as a monumental treasure, the essential key to accessing the ancient mysteries. Sato stared at the softly glowing numbers, her features a mix of skepticism and dawning alarm. A brittle, almost sarcastic laugh escaped her. Of course, a treasure map, because why wouldn't a centuries-old stone pyramid point to a DC real estate listing? Her tone shifted from scorn to something darker. Tell me, she said, a thread of genuine fear now audible. Have you made contact? Did you already provide this location? We attempted to. Langdon recounted the failed call to the cell phone, the dead air on the line. Sato listened, her tongue worrying at her teeth as he spoke. Her anger was a palpable, simmering force, but when she turned to an agent, her command was a controlled whisper. Bring him in. He's in the vehicle. The agent acknowledged and spoke into his radio. Bring who in? Langdon asked. The one individual who might possibly salvage the monumental disaster you've created. Sato shot back. What disaster? Langdon retorted. Peter is safe. This should be over. For God's sake, Sato erupted, her composure shattering. This was never solely about Peter Solomon. I attempted to convey that at the Capitol, Professor, but you elected to obstruct rather than assist. Your actions have created a vortex of complications. When you destroyed your phone, which incidentally we were using to track your position, you severed the only direct link we had to this man. This address you found, whatever it is, was our only shot at catching this madman. I needed you to follow his rules, to give him that location so we'd know exactly where to trap him. Before Langdon could respond, Sato turned her fury toward Katherine. And you, Miss Solomon?
You knew where this psychopath lived? Why keep that from me? Sending a private security guard to his home? Do you realize you've blown our chance to apprehend him there?
I'm relieved your brother is safe, but understand this. We are dealing with a threat tonight that goes far beyond your family. The repercussions will ripple across the globe. The man who took your brother holds tremendous influence, and we must stop him now. As her words hung in the air, the lean, dignified frame of Warren Bellamy appeared from the hallway and entered the sitting room. He looked disheveled, bruised, and utterly drained as though he'd just survived an ordeal. Warren! Langdon rose to his feet. Are you all right? No, Bellamy replied quietly. Not exactly. Peter's safe, did you hear? Bellamy gave a slow, distant nod, as if the news barely registered. Yes, I caught the tail end of your conversation. I'm glad for that.
Warren, what in God's name is happening? Sato cut in. You two can compare notes later. Right now, Mr. Bellamy is going to contact this lunatic, just like he's been doing all night long. Langdon shook his head in confusion. Bellamy hasn't been in touch with this guy. The man doesn't even know Warren's involved.
Sato shot Bellamy a pointed look. Bellamy let out a weary sigh. Robert, I haven't been completely truthful with you tonight. Langdon could only stare, stunned. I believed I was making the right choice, Bellamy added, his voice tinged with fear. Well, Sato said sharply, now you'll make the right choice, and we'd all better hope it works. As if to underscore her grave tone, the clock on the mantel began to chime the hour. Sato produced a clear plastic bag containing personal items and tossed it to Bellamy. Your belongings, does your cell phone have a camera? It does. Good. Hold up the capstone. Meanwhile, Malak had just received a new message from his inside contact, Warren Bellamy, the Mason he dispatched to the Capitol earlier to guide Robert Langdon. Like Langdon, Bellamy wanted Peter Solomon back alive and had promised to help obtain and decode the pyramid. All evening, Malak's phone had been buzzing with encrypted updates. This ought to be good, he thought, opening the latest, from Warren Bellamy separated from Langdon, but finally have what you asked for. Proof attached. Call for the final piece. WB, 1 attachment image. Call for the final piece? Malak wondered. He opened the attached photo and felt the air catch in his lungs. There, in close detail, was a small golden pyramid, the fabled capstone. An intricate engraving on its surface bore a tantalizing phrase, "The secret hides within the order." But what truly left him breathless was what appeared beneath the inscription. The capstone seemed to be emitting a soft, ethereal glow. For a moment, he could hardly believe it. The ancient myth was real. The Masonic pyramid truly transformed itself for the worthy. How such a phenomenon was possible, Malak didn't know, and frankly, he didn't care. The luminous text clearly indicated a precise location in Washington, D.C., exactly as the legends foretold. Franklin Square. Yet the photo included one deliberate obstruction: Warren Bellamy's index finger placed squarely over a line of the glowing text, blocking a crucial segment of the message. The secret hides within the order Franklin Square. Call for the missing piece. Now Malak understood Bellamy's game. The architect of the Capitol had been cooperative all night. But he had just decided to raise the stakes. The sitting room of the Cathedral College felt oppressively still, the air thick with tension. Under the close watch of armed CIA operatives, Robert Langdon, Katherine Solomon, and Warren Bellamy stood with Director Sato Langdon's. Open bag rested on the low table between them, the glint of the golden capstone the only spark of light in the room. The mysterious address, 8 Franklin Square, had vanished completely from its surface, leaving no trace it had ever been there. Katherine had begged repeatedly to be allowed to go to her brother, but Sato's attention remained locked on Bellamy's silent cell phone. Langdon's mind churned. Why had Bellamy concealed the truth from him? All night the architect had been in secret communication with Peter's kidnapper, spinning a story of Langdon's progress to buy precious time. It was a desperate gamble, a performance meant to shield Peter. Bellamy had been working tirelessly to obstruct anyone who came too close to the pyramid's secret. Now, in a stark reversal, he and Sato were aligned, willing to gamble the secret itself to trap this man. A commotion erupted in the hallway. "Unhand me this instant." The voice was aged but sharp. "Blindness does not equate to helplessness. I know these halls perfectly well." Dean Galloway was being guided somewhat forcibly into the room by a CIA agent and settled into a chair. His unseeing eyes swept the space. "Who is present? It sounds like a convention. How many are required to detain one old man?" "This is absurd. There are 7 of us," Sato stated flatly, "including Robert Langdon, Katherine Solomon, and your Masonic brother, Warren Bellamy." All the fight seemed to drain from Galloway. "We're all right," Langdon offered gently. "We've received word that Peter is safe. He's injured, but the police are with him now." "Praise God," Galloway breathed. "And the pyramid." A sudden jarring buzz cut him off. Bellamy's phone skittered across the wooden tabletop. The room plunged into absolute silence.
All right, Mr. Bellamy.
Sato murmured, her voice low. "Do not falter. You understand what hangs in the balance?" Bellamy drew a long, steadying breath and let it out slowly. He reached forward and pressed the speakerphone button. "Bellamy here," he announced, his voice directed at the device. The response that crackled through the speaker was a familiar, breathy whisper, sounding as if it came from a hands-free system in a moving vehicle. "Midnight has come and gone, Mr. Bellamy. I was on the verge of ending Peter's suffering." A heavy quiet filled the room. "I need to speak to him, out of the question," the whisper replied. "We are driving. He is secured in the trunk." Langdon and Katherine exchanged a swift, knowing glance, shaking their heads emphatically at the others.
"He's lying. He doesn't have Peter anymore."
Sato gestured for Bellamy to continue.
"I require proof Peter is alive," Bellamy insisted. "I will not provide the remainder of the 'Your worshipful master requires medical attention.' Do not waste time with bartering. Give me the street number for Franklin Square, and I will bring Peter to you there." "I said I want." Now, the voice erupted, sharp and violent, "or I pull this car over and Peter Solomon dies where he lies."
"You will listen to me," Bellamy countered, his tone hardening with a force that surprised even Langdon. Gone was the negotiator. Here was a man drawing a line. "If you want the address, you follow my rules. Meet me at Franklin Square. Once you deliver Peter to me alive and conscious, I will give you the building number. How can I be sure you won't have the authorities waiting? Because I cannot risk betraying you. Peter's life is not your only leverage tonight."
"I am fully aware of the true stakes." "You do realize," the whisper hissed, "that if I detect so much as a shadow out of place at that square, I will drive on and you will never find a single hair from Peter Solomon's head. And believe me, that will be the least of your concerns." "I will come alone," Bellamy affirmed, his voice grave. "You give me Peter, and I will give you everything." "The center of the square," the man said. "It will take me 20 minutes to arrive." "I suggest you wait for me as long as it takes." The connection severed, plunging the room into a sudden electric silence before it erupted into motion. Sato's voice cut through the air, sharp and commanding. Agents snatched radios and bolted for the exits amid shouted orders. "Go now!" Lost in the frenzy, Langdon turned to Bellamy, desperate for any clue to unravel the night's chaos, but the older man was already being swept out the door. "I need to see my brother!" Katherine's plea rose above the din. "You have to let us leave." Sato closed the distance to Katherine, her presence imposing. "I don't have to do anything, Miss Solomon. Is that understood?" Katherine refused to yield, her gaze locking onto Sato's. "My sole objective is to capture the man at Franklin Square. You will remain here under guard until that is done. Only then will we address your brother." "You're not seeing the whole picture," Katherine countered, her voice urgent.
"I know exactly where that man lives. It's barely 5 minutes from here in Colorama Heights. His place will hold evidence you need, and think about it. You want this kept quiet. Once Peter is conscious, who knows what he might start telling hospital staff or the police." Sato's lips tightened, a flicker of concession in her expression. Outside, the rhythmic thump of helicopter blades began to build. With a frustrated glance toward the sound, she turned to one of her agents. "Hartman, take the Escalade. Transport Miss Solomon and Professor Langdon to Colorama Heights immediately. Peter Solomon is not to speak to anyone, understood?" "Yes, ma'am," Agent Hartman replied, already pulling the keys from his pocket. "Report the moment you arrive. Tell me what you find, and keep both of them in your sight at all times," with a brisk nod. Hartman moved for the door, Katherine following close behind. Sato then faced Langdon. "I'll see you soon, Professor. I realize you may view me as an adversary, but I assure you I'm not. Get to Peter. This isn't finished." Nearby, Dean Galloway sat in contemplative silence at the coffee table. His hands rested on the stone pyramid, which lay within Langdon's open bag before him. The old man's fingers traced the warm, engraved surface, as if reading a forgotten language. Langdon asked, "Father, will you come with us to see Peter?" "I would only delay you," Galloway replied softly. He withdrew his hands and carefully zipped the bag closed around the artifact.
"I will stay and pray for Peter's healing. We can talk later, but when you show him the pyramid, would you give him a message for me?"
"Of course," Langdon said, slinging the bag over his shoulder.
"Tell him this,"
Galloway said, clearing his throat. "The Masonic pyramid has always kept her secret sincerely." "I'm afraid I don't follow," a knowing wink creased the old man's face. "Just tell Peter. He will understand." With that, Dean Galloway bowed his head into prayer. Baffled, Langdon hurried outside. Katherine was already in the front passenger seat of the black SUV, directing Agent Hartman. Langdon climbed into the back, and before his door was fully shut, the powerful vehicle surged forward, tearing across the manicured lawn and speeding north toward the quiet, tree-lined streets of Colorama Heights. Franklin Square occupies the northwest corner of downtown Washington, framed by K and 13th Streets. It's a patch of history, surrounded by venerable buildings, most famously the Franklin School, where Alexander Graham Bell transmitted the first wireless message in 1880. Now, from the west, a UH-60 helicopter descended rapidly, having covered the short flight from the National Cathedral in mere minutes. Plenty of time, Sato thought, her eyes scanning the geometric patterns of the square below. It was vital her team establish position unseen before their target appeared. He claimed he needed 20 minutes on her signal. The pilot executed a precise touch homer, settling the aircraft onto the roof of the district's most prominent structure. The sleek, imposing One Franklin Square, its twin gold spires gleaming against the night sky. The helicopter's landing was technically against regulations, but it hovered for mere moments, its landing gear just brushing the gravel rooftop. As soon as the team disembarked, the pilot pulled away, banking eastward to ascend to a quiet altitude and offer unseen support from above. Sato watched her agents organize their gear and brief Bellamy. The architect still appeared shaken from the classified file he'd been shown on Sato's laptop. The gravity of the national security implications had secured his full cooperation. "We're ready, ma'am," reported Agent Simpkins. On Sato's signal, the team escorted Bellamy across the roof and vanished down a stairwell to deploy at ground level. Sato moved to the building's edge and looked down. The block below was entirely occupied by a rectangular, tree-filled park, offering ample concealment. Her team knew the critical need for a stealthy approach. If their target detected any presence and simply vanished, the consequences were too severe to contemplate. A bitter gusting wind whipped at her coat. She steadied herself, bracing against a sudden stronger gust that threatened her balance. From this height, Franklin Square seemed more compact and less built up than she remembered. She scanned the surrounding structures, trying to identify which one was 8 Franklin Square, a detail she was awaiting from her analyst, Nola, whose update was imminent. Below, Bellamy and the agents emerged into the park, tiny figures dispersing into the shadowy tree cover. Simpkins positioned Bellamy in a small, lamp-lit clearing near the park's center before he and his team faded seamlessly into the darkness. Within moments, Bellamy was alone, a solitary figure pacing nervously in the circle of light. Sato felt no sympathy. She lit a cigarette, drawing the smoke deep, appreciating the fleeting internal warmth. Confident the scene below was set, she stepped back from the ledge to wait for 2 calls, one from Nola and one from Agent Hartman, who had been dispatched to Kalorama Heights.
Easy.
Langdon clutched the seat as the SUV careened around a sharp corner, feeling it tilt alarmingly. Whether CIA Agent Hartman was trying to impress Katherine with his driving or under strict orders to reach Peter Solomon before he could speak to local authorities. The result was a harrowing ride. The high-speed dash through Embassy Row, barely beating traffic lights, had been tense enough, but now they were tearing through the winding streets of Kalorama Heights. Katherine called out directions from the front seat, having visited the location earlier that day. With each violent turn, the leather bag at Langdon's feet slid heavily, and he heard the distinct clatter of the capstone, clearly dislodged from the pyramid and now rattling around loose. Worried it might chip, he reached in and retrieved it. The stone was still faintly warm, but the mysterious glowing text had completely faded, leaving only the original engraved message, "The secret hides within the order." As he moved to secure it in a side pocket, he noticed its smooth surface was dotted with tiny, hardened white specks. Puzzled, he tried to brush them off, but they were adhered firmly, feeling almost like plastic. What on earth, he saw now that the pyramid itself was similarly speckled. Using a fingernail, he pried one loose and rolled it between his fingers. "Wax," he said aloud. Katherine turned from the front seat. "What did you say?"
"There's wax,"
Langdon repeated, examining the stone more closely. "Little bits of it are stuck all over the pyramid and the capstone. It doesn't make any sense. Where on earth did that come from? Could it be something in your bag? I really don't think so." As they turned the corner, Katherine gestured through the windshield, her voice urgent as she addressed Agent Hartman.
"There, that's the place."
Langdon looked up to see the flashing lights of a security vehicle parked in a driveway ahead. The gate was open, and the agent accelerated the SUV into the compound. The house was a magnificent estate, every window blazing with light, the front door standing wide open. A chaotic collection of vehicles was scattered across the driveway and the lawn as if they had arrived in a frantic rush. Some engines were still running, headlights cutting through the night, most aimed at the house, but one set was glaring directly at them, nearly blinding as they drove in. Agent Hartman brought the vehicle to a sharp stop on the grass beside a white sedan, marked with a bright decal, poured security between the spinning lights and the high beams. It was difficult to see clearly. Katherine was out of the SUV in an instant, sprinting for the house. Langdon slung his bag over his shoulder without bothering to close it and jogged after her across the lawn toward the open front door. The muffled sound of voices echoed from inside. Behind him, he heard the SUV chirp as Hartman locked it and hurried to catch up. Katherine took the porch stairs 2 at a time, vanished through the doorway, and was already crossing the foyer, heading down the main hall toward the noise. At the far end, Langdon could make out a dining room where a woman in a security uniform sat with her back to them. "Officer!" Katherine called out as she ran. "Where's Peter Solomon?" Langdon rushed after her, but a sudden movement to his left caught his eye. Through the living room window, he saw the driveway gate, now swinging shut. "That's strange." Then something else registered, something the earlier glare of lights had hidden when they arrived. The half-dozen cars parked haphazardly weren't police cruisers or emergency vehicles at all. A Mercedes, a Hummer, a Tesla Roadster. In that same moment, Langdon realized the voices he heard were just a television blaring from the direction of the dining room. He wheeled around, shouting down the hallway, "Katherine, stop." But as he turned, he saw that Katherine Solomon was no longer running. She was in the air. Katherine knew she was falling, but the reason eluded her. She had been racing down the hall toward the security guard when her feet snagged on something unseen, sending her body lurching forward into a helpless flight. Now she was returning to Earth specifically, to an unforgiving hardwood floor. She crashed down on her stomach, the impact violently expelling the air from her lungs. Above her, a heavy coat rack wobbled precariously before toppling over, narrowly missing her head. Gasping for breath, she lifted her head, confused to see the female guard in the chair hadn't so much as flinched. Stranger still, the fallen coat rack had a thin wire attached to its base, which had been stretched taut across the hallway. Why would anyone, Katherine? Langdon was shouting. As she rolled onto her side to look back at him, a chill shot through her veins. Robert, behind you? She tried to scream, but her lungs were still fighting for air. All she could do was watch in frozen horror as Langdon rushed down the hall to help her, completely unaware that behind him Agent Hartman was staggering across the threshold, hands clutching his throat. Blood sprayed through his fingers as he fumbled at the handle of a long screwdriver buried in his neck. The agent staggered and fell, revealing the figure behind him. Katherine's breath caught in her throat. The man was enormous, nearly naked save for a crude cloth wrapped around his waist, and his skin was a canvas of intricate swirling tattoos. He must have been concealed in the entryway. As the front door banged shut, he charged past the fallen agent and straight for Langdon. Robert turned, startled, but the tattooed man was already upon him, jamming a device against his spine. A bright flash and a sickening crackle filled the air, and Langdon's body went board-stiff before collapsing in a paralyzed heap onto his bag, the stone pyramid spilling out onto the floor. The attacker didn't even glance at his victim. He stepped over Langdon's twitching form and advanced on Katherine. She scrambled backward into the dining room, colliding with a chair where the security guard had been propped. The woman toppled to the floor beside her, a look of pure horror frozen on her face, a rag protruding from her mouth. Before Katherine could even scream, the man's powerful hands seized her shoulders, flipping her onto her stomach with terrifying ease. A crushing knee pressed into her back, and she heard the wire bite into her wrists as he bound them. "This will slice right through you if you struggle," he stated flatly, his voice devoid of emotion. She tried to kick, and a punishing blow to her thigh made her leg go numb. Her ankles were secured in seconds. "Robert!" she cried out, her voice strained. Langdon was groaning in the hallway, crumpled on his bag with the pyramid lying near his head. A desperate idea flashed in her mind. "We solved it!" she shouted at her captor. "The pyramid! I know what it means! I'll tell you!" His response was chillingly simple. "I know you will." He yanked the rag from the dead guard's mouth and forced it into Katherine's. The taste was foul and metallic, a grim finality for Langdon. The world had narrowed to a slice of hardwood floor against his cheek. His body was a foreign, unresponsive weight. The stun gun's charge had been like catching a live wire, a jolt of pure agony that short-circuited every nerve. His mind screamed commands, "Get up! Help her!" But his muscles answered with nothing but a faint, fiery tingling. He could hear Katherine's muffled cries fall silent. He could see Agent Hartman's motionless form in a dark, spreading stain. Sensation was prickling back into his limbs in painful waves, bringing with it a surge of frantic, useless energy. Move, with a painful twist of his neck, Langdon scraped his cheek against the floorboards, forcing his gaze toward the dining room. His view was blocked by the fallen pyramid, which had tumbled from his bag and now lay on its side, the base mere inches from his eyes. For a moment, his mind refused to process the image. This was the pyramid's foundation, yet it was utterly transformed. It remained a square of stone, but its surface was no longer blank and polished. Intricate carvings now covered it entirely. How can this be? He had examined this base repeatedly. It had been perfectly smooth. The truth struck him like a physical blow, restarting his breath in a sudden, ragged gasp. The Masonic pyramid still held mysteries. Another transformation? Right before my eyes. He instantly grasped the hidden meaning in Dean Galloway's final cryptic message to Peter. The Masonic pyramid has always kept her secret sincerely. It was a code one Langdon recognized from a forgettable novel he'd read years ago, sincere. The term traced back to Renaissance sculptors who would hide flaws with hot wax and stone dust. A statue created without wax, signed Sira, was therefore sincere, a promise of authenticity that endured in our letters today. The method had been used here. When Katherine boiled the pyramid following the capstone's instructions, the concealing wax melted away, exposing these engravings. Galloway must have felt them when he handled the stone earlier. For a fleeting second, The peril surrounding them vanished from Langdon's mind. He stared, mesmerized by the cryptic symbols now visible. Their meaning was a mystery, but their message was clear. The journey was not over. 8 Franklin Square was not the final destination. Whether it was this electrifying discovery or simply a few more moments of recovery, a surge of strength returned to his limbs. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he shoved his bag aside to clear his line of sight into the next room. His blood ran cold. Katherine was bound, a thick cloth crammed into her mouth. He strained to push himself up, but a movement in the doorway froze him mid-effort. A figure emerged, a nightmarish vision that defied belief. What in God's name? Langdon scrambled backward, legs kicking, but the massive tattooed man was upon him in an instant, seizing him and flipping him onto his back. The man planted his knees on Langdon's arms, pinning him mercilessly. His torso displayed a rippling, double-headed phoenix. His shaved head, neck, and face were a canvas of densely packed esoteric symbols, sigils of dark ceremonial magic. Before Langdon could react further, the giant clamped his hands on Langdon's ears, wrenched his head up, and slammed it down with brutal force onto the unforgiving hardwood. Consciousness vanished. Chapter 96. Moloch stood in the wreckage of his hallway, surveying the scene like a general on a conquered field. His home was a war zone. At his feet, Robert Langdon lay utterly still, unconscious. Katherine Solomon lay on the dining room floor, bound and silenced. Nearby, the body of a female security guard was slumped where it had fallen from a chair. This guard, desperate to survive, had obeyed Moloch's every command. With a blade pressed to her throat, she had answered his phone and delivered the lie that sent Langdon and Katherine rushing to this place. There was no partner, and Peter Solomon was far from safe. Once her performance was complete, Moloch had ended her life without a sound. To sustain the illusion of his absence, he had used the hands-free system in one of his cars to call Bellamy. "I'm on the road," he had announced, adding that Peter was in his trunk. In reality, Moloch had only driven from his garage to his front yard, where he left several of his many vehicles haphazardly parked with their lights on and engines idling. The ruse had worked almost perfectly. The sole complication was the body in the foyer, dressed in black and bleeding, a screwdriver lodged in its neck. Searching the corpse, Moloch gave a low chuckle upon finding a sophisticated transceiver and a cell phone marked with a CIA emblem. "It seems my reputation precedes me." He removed the batteries and smashed both devices with a heavy bronze doorstop. Knowing time was short, especially with the CIA involved, Moloch returned to Langdon. The professor was unconscious and would remain so for some time. His gaze then shifted, a mix of anxiety and anticipation, to the stone pyramid on the floor beside Langdon's open bag. His breath hitched, his heart hammering against his ribs. The years of waiting are over. His fingers trembled faintly as he reached down and lifted the Masonic pyramid. Tracing the intricate carvings, he felt a profound reverence for their hidden promise. Not wanting to lose himself just yet, he placed the pyramid back into the bag with the capstone and zipped it shut. The final assembly will come soon in a far more secure setting. He slung Langdon's bag over his shoulder and attempted to lift the professor, but Langdon's athletic build was deceptively heavy. Opting to drag him by the armpits, Moloch mused, he won't appreciate his final destination. As he pulled Langdon away, the kitchen television continued to blare, its noise having been part of the earlier deception. A televangelist was now leading his congregation through the Lord's Prayer. Moloch wondered if any of those entranced viewers truly understood the ancient origins of the words they recited. "On earth as it is in heaven." The group chanted in unison. Indeed, Moloch thought, as above, so below. And lead us not into temptation. Help them overcome the frailties of the flesh. Deliver us from evil, they all pleaded. Moloch smirked. That may prove challenging. The shadows are lengthening. Still, he acknowledged their effort. In this modern age, people who earnestly conversed with unseen forces and begged for assistance were becoming a rarity. He was hauling Langdon through the living room when the congregation declared, "Amen." Amen, Moloch mentally corrected. Egypt is the true cradle of your faith. The god Amun was the ancient blueprint for Zeus, for Jupiter, and for every contemporary image of the divine. To this day, every major religion shouted a version of his sacred name. Amen, Amin, Om, the televangelist began quoting biblical passages about the hierarchies of angels, demons, and spirits governing heaven and hell. Guard your souls from wicked forces, he exhorted. Raise your voices in prayer.
God and his angels will listen.
He's not wrong, Malak knew, but the demons will be listening too. Long ago, Malak had learned that through the precise practice of the art, one could open a gateway to the spiritual plane. The invisible entities residing there, much like humanity itself, existed in multitudes. Beings of light and creatures of profound darkness, the forces of light were dedicated to healing, safeguarding, and establishing harmony across the cosmos. In stark opposition, the forces of dark thrived on devastation and disorder. A skilled practitioner, through proper invocation, could compel these unseen energies to act on Earth, bestowing a form of power that appeared miraculous. This aid came at a price: for the light, offerings of prayer and devotion; for the dark, the shedding of blood. The scale of the sacrifice directly influenced the magnitude of power granted. Malak's journey began with the blood of common animals, but his ambitions had grown far bolder with time. Tonight marked the ultimate leap. "Take heed!" a street preacher cried, foretelling an impending apocalypse. "The final struggle for humanity's soul is upon us." "Precisely," Malak mused, "and I will emerge as its paramount champion." This conflict, of course, was ancient. In the land of the pharaohs, masters of this sacred art ascended as the great adepts, transcending ordinary life to become true vessels of light. They walked the earth as deities, erecting magnificent temples of initiation that drew seekers from distant lands to share in profound wisdom. A golden race of humanity briefly flourished, teetering on the brink of transcending its earthly limits, the luminous dawn of the ancient mysteries. Yet mankind, flawed and fleshbound, remained vulnerable to arrogance, malice, and greed. In time, there were those who corrupted the art, twisting it for personal gain and summoning sinister forces in its name. A darker, more potent, and intoxicating discipline took shape. "This is my art. This is my great work." The enlightened adepts and their secret brotherhoods saw this rising corruption and recognized that humanity was misusing its knowledge. To protect the wisdom from the unworthy, they concealed it, and eventually it faded from history. This was the great fall of man, plunging the world into a prolonged shadow. To this day, the noble heirs of those adepts persist, fumbling in the dark to reclaim their lost power and hold back the night. They are the priests and priestesses in churches, temples, and shrines across every faith. The passage of time has severed their connection to the origin, leaving them ignorant of the source of their own potent traditions. When questioned about the divine mysteries of their ancestors, these modern guardians of faith loudly renounce them as heresy. Have they truly forgotten? Malak pondered, a smirk touching his lips. The irony was almost delicious. Remnants of the ancient art vibrate in every culture, from Judaism's mystical Kabbalists to Islam's esoteric Sufis. Its echoes linger in Christianity's arcane rites, the God-consuming ritual of communion, its elaborate ranks of saints and demons, its chants and incantations, the astrological roots of its holy calendar, its sanctified vestments, and its promise of eternal life. Even now, priests perform the supernatural rite of exorcism, a craft requiring the ability to summon spirits as much as to banish them, while swinging smoky censers and sprinkling so-called holy water. And yet they remain blind to their own history? Nowhere is this mystical heritage more blatant than at the very heart of the Church. In Vatican City, standing proudly in St. Peter's Square, is a towering Egyptian obelisk. This sacred stone pillar was carved over a millennium before the birth of Christ and has no logical doctrinal tie to modern Christianity. Yet there it remains, a silent, stone sentinel at the core of Christendom, a screaming testament for the few who still remember where the true journey began. This church, emerging from the heart of the ancient mysteries, carried forward its rituals and emblems. One emblem stood paramount. Upon its altars, in its sacred garments atop its spires, and within its holy texts was the defining icon of the Christian faith, a cherished martyred man. Christianity grasped the profound, altering force of sacrifice more deeply than any other belief. To this day, in remembrance of Jesus' ultimate offering, his adherents present their own modest tokens of personal denial, fasting, Lenten abstention, charitable giving, yet all these gestures are inherently hollow. Without the shedding of blood, there can be no genuine sacrifice. The forces of shadow had forever accepted this bloody truth, and through that acceptance they had amassed such strength that the powers of light now fought a desperate rearguard action to contain them. The hour was approaching when the light would be utterly extinguished, and the agents of darkness would roam without hindrance through the consciousness of humanity.
8. Franklin Square has to be real, Sato insisted, her voice tight. Search it again.
Seated at her station, Nola Kay adjusted her headset. Director, I've looked everywhere. That address simply isn't in the district's database. But I'm standing on the roof of 1 Franklin Square, Sato shot back. There must be an 8. She's on a roof? Stand by. Nola initiated a fresh query. The alert about the system breach hovered on the tip of her tongue, but Sato's focus was singular. Besides, the full picture wasn't clear yet. Where is that system security guy?
All right.
Nola said, her eyes scanning the monitor.
I see the confusion. 1 Franklin Square is the building's name, not its postal address.
The official address is 1 Thoreau-owned Cray Street, Northwest. This information only seemed to frustrate the director further. Nola, explanations take time. I don't have the pyramid's directions explicitly indicate the address 8 Franklin Square. Nola straightened in her chair. The pyramid points to a physical place?
The engraving, Sato continued, states the secret hides within the order 8 Franklin Square. The implications began to dawn on Nola. An order like a Masonic lodge or a fraternal society. Presumably, Sato replied. Nola considered this, her fingers flying back to the keyboard. Ma'am, perhaps the street numbering around the square was reconfigured over time.
If this pyramid is as ancient as the story suggests, the addresses on Franklin Square could have been entirely different when it was created.
I'm running a new search now, omitting the number 8 for the phrase the order combined with Franklin Square and Washington, D.C. This might show us if there's any.
Her words died as the results populated her screen. What did you find? Sato demanded. Nola's gaze was locked on the primary result, a stunning photograph of the Great Pyramid of Giza, which served as the dramatic visual anchor for the homepage of a specific building located on Franklin Square. This structure was nothing like its neighbors. Frankly, it was unlike anything else in the capital. What halted Nola's breath was not the building's strange and imposing architecture, but the stated purpose described on the site. According to the digital portal, this unique construction was erected as a hallowed esoteric sanctuary, conceived by and intended for a venerable and secretive order. A throbbing ache behind his eyes pulled Robert Langdon back to consciousness. Where in the world am I? His surroundings were not merely dark, but an absolute tomb-like blackness, and utterly silent. He was supine, his arms resting at his sides, disoriented. He tested his fingers and toes, relieved by their movement and the absence of pain. What happened? Aside from the pounding in his skull and the oppressive void, his senses reported a bizarre normalcy. Almost, Langdon became aware that the hard surface beneath him was unnaturally smooth, like polished stone or cold glass. More unsettling was the distinct sensation that this slick plane was in direct contact with his own skin, across his shoulders, his back, his legs. Am I undressed? Bewildered, he patted his hands over his torso. Good God, where are my clothes? In the darkness, fragments of memory coalesced into terrifying clarity. Stark images of a CIA agent, lifeless on the floor. The image of a tattooed monster's face flashed before him, followed by the brutal impact of Langdon's head striking the floor. The memory surged forward, culminating in the horrifying sight of Katherine Solomon, bound and gagged on the dining room floor. My God! Langdon jerked upright, only to smash his forehead into a solid surface suspended mere inches above him. A burst of pain radiated through his skull, sending him reeling back toward unconsciousness. Dazed, he raised his hands, fumbling in the utter blackness to identify the obstruction. What he discovered defied logic. The ceiling appeared to be less than a foot from his face. What on earth, extending his arms to either side, his hands immediately struck solid walls. The horrifying realization washed over him. Robert Langdon was not in a room. I'm inside a box. Within the suffocating darkness of his small, coffin-like enclosure, Langdon began to pound wildly with his fists. He screamed for help, his voice a raw, desperate sound swallowed by the void. The terror, cold and absolute, intensified with every second until it became a physical weight on his chest. I've been buried alive. The lid of his bizarre prison refused to yield, even as he threw his full strength against it in a frantic, scrambling panic. As far as he could discern, the box was constructed from heavy, reinforced fiberglass. Airtight, soundproof, a lightless tomb. Escape was impossible. I'm going to suffocate alone in here. His mind spiraled back to the abandoned well of his childhood, to that endless night of treading water in a bottomless, pitch-black shaft. That old trauma had etched itself permanently into his psyche, gifting him a crushing phobia of confined spaces. And now, here in this buried box, Robert Langdon was living out his most profound and terrifying nightmare. Isn't it just perfect, he thought, with a surge of bitter, almost hysterical clarity. All those years of avoiding elevators and narrow corridors, and I end up in a custom-made coffin. The universe has a truly sarcastic sense of humor. Meanwhile, Catherine Solomon lay trembling on Malak's dining room floor. The thin, cruel wires around her wrists and ankles had already bitten into her skin, and every slight movement only drew them tighter. The tattooed man had savagely knocked Langdon unconscious before dragging his limp form away, along with the leather bag and the strange stone pyramid. Where they had gone, she had no idea. The agent who had come with them was dead. An eerie silence had persisted for many minutes, leaving her to wonder if the monster and Langdon were still somewhere in the house. Her attempts to scream for help were futile. Each cry only forced the gag deeper, threatening to choke her. Then footsteps approached, deliberate, heavy thuds on the hardwood. She turned her head, a fragile hope flaring. The massive, familiar silhouette of her captor filled the hallway. A memory, sharp and painful, sliced through her. This same man standing in the ruins of her family home a decade ago. He murdered my family. He strode toward her, and Langdon was not with him. Crouching down, the man gripped her around the waist and hauled her roughly over his shoulder. The wires cut deeper, and her muffled cry of pain was lost in the rag. He carried her down the hall into the living room, where, just hours before, they had shared a deceptively calm pot of tea. Where is he taking me? He stopped directly before the large oil painting of the Three Graces that Catherine had admired earlier. You mentioned you liked this painting? He whispered, his lips chillingly close to her ear. His tone was almost conversational, which made the words all the more horrifying. I'm glad. It may be the last thing of beauty you ever see. With that, he pressed his palm firmly against the right side of the massive frame. To Catherine's astonishment, the entire painting pivoted smoothly into the wall, revolving on a central axis like a secret door. A hidden passageway was revealed. Catherine struggled violently, but his hold was unbreakable as he carried her through the opening behind the canvas. She caught a glimpse of thick, sound-deadening insulation lining the back of the painting before the Three Graces swung shut behind them, sealing them in. The space beyond was narrow and claustrophobic, more a sealed corridor than a room. And the air felt still and dead. The man hauled her across the space and shouldered open a thick metal door, stepping onto a narrow platform. Catherine's eyes dropped to a sharply angled ramp descending into a shadowy cellar. She tried to scream, but the cloth in her mouth stifled the sound, turning it into a choked gasp. The passage was tight. The cement walls on either side, slick with a strange cold blue glow that seeped up from the depths. A wave of heated air rose to meet them, thick with a disturbing cocktail of scents, the acidic tang of lab chemicals, the sweet drift of sandalwood incense, the heavy odor of perspiration, and underlying it all, the unmistakable, primal stench of terror. Your research fascinated me, the man murmured as they reached the bottom. Now you will witness mine.
CIA. Operative Turner Simpkins remained motionless in the dense shadows of Franklin Park, his eyes locked on Warren Bellamy. The trap was set, but so far, nothing. When his radio chirped, he thumbed it on, expecting an update from his team. Instead, it was Director Sato with new intelligence. Simpkins listened, his own concern mounting with her words. Stand by, he said quietly. Let me get a look. He crept sideways through the underbrush, shifting his position until he gained a new sightline back toward the square's edge. What he saw made him freeze.
Damn.
The structure resembled a mosque plucked from another century. Wedged between two modern office buildings, its Moorish exterior was adorned with intricate, glazed terracotta tiles in a kaleidoscope of colors. Above three grand archways, 2 levels of slender pointed windows gave the impression that hidden archers might rain down arrows on any intruder. I have visual, Simpkins reported. Any movement? None. Understood. Reposition and maintain surveillance. That's the Almas Shrine Temple, the headquarters for an esoteric brotherhood. Simpkins had been stationed in Washington for years, but had never noticed this temple or heard of any ancient mystical society based on Franklin Square. The building, Sato continued, belongs to the ancient Arabic order of nobles of the mystic shrine. Doesn't ring a bell? I believe it will, Sato replied. They are an affiliated branch of the Freemasons. Most people know them as the Shriners. Simpkins stared skeptically at the ornate facade. The Shriners? The charity guys with the tiny hats? It was hard to picture a less threatening secret society than a philanthropic club known for children's hospitals and parade floats. Still, Sato's point was solid. Director, if our subject figures out this building is the order referenced on Franklin Square, he'll skip the meeting point altogether and head straight there. My assessment precisely. Watch the entrance. Copy that. Any contact from Hartman in Kalorama Heights. Negative, ma'am. You instructed him to call you directly, and he has not. Strange, Simpkins thought, glancing at his watch. He's running late. Robert Langdon trembled, naked and utterly alone in the absolute dark. Fear had frozen him. He had stopped pounding and yelling. Now he lay with his eyes squeezed shut, fighting to steady his racing pulse and his shallow, frantic breaths. Imagine you're under a boundless night sky, he told himself desperately. Nothing above you but endless open air. This mental trick had gotten him through a claustrophobic MRI scan once, aided by a heavy dose of medication. Tonight the visualization failed completely. Meanwhile, the gag in Catherine Solomon's mouth had slipped deeper, nearly cutting off her airway. Her abductor had hauled her down the steep ramp into a basement hallway. At the distant end, she had caught a glimpse of a room pulsing with a sinister reddish-purple light, but they had stopped short of reaching it. The man halted at a narrow storage room, carried her in, and deposited her roughly onto a stiff wooden chair. He positioned her with her bound hands fastened behind the chair's back, rendering her immobile. Catherine felt the thin wire biting deeper into her wrists, but that pain was a distant concern compared to the suffocating terror rising in her chest. The coarse cloth stuffed in her mouth was sliding further down her throat, triggering a violent gag reflex. Her vision began to narrow into a dark tunnel, as the tattooed man shut the solitary door and flicked on the harsh overhead light. Catherine's eyes streamed with tears, blurring the world into a watery smear. A grotesque canvas of multicolored skin swam before her, and she felt her consciousness waver, teetering on the edge of oblivion. Suddenly a scaled arm shot out and ripped the rag from her mouth. Catherine gulped in, ragged, desperate breaths, coughing violently as her lungs seized the air. Her vision gradually sharpened, focusing on the demonic face now inches from her own. It was a visage almost alien. An intricate tapestry of bizarre symbols covered his neck, face, and shaved scalp, leaving only a single small circle of bare skin on the crown of his head. A sprawling, double-headed phoenix emblazoned across his chest seemed to stare at her through eyes positioned where its nipples should be, like a carrion bird awaiting a meal.
"Open your mouth!"
the man whispered, his voice unnervingly calm. Catherine stared, frozen with disgust. What could he possibly want?
"Open your mouth!"
he repeated, a cold edge entering his whisper. Or the cloth goes back in, trembling uncontrollably. She parted her lips. The man extended a thick, tattooed finger and pushed it into her mouth. When it touched her tongue, a wave of nausea threatened to overwhelm her. He withdrew the damp finger and carefully rubbed her saliva into that small, untouched circle on his scalp. His eyes closed in an eerie, ritualistic concentration. Repulsed, Catherine jerked her head away. The room was some kind of utility space. Exposed pipes lined the walls, emitting low gurgles under the buzz of fluorescent lights. But before she could fully process her surroundings, her gaze locked onto a heap of familiar items on the concrete floor. A turtleneck, a tweed sport coat, loafers, and a whimsical Mickey Mouse watch. A cold dread shot through her. My God! She whipped her head back toward the tattooed man, her voice cracking. "What have you done with Robert? Quiet!" he hissed, a mocking smile touching his lips. "Or he'll hear you!" He shifted to the side, gesturing behind him. Professor Langdon was nowhere to be seen. Instead, Katherine saw a large, ominous black fiberglass container. Its oblong shape was disturbingly reminiscent of a military transport coffin. 2 heavy-duty latches secured it shut. "He's in there," Katherine cried out. "He'll suffocate." "Hardly," the man said, almost cheerfully, pointing to a cluster of clear plastic tubes running from the wall into the base of the crate. "He'll only wish he could. A little lesson in patience." Sealed in absolute darkness, Langdon strained to interpret the muffled sounds vibrating through the walls of his prison. Were those voices? He began pounding on the interior and shouting with all his strength. "Help! Is anyone out there? Can you hear me?" From what seemed a great distance, a faint, frantic voice called back. "Robert, no, please, no!" It was Katherine. The terror in her voice was palpable, but hearing it was a profound relief. He drew a breath to shout back, but paused, feeling an odd sensation at the nape of his neck. A faint, cool draft was flowing into the box from below. How is there airflow in here? He lay perfectly still, confirming the sensation. Yes, unmistakably, a gentle current was stirring the air. Moving his hands carefully along the smooth floor, he quickly found the source. A small, perforated vent, like a drain cover, was set into the base. A soft, steady stream of air was rising through it. Langdon felt a surge of relief as air hissed into the crate. He wasn't going to suffocate, but that relief vanished instantly, replaced by a new, chilling sound rising through the ventilation holes. A liquid gurgle, unmistakable and getting closer. Katherine watched in horror as a stream of clear fluid began snaking down one of the pipes directly toward Langdon's prison. It was a sickening illusion, like some macabre magic trick. "He's filling the crate with water?" She fought against the wires cutting into her wrists, the pain a distant echo compared to the panic clawing at her throat. All she could do was watch. She heard Langdon's frantic pounding, a desperate rhythm that suddenly ceased as the water reached the bottom of the container. A terrifying silence hung in the air for one endless moment before the pounding started again, more frenzied than before.
"Let him out!"
Katherine screamed. "Please, you can't do this." "Drowning is a particularly awful way to die," the man remarked, his voice disturbingly calm as he circled her chair. "Your assistant, Trish, could have described it to you." The words barely registered through her fear. "I nearly drowned once myself," he whispered, leaning closer. "On your family's property in Potomac. Your brother shot me. I fell through the ice at Zacharias Bridge." Katherine stared at him, her entire being flooded with a hatred so pure it was dizzying.
"The night you murdered my mother, the divine protected me that night," he said, "and in that water they showed me the path to ascend and join them. The water flowing into the box was warm, unsettlingly so, like blood. It was already several inches deep, having swallowed the lower half of Langdon's body. As it crept steadily up his torso, a cold, absolute certainty settled over him. This is how I die." A fresh wave of blind terror seized him, and he threw his arms up, pounding against the lid with a raw animal desperation. "You have to let him go," Katherine sobbed, tears streaming down her face. "We'll give you anything you want." Langdon's pounding grew even more frantic against the backdrop of the flowing water. The tattooed man merely smiled. "You're far more cooperative than your brother, the measures I had to take to pry secrets from Peter." "Where is he?" she demanded, her voice breaking. "Where's Peter? Tell me. We did exactly what you asked. We solved the pyramid. You solved nothing," he interrupted coldly. "You played a game, you withheld the truth, and brought a federal agent into my sanctuary. That is not conduct I reward." "We had no choice," she cried, the tears coming harder now. "The CIA is hunting you. They forced an agent on us. I'll tell you everything. Just let Robert out." She could hear Langdon's muffled shouts, his fists hammering against the crate, and she could see the relentless flow in the pipe. Time was bleeding away. The man before her stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I suppose there are agents stationed at Franklin Square?" Katherine remained silent, and he placed his heavy hands on her shoulders, pulling her forward, with her arms bound behind the chair. Her shoulders screamed in agony, joints threatening to pop. "Yes," she gasped.
"There are agents at Franklin Square."
He increased the pressure.
"What is the address on the capstone?"
The pain in her shoulders and wrists was excruciating, but she clenched her jaw.
"You can tell me now, Katherine, or I will dislocate both shoulders and ask you again."
8, she cried out. The number is 8. It says, the secret hides within the order, 8 Franklin Square. I swear that's all I know. It's 8 Franklin Square. He did not release his grip. That's everything.
Katherine pleaded.
That's the address. Now let me go. Get Robert out of that tank. I would, the man said, his tone almost conversational. But there's a complication. I can't very well walk into 8 Franklin Square. Tell me what awaits me there. I don't know. And the markings on the base of the pyramid on the bottom. What do they say? Do you understand what they signify? He asked. Katherine stared, bewildered. Symbols on the base? There aren't any. It's just smooth stone. Ignoring the muted pleas coming from the sealed container nearby, the tattooed man walked calmly to Langdon's bag and retrieved the stone pyramid. He brought it back, holding the base directly before Katherine's eyes. Her breath caught. That's impossible. The entire bottom surface was now covered in a dense tapestry of carved symbols. It had been blank before. She was certain of it. The markings were a chaotic blend from countless mystical traditions, many completely unfamiliar to her. It was an indecipherable mess. I don't know what any of this means, she admitted. Neither do I, her captor replied. Luckily, we have an expert on hand. He glanced toward the crate. Shall we consult him? He carried the pyramid over, and instead of opening the lid, settled himself on top of the box. He slid a small panel aside, revealing a plexiglass window set into the top. A shaft of light poured through inside. Langdon shielded his eyes, blinking against the sudden glare. As his vision cleared, his initial hope curdled into dread. He was looking up through a window in his prison's roof. Beyond it, he saw a plain white ceiling and the harsh glow of fluorescent lights. Then the tattooed face loomed into view, peering down at him. Where is Katherine? Langdon yelled, his voice muffled by the glass. Let me out of here! The man's smile was cold. She's right here with me. I hold the power to spare her life. Yours, too. But your time is running out, so listen carefully. Langdon could barely make out the words. The water had risen steadily, now lapping against his chest. Are you aware? The man's voice filtered down, that the pyramid's base is covered in symbols. Yes, Langdon shouted, recalling the intricate array he'd seen when the pyramid lay on the floor above. But I don't know what they mean. You need to go to 8 Franklin Square.
The answer is there. That's what the capstone.
Professor, we both know the CIA is waiting there. I won't walk into a trap. Besides, I didn't need the number. Only one building on that square matters, the Almas Shrine Temple. He paused, his gaze fixed on Langdon.
The ancient Arabic order of nobles of the mystic shrine. Langdon's mind raced. He knew of the Almas Temple, but had forgotten its location. The Shriners, they are the order.
That their temple concealed a secret staircase made no historical sense. But this wasn't the moment for academic debate. The water was rising. Yes, he cried, raising his aching head to keep his mouth above the liquid. That must be it. The secret is within the order. I know the building. I can help you. Just let me out. So you believe you can explain what this temple has to do with these symbols? Absolutely. Just let me see them. Fine. Let's see what you can deduce. Hurry. Langdon pushed desperately against the lid, pleading silently for it to open. Instead, the base of the pyramid descended, hovering just above the plexiglass window. The carved symbols were now inches from his face. I trust the view is adequate, the man said, his tattooed hands steadying the stone. Think quickly, Professor. I'd estimate you have less than a minute. Robert Langdon had always heard that a cornered animal could summon impossible strength.
Yet when he gathered every ounce of his will and slammed his shoulders upward against the unyielding lid of his crate, nothing happened. It didn't even shudder. The water was rising without mercy, leaving Robert Langdon with only a few precious inches of air. Pressed against the cold plexiglass, he stared up at the stone pyramid's underside, its secret finally exposed.
For over a century, it had been hidden beneath a crust of wax and stone dust. But now the Masonic pyramid's final engraving was clear, a perfect grid of symbols drawn from alchemy, astrology, heraldry, and magic, with Greek, Latin, and sigils thrown into the mix. It was a chaotic jumble, a visual cacophony where symbols from different cultures and eras collided without any apparent order to a symbologist. It was utter madness. How could anyone find meaning in this? It felt like trying to read a book where every word was from a different language. The liquid crept past his chin, touching his throat, and a raw, cold terror tightened around his chest. He kept pounding on the tank, but the pyramid above him seemed to mock his efforts. Outside, Katherine's voice, thick with tears, pleaded for his release, arguing with a fanatic that Langdon couldn't possibly solve the puzzle without visiting the Alma's temple. That building has to hold the missing piece, she insisted. Langdon knew she was fighting for him, but his own logic screamed that the timeline was wrong. The pyramid was created in the mid-1800s, long before the Shriners existed, or that address was even called Franklin Square. Whatever 8 Franklin Square referred to had to have been there in 1850, as the water threatened to fill his ears. A strange, hyper-focused calm cut through the panic. His mind, usually so analytical, began firing wild, desperate connections. 8. Franklin Square. This grid is a square. The square and compass are Masonic. Masonic altars are square. It was absurd. A frantic brain throwing anything at the wall. He scanned the symbols again, searching for a pattern, a hidden word, anything to break the code. But all he saw was chaos. A chilling numbness spread through his limbs, as if his body were resigning itself, trying to spare his mind the final moments of dread. Visions flashed, a childhood memory of being trapped in a dark well, another time pinned beneath bones in an overturned coffin in Rome. The water kept rising. He tilted his head back, his hair now soaked against the top of the crate, and stared up at the grid. Think, the answer had to be here. It had to be. The water continued to climb, yet Langdon forced his focus inward. 8 Franklin, 8 and 8 by 8 grid. Franklin contains 8 letters. The order also holds 8 letters. The number 8, when rotated, becomes the symbol for infinity. In numerology, 8 represents destruction. Langdon couldn't grasp the connection. Beyond the tank, Katherine's voice was a distant, pleading echo, now broken by the water sloshing against his ears. Impossible to understand without the capstone's message is clear. The secret hides within. Then silence. Water flooded his ears, erasing her final words. A sudden, womb-like quiet enveloped him, and the grim certainty of his fate settled in. The secret hides within. That final phrase reverberated in the tomb-like hush. The secret hides within. Oddly, Langdon recognized it. He had encountered this concept countless times before. The secret hides within. Even now, in his final moments, the ancient mysteries seemed to mock him. The secret hides within was the foundational principle of the mysteries, a call for humanity to seek the divine not in the distant heavens, but within the self. The secret hides within. It was the core message of every great mystical teacher. The kingdom of God is within you, taught Jesus. Know thyself, urged Pythagoras. Know ye not that ye are gods, declared Hermes Trismegistus. The examples were endless. Across the ages, all mystical paths had strived to impart this single profound truth: the secret hides within. And yet, mankind persistently gazed skyward, searching for God's face. For Langdon, this recognition crystallized into a moment of supreme, almost cruel irony. There he was, his own eyes tilted upward like every seeker before him, when Robert Langdon was struck by a sudden blazing clarity. It felt like a physical jolt.
The secret hides within the order. 8 Franklin Square. Instantly comprehension dawned.
The capstone's message was now transparent, its meaning having been plain all along. The text on the capstone, much like the Masonic pyramid it crowned, was a symbolon, a fractured code, a message in fragments. Its meaning was concealed with such elegant simplicity that Langdon was astounded he and Katherine had missed it. More staggering still, he now saw that the capstone's inscription did indeed provide the precise key to deciphering the grid of symbols on the pyramid's base. It was breathtakingly straightforward. Just as Peter Solomon had assured him, the golden capstone was a powerful talisman, capable of weaving order from chaos. Langdon began hammering on the lid, shouting, "I understand, I know!" Above him, the stone pyramid shifted and was pulled aside. In its place, the tattooed face reappeared at the small window, its eerie gaze fixed upon him. "I've solved it!" Langdon yelled. "Release me!" The tattooed man's lips moved, but Langdon's water-filled ears heard nothing. He read the 2 words on the man's lips clearly. "Tell me." "I will," Langdon screamed, the water now lapping at his lower eyelids. "Let me out. I'll explain everything. It's so simple." The man's lips formed another silent command. "Tell me now or die." As the water rose through the last sliver of air, Langdon arched his head back, straining to keep his mouth above the surface. Warm fluid spilled into his eyes, blurring his vision. Pressing his lips against the cold plexiglass window, with his final seconds of air, Robert Langdon whispered the secret of deciphering the Masonic pyramid. As he finished, the liquid closed over his mouth. Instinctively, he seized one last breath and clamped his mouth shut. A moment later, the fluid completely submerged him, reaching the top of the chamber. He did it, Malak realized with a cold thrill. Langdon unlocked the pyramid. The answer was so obvious, so elegantly simple. Beneath the window, Langdon's submerged face stared up, eyes desperate and pleading. Malak slowly shook his head, forming the silent words with a faint, chilling smile. "Thank you, Professor." Robert Langdon, a man who had spent years swimming competitively, had sometimes pondered the sensation of drowning. He was about to discover it for himself. While his lung capacity was above average, the primal need for air was already clawing at his consciousness. Carbon dioxide was saturating his bloodstream, triggering an overwhelming involuntary demand to draw breath. Don't breathe. The compulsion grew more desperate with every second. Langdon understood he was approaching the breath-hold breakpoint, that threshold where the body seizes control from the mind. Open it. Every instinct screamed to thrash against the confines of the tank. But he resisted, conserving his dwindling oxygen. All he could do was gaze upward through the distorted water at the blurred world beyond the thick window. The light above was just a smeared, distant glow. A deep, fiery ache spread through his core as hypoxia began its work. Then, a vision materialized. Katherine's face, pale and spectral, peered down at him through the liquid barrier. For a fleeting, glorious second, he believed she was his rescue. Their eyes locked through the plexiglass, but her muffled, horrified cries told the true story. Their captor was forcing her to watch. The tattooed man was making her a witness to his execution. Katherine, forgive me here. In this submerged coffin, Langdon grappled with the surreal truth that these were his final moments. Soon, everything that constituted Robert Langdon, every memory, every scrap of learned wisdom, every future possibility, would dissolve into nothing more than a cascade of fading chemical signals. The profound loneliness of that realization was utterly crushing. Almost gratefully, he felt the breakpoint arrive. His body took over. His lungs violently expelled their stale air, readying for an involuntary gasp. He fought it for one last, futile moment. Then, like pulling a hand from a white, hot flame, surrender was inevitable. Reflex triumphed. His mouth opened, his lungs expanded, and the fluid rushed in. The agony was beyond any pain he had ever conceived. It was a searing, liquid fire flooding his chest, then exploding upward into his skull with a pressure that felt like his head was in a hydraulic press. A deafening roar filled his ears, and through it, he could just make out Katherine's distant screams. A brilliant, white flash erupted behind his eyes. Then nothing. It was finished. Katherine Solomon had fallen silent, shock muting her screams into a hollow internal void. Beneath the closed window, Langdon's lifeless eyes stared vacantly past her. His final expression was etched with anguish. The last few silver bubbles escaped his lips, and then, with a dreadful, slow grace, the professor began to descend, drifting down into the tank's murky depths until the shadows consumed him. He was gone. A numb detachment settled over her. The tattooed man leaned down, and with a chillingly casual motion slid the small viewing port shut, entombing Langdon's body. He turned to Katherine with a thin smile. "Shall we proceed?" Before she could even process the words, he hauled her limp form over his shoulder, plunged the room into darkness, and carried her out. In a few brisk strides, he brought her into a large adjacent chamber, washed in an eerie, violet-tinged light. The air was thick with the scent of sandalwood. He carried her to a rough-hewn stone table at the room's center and threw her onto her back. The impact drove the air from her lungs, and the cold, unyielding surface bit into her skin. Katherine's senses reeled as the cold, unyielding surface beneath her confirmed she was bound to stone. Before she could fully orient herself, the man had already freed her wrists and ankles. A surge of adrenaline prompted her to struggle, but her limbs, stiff and uncooperative from the tight bindings, offered little resistance. He efficiently secured her to the slab with thick leather straps, fastening one tightly across her knees and another over her hips, effectively trapping her arms. A final band was locked across her chest, just above her breasts, completing her immobilization in mere seconds. As the blood began to flow back into her extremities, a painful throbbing pulsed in her hands and feet. "Open your mouth," the man murmured, his tattooed tongue flicking across his own lips. Katherine pressed her jaws together in disgust. He extended a finger and traced the outline of her lips, with a slow, deliberate touch that made her skin prickle. When she refused to yield, he gave a low chuckle and, with his free hand, applied precise pressure to a point on her neck. Her mouth fell open involuntarily. She felt the invasive slide of his finger across her tongue and gagged, attempting to bite down, but he was already withdrawing it. With a grotesque smile, he held the glistening fingertip before her eyes, then closed his own and reverently smeared her saliva into the bare, circular patch on his scalp. He released a long, satisfied sigh before opening his eyes with an unnerving tranquility and silently exiting the room. In the heavy quiet that followed, the frantic rhythm of her own heartbeat filled Katherine's ears. Above her, an array of unusual lights cycled through a spectrum, from a bruised purple-red to a deep, bloody crimson, casting an eerie glow on the low ceiling. When she looked up, the sight stole her breath. The entire surface was a vast, intricate mural, a chaotic astronomer's dream. Stars, planets, and constellations swirled amidst astrological glyphs, complex charts, and esoteric equations. Arrows charted elliptical paths, geometric symbols denoted angles, and the painted eyes of zodiacal beasts stared down. It was as if a brilliant but unhinged mind had redecorated the Sistine Chapel with the secrets of the cosmos. She wrenched her gaze to the left, only to be confronted by another overwhelming scene. The flickering light from a row of old-fashioned floor candles illuminated a wall plastered from edge to edge with a chaotic archive. Pages of ancient-looking vellum jostled against modern photocopies. Photographs, detailed maps, and technical schematics were all glued in place with obsessive care. A sprawling web of red string and thumbtacks connected them in a dizzying paranoid latticework of possible relationships. Desperate for a less overwhelming view, she turned her head to the right. This, however, was the worst sight of all. Beside the stone slab stood a small utilitarian table that brought to mind the sterile setup of a surgical theater. Arranged upon it was a chilling collection: a hypodermic syringe, a small vial filled with a dark viscous fluid, and, most horrifying, a large knife. Its bone handle led to a blade of burnished iron, polished to a cruel and brilliant shine. A cold dread, sharper than any blade, pierced her. What unspeakable ritual did he intend to perform? When CIA systems analyst Rick Parrish finally hurried into Nola Kay's office, a single sheet of paper was clutched in his hand. "You were supposed to be here 10 minutes ago?" Nola snapped, her patience long expired. "Apologies," he said, adjusting his thick glasses on the bridge of his nose. "I was trying to pull together a more complete briefing, but the data trails are—" "I don't need the full story right now," Nola interrupted, cutting him off. "Just show me what you have." Parrish handed her the printout. "It's heavily redacted, but the core information is there." Nola's eyes quickly scanned the page, her expression shifting from irritation to stark disbelief. "I'm still working on the penetration vector," Parrish continued. "It appears a delegator spider managed to compromise one of our external query." "Never mind how," Nola exclaimed, looking up from the document, her focus now entirely on the alarming content it revealed. "What on earth is a CIA file doing with top-secret information about pyramids, ancient gateways, and carved symbols?"
That's exactly why it took me so long. I was digging to find out which specific document was being accessed, so I followed the digital trail.
Parrish hesitated, his voice dropping slightly.
Turns out, this file is stored on a private server partition that belongs to the director of the CIA. Nola spun around, her expression one of pure shock. The director, Sato's superior, had a dossier on the Masonic pyramid.
She was aware that the current director, like several other high-level CIA officials, held a senior rank within the Freemasons, but the idea of any of them storing Masonic secrets on an agency computer seemed unthinkable. Then again, after everything she'd seen in the past day, maybe nothing was off the table. Agent Simpkins lay flat in the underbrush of Franklin Square, his gaze fixed on the pillared entrance of the Almas Temple. Still nothing. No lights had flickered on inside, and no one had come near the door. He glanced over his shoulder at Bellamy, who was walking back and forth alone in the park center, looking utterly frozen. The man was visibly trembling. Simpkins's phone buzzed. It was Sato. "How late is our contact?" she snapped. He checked his watch. He said 20 minutes. "It's been nearly 40. Something's off." "He's not showing up," Sato stated flatly. "We're done here." Simpkins knew she was right.
Any update from Hartman?
Negative. He never reported in from Kalorama Heights. "I can't reach him." Simpkins tensed. If that was true, then things had gone seriously wrong. "I already checked with field support," Sato added, "and they can't locate him either." "Damn. Do they have a GPS lock on the Escalade?" "Yes, it's stationary at a residential address in Kalorama Heights," Sato replied. "Round up your team. We're pulling out." Sato ended the call and stared out at the imposing skyline of the nation's capital. A bitter wind cut through her thin jacket, and she hugged herself tightly, trying to trap any warmth she could. Director Inoue Sato was not a woman who usually felt the cold or fear, but right now she was feeling a sharp chill of both. Chapter 106. Wearing nothing but a silk loincloth, Malak sprinted up the ramp, through the heavy steel door, and out past the concealed painting into his living room. "Time is short. I have to move fast." His eyes flicked toward the lifeless CIA agent sprawled in the entryway. This place is compromised. Clutching the stone pyramid, he marched straight into his ground-floor study and settled before his laptop. As he logged in, he pictured Langdon trapped below and wondered how long it would take for anyone to find the body submerged in the hidden chamber. It didn't matter. Mullock would be far away by then. Langdon had played his part perfectly. Not only had he reassembled the pieces of the Masonic pyramid, he had cracked the code of the mysterious symbol grid on its base. At first glance, the markings looked utterly cryptic, yet the solution was straightforward, almost obvious once you saw it. Malak's laptop screen lit up, displaying the same email he'd received earlier, a photo of the luminous capstone, partly obscured by Warren Bellamy's finger. "The secret hides within the order. Franklin Square, 8. Franklin Square." Katherine had revealed to him. She'd also confessed that CIA agents were watching Franklin Square, hoping to catch Malak and decipher what order the capstone referred to. The Freemasons? The Shriners? The Rosicrucians? None of those, Malak now understood. Langdon had seen the real answer. Just 10 minutes earlier, with water rising to his chin, the Harvard professor had shouted the key to unlocking the pyramid's meaning, the Order 8, Franklin Square. He'd cried out, panic in his eyes. "The secret hides within the Order 8, Franklin Square." At first, Malak hadn't grasped what he meant. "It's not a street address." Langdon had yelled, his mouth pressed against the plexiglass. "The Order 8 Franklin Square! It's a magic square!" he had shouted, followed by a frantic reference to Albrecht Dürer and the idea that the pyramid's initial cipher was a key to unlocking this last one. Malak knew of magic squares, Kameas, as the ancient mystics named them. The old writings in the Occulta Philosophia detailed the occult strength of these numerical grids and the techniques for crafting potent sigils from them. Was Langdon truly claiming that such a square could decode the pyramid's base? "You require an 8x8 magic square," the professor had screamed, only his mouth visible above the rising liquid. "They are classified by order. A 3x3 is Order 3. A 4x4 is Order 4. You must find an Order 8. As the fluid threatened to swallow Langdon whole, he gasped a final breath and cried out the name of a renowned Freemason, a founding father of America, a man of science, mysticism, mathematics, and invention, whose name still graced a legendary Kamea. Franklin. Instantly, Malak realized Langdon was correct. Now, upstairs with his laptop, Malak's breath grew short with eager tension. A swift internet search yielded numerous results. He selected one and began to read the Order 8 Franklin Square. Among the most famous magic squares in history is the Order 8 design published in 1769 by the American scientist Benjamin Franklin, celebrated for its innovative bent diagonal summations. Franklin's fascination with this mystical practice likely sprang from his connections to the leading alchemists and mystics of his era, as well as his personal belief in astrology, which formed the foundation for the forecasts in his Poor Richard's Almanac. Malak examined Franklin's renowned creation, a unique layout of numbers 1 through 64, where every row, column, and diagonal summed to an identical magical constant. The secret lay within the Order 8 Franklin Square. A smile spread across Malak's face. His hands trembling with exhilaration, he seized the stone pyramid and turned it over, scrutinizing the base. These 64 symbols needed to be rearranged, their order dictated by the sequence in Franklin's magic square. Though he couldn't picture how this chaotic jumble of symbols would suddenly become coherent, he trusted the ancient promise. Ordo ab chao. His heart pounding, he took a sheet of paper, drew an empty 8x8 grid, and started placing the symbols one by one into their newly assigned positions. To his utter amazement, the grid almost immediately began to clarify itself. Order from chaos! He finished the entire decryption and stared, disbelieving at the result before him. A clear, stark image had emerged. The scrambled grid had been transformed, reordered. And while Malak did not comprehend the full message, he understood enough to know with certainty his next destination. The pyramid reveals the path. The grid indicated one of the world's paramount mystical sites. Astonishingly, it was the very place where Malak had always imagined he would conclude his quest. Destiny, Chapter 107. The cold of the stone table seeped into Catherine Solomon's back. Visions of Robert's grim fate kept churning in her mind, mixed with fears for her brother. Was Peter also dead? The bizarre knife on the nearby table sent sharp flashes of potential horror through her, hinting at what might await. Could this truly be the end? Her thoughts, almost defiantly, shifted to her research, to noetic science, and to her recent hard-won breakthroughs. All of it was gone now, vanished into smoke. She would never get to share with the world everything she had uncovered. Her most startling revelation had occurred just months prior, an experiment whose results held the power to reshape humanity's understanding of death. Strangely, as she lay there, her mind circled back to that particular trial. The unexpected solace Catherine Solomon found in her work was a quiet surprise. As a child, she had often lain awake at night, wondering about the great beyond. Was there a heaven? What truly happened when the lights went out? Yet her rigorous scientific training had, over the years, methodically stripped away those childhood fantasies of an afterlife. She had come to see life after death as a comforting story humanity told itself, a narrative spun to soften the stark, unyielding reality of our finite existence. At least, that's what she had always told herself. Then, about a year ago, a conversation with her brother, Peter, reignited the old questions. They were debating one of philosophy's oldest puzzles, the human soul. Was there a consciousness, a spark, that could exist independently of the body? Intellectually, they both felt the answer was yes. History seemed to agree. Ancient traditions from the East spoke of the soul's journey into a new form after death. Greek thinkers like Plato described the body as a cage for the spirit, while the Stoics saw the soul as a divine fragment returning to its source. The evidence, Catherine thought with a sigh, was everywhere except in a lab. Proving a soul existed scientifically felt like trying to catch the morning mist in a jar and expecting to find it years later. A beautiful, impossible dream. But after Peter left, a stubborn idea took root. He had referenced the book of Genesis, describing the soul as neshama, a kind of spiritual intelligence. That word intelligence implied thought. And her own field, noetic science, had shown that thoughts possess a measurable, if infinitesimal, mass. A wild, almost laughable connection clicked in her mind. If the soul was intelligent and intelligence had mass, could the soul itself have weight? The idea seemed absurd, the stuff of late-night caffeine-fueled speculation. She dismissed it. Yet, 3 nights later, she shot upright in bed, her heart pounding as if the idea had been waiting in the shadows. Without a word to anyone, she drove through the empty streets to her lab, a singular, audacious experiment already taking shape in her mind. She worked in secret, driven by a blend of doubt and fierce curiosity, telling Peter nothing until 4 months later she finally called him in. With a theatrical flourish, she wheeled out her creation from a back room. "I built it myself," she announced, watching his face. "Care to guess what it is?" Peter studied the large, sleek device. It resembled a futuristic sleeping pod, a long, clear plastic capsule resting on a complex electronic base. "An isolation chamber," he ventured, "for some kind of sensory deprivation." Catherine smiled, though his guess wasn't far off. "Watch this," she said, powering it on. A digital display flickered to life. its numbers dancing before settling on a pristine 0, or 0.000000000,000 kilograms. It's a scale, Peter stated, his brow furrowed in confusion. Not just any scale, she corrected. She plucked a single eyelash from her sweater and let it drift onto the capsule's surface. The numbers jumped and settled. 0.000329118 kilograms, a microbalance, she explained. It can measure changes down to a few millionths of a gram. Peter's eyes widened as the implication dawned on him. He looked from the machine to his sister's determined face. You built a precision scale for a person. Exactly, Katherine said, her voice steady. She lifted the transparent lid. Once someone is inside, and this seals, they become a completely closed system. Nothing enters, nothing leaves. No air, no moisture, not a single molecule. It's the only way to see if something departs. Not a single thing could get out. Not a person's breath, their evaporating sweat, any bodily fluid, nothing at all. Peter dragged his fingers through his thick silver hair, a gesture of nerves he and Katherine both shared. Well, a person wouldn't last long in there, that's for sure. She gave a slow nod. About 6 minutes, give or take, depending on how fast they're breathing. He turned toward her, his expression puzzled. I'm not following. A knowing smile touched her lips. You will, leaving the imposing machine behind. Katherine guided Peter into the cube's control hub and settled him before the expansive plasma screen. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, pulling up a series of video files from the holographic storage drives. The wall flickered to life, revealing what looked like amateur home footage. The camera slowly swept across a simple bedroom. An unmade bed, prescription bottles clustered on a nightstand, a silent respirator, and the steady blip of a heart monitor. Peter's confusion was palpable as the view continued panning, finally centering on Katherine's strange capsule apparatus, positioned right in the middle of the room. His eyes went wide. What on earth? The transparent lid of the pod stood open. Inside, an elderly man wearing an oxygen mask lay still. His wife and a hospice nurse stood solemnly beside it. The man's breathing was ragged, his eyes shut. That man was my science professor at Yale, Katherine explained softly. We stayed in touch over the years. He'd been very ill for a long time. He always said he wanted to leave his body to science. So when I described this experiment to him, he insisted on being part of it. Peter sat utterly silent, stunned, as the scene unfolded before them. On the screen, the hospice nurse turned to the man's wife. It's time. He's ready. The elderly woman dabbed at her eyes with a tissue, then nodded with a serene, resolved calm. All right. With immense care, the nurse reached into the pod and gently removed the man's oxygen mask. He stirred faintly, but his eyes remained closed. She then wheeled the respirator and other medical equipment to the side of the room, leaving the old man isolated in the sealed center of the capsule. His wife stepped forward, leaned down, and placed a tender kiss on his forehead. He didn't open his eyes, but the corners of his lips turned up ever so slightly into a faint, loving smile. Without the mask, his breathing grew rapidly more strained. The end was clearly approaching, with a strength that was heartbreaking to witness. His wife slowly lowered the clear lid of the capsule and sealed it shut, just as Katherine had instructed. Peter jerked back in his seat. Katherine, for God's sake, what is this? It's all right, she whispered, though her own heart was pounding. She'd watched this dozens of times, and it still rattled her. There's enough air inside the pod. She pointed to the digital readout on the scale beneath the sealed capsule. The numbers glowed steadily. 51,453,4644 kilograms. That's his current body weight, Katherine said. The old man's breaths grew shallower, and Peter leaned forward, completely captivated. This was his wish, Katherine murmured. Just watch. On the screen, the wife had stepped back and sat on the edge of the bed, watching silently alongside the nurse. For the next minute, the man's shallow, rapid breaths continued, until all at once, as if he had chosen the precise moment himself, he simply stopped. Everything went still. It was over. The wife and the nurse shared a quiet, comforting glance. For several seconds, nothing changed. Peter looked at Katherine, his face a mask of bewildered anticipation. Just wait, she thought, and nodded toward the capsule's display, which still showed the dead man's weight. Then it happened. When Peter saw it, he flinched backward so violently he nearly toppled his chair. But that's impossible. He brought a hand to his mouth, stunned into near incoherence.
I can't believe. It was a rare sight. The formidable Peter Solomon, utterly speechless. Katherine's own reaction had been much the same the first time she witnessed it. Mere moments after the man's death, the numbers on the scale abruptly dropped. The moment the man died, his body became lighter. The difference was tiny, but the scale registered it clearly.
And the meaning behind that shift was staggering. Katherine remembered her hand shaking as she wrote in her lab journal. At the instant of death, something invisible departs the human form. It possesses measurable weight and passes unimpeded through solid matter. I can only conclude it travels in a dimension beyond my current perception. Seeing the stunned look on her brother's face, she knew he grasped the enormity of it. Katherine, he whispered, his gray eyes blinking rapidly as if trying to wake from a dream. I believe you've just measured the human soul. A heavy quiet fell between them. Katherine could feel Peter wrestling with the sheer wondrous implications. It would take time. If what they had observed was real, if a soul or consciousness or vital essence could indeed step outside the confines of the body, then a brilliant, unsettling light had just been cast on a host of ancient mysteries: reincarnation, cosmic awareness, out-of-body visions, near-death journeys, and more. Medical literature was packed with accounts of patients who died briefly on the table, floated above their own forms, and returned to tell the tale. Peter said nothing, and Katherine saw tears welling in his eyes. She understood. She had wept as well. Both had lost people they loved, and for anyone who had endured that grief, even the faintest whisper of a spirit surviving death offered a fragile, piercing hope. He's thinking of Zachary, she realized, recognizing the profound sorrow in her brother's gaze. For years, Peter had carried the crushing guilt over his son's death. He had confessed to Katherine more than once that leaving Zachary in prison was the gravest error of his life, a mistake for which he could never forgive himself. A door slammed violently, jerking Katherine back to the present. She was in the basement again, stretched on a cold stone slab. The heavy metal door at the top of the ramp had banged shut, and the tattooed man was returning. She heard him enter a room down the corridor, rustle around inside, then continue his approach toward her chamber. When he stepped inside, she saw he was pushing something ahead of him, something substantial, on wheels. As he moved into the light, she stared, unable to believe her eyes. The tattooed man was guiding a person in a wheelchair. Logically, Katherine's mind identified the man in the chair. Emotionally, she could scarcely process the sight. Peter? She didn't know whether to feel overwhelming relief that her brother was alive, or pure terror. Peter's body had been shaved completely smooth. His full head of silver hair was gone, his eyebrows removed, and his bare skin shone as if coated in oil. He wore a simple black silk robe. Where his right hand should have been, only a stump remained, neatly wrapped in a clean white bandage. Her brother's anguished eyes met hers, filled with apology and despair. Peter, her voice broke. Peter tried to speak, but produced only choked, guttural sounds. Katherine now saw he was strapped to the wheelchair and gagged. The tattooed man reached down and gently patted Peter's shaved head. I have prepared your brother for a profound honor. He has a part to play this evening. Every muscle in Katherine's body locked. No, Peter and I will be departing shortly, but I thought you would appreciate a chance to say farewell. Where are you taking him? She managed, her voice faint. He smiled. Peter and I must travel to the sacred mountain. That is where the treasure rests. The Masonic pyramid has shown us the way. Your friend Robert Langdon proved most cooperative. Katherine looked into her brother's eyes. He killed Robert. Her brother's face twisted in agony, and he shook his head fiercely, as though he could endure no more pain. Easy, Peter, the man murmured, his hand returning to stroke Peter's hair. Don't spoil this. Tell your sister farewell. Consider this your family's last gathering. A wave of frantic helplessness crashed over Katherine. What do you want from us? She cried out. What did we ever do to deserve this? Why is my family your enemy? The man covered in intricate tattoos moved close, his lips nearly touching her ear. My motives are my own, Katherine. He stepped away to the side table, lifting the unusual blade. Returning, he drew the polished edge lightly against her skin.
This, he stated, is perhaps the most legendary dagger ever forged. Katherine was unaware of any historically significant knives, but this one appeared ominously old. The metal felt lethally sharp,
Relax, he said. You're not worthy of its purpose. I'm reserving it for a more significant offering, in a far holier location. He looked toward her brother. You know what this is, don't you, Peter? Peter's eyes were wide with dread and stunned recognition.
Indeed, Peter, it survived the ages. Acquiring it cost a fortune. And I've been keeping it for you. Finally, you and I can conclude our long shared agony. He then meticulously wrapped the knife in a cloth alongside his other ritual items. Incense, small bottles, satin cloths, and various ceremonial objects. Katherine watched, powerless, as he placed the bundle along with the Masonic pyramid and its capstone into Robert Langdon's leather bag. Zipping it shut, he turned to Peter. You'll carry this, Peter. He dropped the heavy bag onto Peter's lap. Next, he went to a drawer, rummaging until the clink of metal sounded. When he came back, he firmly grasped Katherine's right arm. She couldn't see what he was doing, but Peter could, and he began to strain desperately against his bonds once more. Katherine felt a quick, piercing sting in the bend of her elbow, followed by a strange, spreading warmth. Peter made choked, agonized noises, fighting uselessly against the weight of the chair holding him. A cold, dead sensation began creeping through Katherine's forearm and into her fingers below the needle. When the man moved, she understood her brother's horror. He had inserted a medical needle into her vein, but it wasn't connected to any collection tube. Instead, her blood was flowing freely from it, tracing a path down her elbow and forearm to pool on the stone table. A living hourglass, the man announced, facing Peter. Soon, when it's time for you to fulfill your part, I want you to imagine Katherine, dying by herself here in the darkness. Peter's face was a mask of pure anguish. She'll remain alive, the man continued, for roughly an hour. If you are prompt and cooperative, I will have ample time to return and save her. Naturally, if you resist in any way, your sister dies here alone. It was almost funny, in a horrifying way, how he framed this monstrous act as a simple matter of scheduling and compliance. Peter roared unintelligibly through his gag.
I understand, the tattooed man said, resting a hand on Peter's shoulder. This is difficult, but it shouldn't be. After all, abandoning a family member isn't a new experience for you. He leaned down, his voice dropping to a whisper near Peter's ear.
I'm referring, of course, to your son, Zachary, back in that Turkish prison. Peter wrenched against his restraints, another muffled scream escaping. Leave him alone, Katherine yelled. I recall that night perfectly, the man goaded as he finished his preparations. I listened to it all. The warden was ready to release your boy, but you decided to teach Zachary a lesson by leaving him behind, and he certainly learned it, didn't he? The man's smile was cruel. His tragedy
became my opportunity. He then took a piece of linen and forced it deep into Katherine's mouth. Death, he whispered to her, ought to be a silent affair. Peter fought against his bindings with every ounce of his strength. Without another word, the tattooed man began to wheel Peter backward, granting him one final, lingering glimpse of his sister. Their eyes met, a silent exchange of everything left unsaid. Then the doorway swallowed them.
Katherine listened to the squeak of the wheels ascending the ramp, the heavy clang of the metal door, the distinct click of a lock. The sounds receded through the gallery, past the painting of the Three Graces. Minutes later, an engine growled to life outside, then faded into the night. The mansion settled into a profound, hollow silence. Utterly alone in the darkness, Katherine felt the warm, steady seep of her own blood. Robert Langdon's consciousness drifted in a featureless sea. No light pierced the gloom, no sound disturbed the quiet, no sensation touched him. He was adrift in a silent, boundless vacuum. A strange softness enveloped him, a weightless liberation. His physical form felt distant, inconsequential. Time itself had unraveled and ceased to matter. He was now pure awareness, a disembodied thought floating in the immense, empty expanse of the cosmos. The sleek UH-60 helicopter raced low over the grand rooftops of Kalorama Heights, following the coordinates relayed by the support team. Agent Simpkins spotted it first, a black Escalade, parked carelessly on the manicured lawn of a stately mansion. The gate was shut, the house dark and still. At Sato's signal, the chopper descended, landing roughly on the front lawn amid a scattering of vehicles, including a security car with a flashing light on its roof. Simpkins and his team burst out, weapons drawn, and sprinted to the porch. Finding the front door locked, Simpkins cupped his hands against a window. The foyer was shadowy, but the vague outline of a body on the floor was unmistakable.
Damn, he muttered. It's Hartman.
One agent snatched a porch chair and hurled it through the large bay window. The crash of glass was almost lost in the rotor wash behind them. Within seconds, they were inside. Simpkins rushed to the foyer and knelt beside Hartman, checking for a pulse. Nothing. The scene was a mess of blood. Then he saw the screwdriver embedded in the man's throat. Good God! He rose and signaled his team to sweep the premises. Fanning out across the first floor, their laser sights cut through the gloom of the opulent home. The living room and study were clear, but in the dining room they discovered a female security guard strangled. Simpkins was rapidly losing any hope of finding Robert Langdon or Katherine Solomon alive. This killer was methodical and ruthless. If he could take down a CIA agent and an armed guard, a scholar and a scientist stood little chance. Once the main level was secure, Simpkins sent 2 men upstairs. He then found a basement stairway off the kitchen and headed down, flicking on the lights. The space was wide, clean, and strikingly unused, just boilers, bare cement walls, and a few storage boxes. Absolutely nothing of note. Returning to the kitchen, he met his agents coming down from the second floor. They all shook their heads. The house was empty. No more victims. No one home. Simpkins radioed Sato with the all-clear and the grim report. By the time he reached the foyer, Sato was already stepping onto the porch. Through the helicopter's open door, Warren Bellamy was visible, sitting in a stunned daze with Sato's titanium briefcase at his feet. The director's secure laptop gave her a global encrypted link to CIA systems. Earlier, she had shown Bellamy something on that screen, some piece of information that had shattered his resistance and secured his full cooperation. Simpkins didn't know what Bellamy had seen, but whatever it was had left the architect looking utterly broken. Sato entered the foyer and paused, bowing her head briefly over Hartman's body. Then she lifted her gaze, her eyes sharp and direct on Simpkins. No trace of Langdon, Katherine, or Peter Solomon. Simpkins shook his head. If they survived, he brought them along. Sato stated, "Was there a computer in the residence?" "Yes, ma'am, in the study. Take me there." Simpkins guided Sato from the entryway into the main living area. Shards of glass from the broken picture window littered the thick carpet. They moved past a stone fireplace, an oversized landscape painting, and rows of filled bookshelves before reaching a study door. The room was lined with dark wood, featuring an aged oak desk and a sizable monitor. Sato stepped behind the desk and glared at the screen, her expression tightening.
Unbelievable,
she muttered. Simpkins moved to see for himself. The monitor was dark. What's the issue? Sato gestured to a vacant docking station on the desk's surface. He works from a laptop. It's gone. Simpkins was confused.
Is there data you need to access?
Not exactly, Sato replied, her voice low and serious. There is data I need to ensure no one ever accesses. Beneath them, concealed in the basement, Katherine Solomon had listened to the whirl of helicopter rotors, the crash of breaking glass, and the thud of heavy footsteps overhead. She strained against the gag in her mouth, but her attempts to shout produced only muffled, useless sounds. Each effort accelerated the bleeding from the wound at her elbow. A wave of lightheadedness and breathlessness washed over her. You have to get a grip, Katherine. She focused her will, forcing herself into a controlled, meditative calm. Meanwhile, Robert Langdon's consciousness drifted in a formless void. He gazed into a boundless emptiness, seeking any landmark, any orientation. There was nothing, only profound darkness, utter silence, and a strange, weightless peace. Without gravity. Direction was meaningless. His physical form seemed absent. Is this what dying feels like? Time itself became elastic here, stretching and contracting without measure. He had no idea how long he had been adrift, seconds, hours, perhaps days. Then, abruptly, like sudden supernovae igniting in distant corners of the universe, memories surged forward. They rushed toward him across the vast nothingness, vivid and violent. Everything returned in a chaotic flood. He was looking up at a face etched entirely in intricate tattoos. Powerful hands gripped his head and slammed it against a hard floor. Agony exploded, then oblivion, a dull gray light. A relentless throbbing fragmented recollections. He was being hauled, semi-conscious, down a seemingly endless descent. A voice chanted rhythmic, ancient-sounding words. verbum significatium, verbum omnificum, verbum perdo. Chapter 110. Director Sato waited alone in the study, anticipating a response from the CIA's satellite imaging team. One perk of operating near the capital was the extensive satellite network. With any luck, one might have been oriented to capture this property tonight, possibly snapping images of a departing vehicle in the last 30 minutes. No coverage on those coordinates tonight, ma'am, the technician's voice came through the phone. We can submit a repositioning order if you... Don't bother. It's too late now. She ended the call. Sato let out a frustrated breath, her leads evaporating. How were they supposed to trace the target now? She walked back to the foyer, where her team had zipped Agent Hartman's body into a bag and were moving it toward the waiting helicopter. She had instructed Simpkins to rally the men for departure to Langley, but she found him still in the living room, kneeling on the carpet. He looked pale, almost sick. "Are you all right?" she asked. He looked up, his expression peculiar. "Did you notice this?" He pointed at the floor. Sato approached and looked down at the plush beige carpet. She saw nothing unusual. "Get down here," Simpkins urged. "Look at the carpet pile." She crouched beside him. After a moment she saw it. The fibers were compressed, forming two faint, parallel depressions, as if something substantial on wheels had been moved across the room. It was oddly precise. "The weird part," Simpkins said quietly, "is where these tracks lead." He pointed, his finger tracing a path toward the room's far wall, a solid wall lined with bookshelves, offering no apparent exit. A cold realization began to dawn on Sato. Perhaps their search was not over after all. Sato's eyes traced the subtle parallel lines running across the living room rug. The tracks appeared to vanish under a large imposing painting mounted beside the fireplace. What on earth? Simpkins moved to the artwork and attempted to lift it from the wall. It was firmly attached. "It's secured," he noted, his fingers tracing the frame's perimeter. "Wait, there's something here." His index finger found a small concealed lever along the bottom edge, and a soft click echoed in the room. Sato stepped closer as Simpkins applied pressure. The entire painting began to pivot smoothly on a central axis, much like a revolving door. He lifted his flashlight, directing the beam into the darkness beyond. Sato's eyes sharpened. This is it. A short hallway ended at a solid, heavy metal door. The flood of memories that had surged through the black void of Langdon's consciousness had receded, leaving behind a swirl of crimson embers and that same haunting, distant murmur. Verbum significatium, verbum omnificum, verbum perdo. The chant persisted, a monotonous drone reminiscent of a medieval chorus, verbum significatium, verbum omnificum. Now the phrases tumbled through the emptiness, new voices layering around him. Apocalypsis, Franklin, apocalypsis, verbum, apocalypsis. Abruptly, a solitary sorrowful bell began to toll somewhere in the distance. Its ringing continued, growing progressively louder and more insistent, as if pleading for Langdon's comprehension, urging his mind to pursue its call. The bell in the clock tower rang for 3 full minutes, its vibrations causing the crystal chandelier above Langdon's head to tremble. Years before, he had attended lectures in this cherished assembly hall at Phillips Exeter Academy. Today, however, he was present to hear a close friend speak to the gathered students. As the overhead lights dimmed, Langdon settled into a seat against the rear wall beneath a gallery of former headmasters' portraits. A expectant quiet settled over the audience. In the complete darkness, a tall, silhouetted figure crossed the stage and approached the podium.
"Good morning,"
a disembodied voice whispered into the microphone. The crowd shifted, everyone leaning forward, trying to discern the speaker. A slide projector flickered to life, displaying a faded sepia photograph of a dramatic castle with a red sandstone facade, imposing square towers and intricate Gothic details.
"Who can tell me where this is located?"
the shadow asked. "England," a young woman declared confidently from the darkness. "That architectural style is a fusion of early Gothic and late Romanesque, which makes it a classic example of a Norman castle, placing it in England around the 12th century. "Impressive," the faceless voice replied. "We have an architecture enthusiast among us." A wave of soft groans rippled through the room. "Unfortunately," the shadow added, "you're off by about 3,000 miles and 500 years. The audience's attention snapped back. The projector now showed a full-color, contemporary photo of the same structure from a different angle. The castle's distinctive Seneca Creek sandstone towers filled the foreground, but shockingly close in the background stood the majestic white-columned dome of the U.S. Capitol. "Wait a minute," the same girl exclaimed. "There's a Norman castle in Washington, D.C. since 155, the voice answered, which is when this next image was captured. A new slide appeared, a black and white interior view of an enormous vaulted ballroom. It was furnished with animal skeletons, scientific display cases, glass jars containing biological specimens, archaeological finds, and plaster casts of prehistoric reptiles. He took a slow, deliberate breath before continuing. "This extraordinary castle," the voice explained, "was America's first true science museum. It was a gift to the nation from a wealthy British scientist who, much like our founding fathers, believed our young country could become a beacon of enlightenment. He left a vast fortune to our founders with the instruction to build, at the heart of our nation, an establishment for the increase and diffusion of knowledge." He paused, letting the weight of the statement settle over the silent hall. "Can anyone share the name of this remarkable scientist?" A quiet voice from the front row offered. "James Smithson?" A murmur of agreement spread through the room. "That's correct," the man on stage confirmed. Stepping fully into the light, Peter Solomon's gray eyes sparkled with a knowing warmth. "Good morning, I'm Peter Solomon, Secretary of the Smithsonian Institution." The students erupted into enthusiastic applause. From the dimness at the back, Robert Langdon watched, impressed, as Peter held the young audience captive with a vivid photographic journey through the Smithsonian's origins. The presentation opened with the iconic Smithsonian Castle, delving into its basement laboratories and hallways packed with early collections. He showed images of a salon overflowing with mollusk specimens and the dedicated researchers who jokingly called themselves curators of crustaceans. A particular favorite was a vintage photograph of the castle's two beloved resident owls, Diffusion and Increase, whose presence had once charmed visitors. The 30-minute visual story culminated in a striking satellite view of the National Mall, now dotted with the institution's sprawling museums. As I stated at the start, Solomon concluded, James Smithson and our nation's founders envisioned America as a beacon of enlightenment. I believe they would look upon today with pride. The Smithsonian stands as a living testament to that vision, a working symbol of science and knowledge at the very heart of our country. It is a breathing tribute to a dream of an America built upon the foundations of wisdom, discovery, and learning. Solomon ended the slides to another burst of applause. The main lights brightened, revealing a sea of raised hands. He pointed to a young red-haired boy near the center. "Mr. Solomon," the boy asked, sounding confused, "you said the founders left Europe to escape religious control and wanted to build a nation based on science?" "That is accurate," Solomon replied. "But I always thought they were very religious men who founded America as a Christian nation." Solomon offered a patient smile. "Let me be clear. Our founders were indeed deeply spiritual men, but they were primarily deists, individuals who believed in a universal God, embracing a broad and tolerant perspective. The key religious principle they championed was freedom of belief itself." He took the microphone from its stand and walked to the very lip of the stage. They dreamed of a spiritually enlightened society where freedom of thought, universal education, and scientific progress would dispel the shadows of rigid, outdated superstition. A blonde girl near the back raised her hand. "Yes." "Sir," she said, glancing at her phone, "I was just looking you up, and it says here you're a well-known Freemason." Solomon raised his hand, displaying his Masonic ring. "I could have saved you the search." A ripple of laughter went through the room. "Okay." The girl continued, a bit hesitant, "But you mentioned outdated superstition, and it seems to me that if any group is known for keeping old traditions and mysterious beliefs alive, it would be the Masons." Solomon remained perfectly composed. "Is that so? How do you mean?"
"Well, I've read about Masonic rituals, and there are a lot of ancient ceremonies. This site even claims Masons believe in an old, almost magical wisdom that can elevate humanity to a divine state."
The other students turned to look at her as if she'd said something bizarre. "Actually," Solomon stated calmly, "she's not wrong." Every head in the room swiveled back to him, eyes wide with surprise. Suppressing a slight grin, Solomon asked the girl, "Does your online source elaborate on this so-called magical knowledge?" The girl now looked uncomfortable, but began reading from her screen. "To protect this profound wisdom from misuse. Early practitioners recorded it in coded form, veiling its potent truths within a symbolic language of metaphor, myth, and allegory. This encrypted knowledge remains all around us even now.
Woven into our ancient stories, our art, and the esoteric writings throughout history. Sadly, people today have lost the skill to interpret this intricate web of symbols, and a profound truth has faded from our grasp. Solomon paused, letting the silence stretch. Is that everything? The young woman shifted uncomfortably in her chair. Well, there's a little more. I certainly hope so. Go on, please. She seemed reluctant, but after a moment she continued.
The story says the wise ones who concealed the ancient mysteries also left behind a kind of key, a secret phrase with the power to decode what was hidden. This legendary password, known as the verbum significatium, is believed to hold the ability to pierce the veil of ignorance and reveal those ancient secrets, making them clear to all humanity. A wistful smile touched Solomon's lips. Ah, the verbum significatium. His gaze drifted thoughtfully before returning to the student. And where might we find this remarkable word? The girl looked uneasy, perhaps regretting having volunteered. She read the final lines. Tradition claims the verbum significatium lies buried far beneath the earth, waiting for a crucial turning point in history, a time when humanity can no longer endure without the truth, knowledge, and wisdom of the past. At that bleak juncture, mankind will finally discover the word and usher in a glorious new era of understanding. She switched off her phone and seemed to sink into her seat. After a prolonged quiet, another student raised a hand. Professor Solomon, you don't actually buy into that, do you? Solomon's smile was patient. Why dismiss it? Our myths and stories are full of potent words believed to grant insight or divine power. Even now, children chant abracadabra, hoping to make something from nothing. We've forgotten it's not mere play. It springs from ancient Aramaic mysticism, avra kadabra, meaning I create as I speak. The room was still, but, sir, the student persisted, you can't believe a single word. This verbum significatium, whatever it is, could actually unlock ancient wisdom and trigger some global enlightenment. Peter Solomon's expression remained unreadable. What I believe is less important than the pattern we see. This prophecy of a coming enlightenment resonates across virtually every faith and philosophy on the planet. Hindus speak of the Krita age. Astrologers of the age of Aquarius, Jewish tradition anticipates the Messiah. Theosophists discuss a new age, and cosmologists point to a harmonic convergence, even predicting specific dates. December 24, 2012, someone shouted from the back. Yes, alarmingly soon if you put stock in Mayan calculations, Solomon noted, almost amused. It reminded Langdon of how Solomon had, a decade prior, accurately foreseen the flood of TV specials fixated on 2012 as a potential end date. Setting the calendar aside, Solomon continued. What I find remarkable is that throughout history, all of humanity's diverse beliefs agree on one core idea: a great enlightenment is approaching. In every culture, every era, every corner of the globe, the human imagination has converged on the same vision, the ultimate elevation of humankind, the imminent awakening of our minds to their fullest potential. He smiled warmly at the class. How do we explain such a universal story? Truth, came a soft voice from the audience. Solomon turned. Who said that? A small hand went up, belonging to a gentle-faced boy of Asian descent, possibly from the Himalayas. Perhaps there is a universal truth woven into every person's spirit. Maybe we all carry the same essential story within us, like a shared code in our very being. This collective truth could be why all our stories sound so similar. Solomon's face lit up. He pressed his palms together and offered the boy a respectful, appreciative nod. Thank you. A contemplative hush fell over the room. Truth, Solomon said, his voice clear and firm. Truth carries its own power. Perhaps we are all drawn to the same ideas because they are in fact true, etched into the very core of our being. When we encounter truth, even if we can't fully grasp it, we feel it resonate within us, a vibration in harmony with a wisdom we already possess. Maybe we don't learn truth so much as we remember it, recognize it, and reclaim it as something that has always been a part of us. The hall was utterly still. Solomon allowed the silence to linger before speaking softly. Let me offer a final caution. Revealing truth is never simple. History shows us that every great awakening is met by an equal measure of shadow, a natural push and pull. So, when we see darkness gathering in our world today, we must understand it signals a gathering of equal light. We stand at the threshold of a monumental age of understanding. Every one of you here is incredibly fortunate to be alive in this decisive hour. Out of all generations across time, we are the ones who will witness a true rebirth. After ages of obscurity, we will see our sciences, our intellects, and even our faiths finally pull back the veil. Just as the audience began to applaud, Solomon raised a hand. He looked toward the back, directly at the argumentative blonde with her phone.
Young lady, we may have disagreed, but I thank you. Your fervor is a crucial spark for the change ahead.
Darkness thrives on indifference, while sincere conviction is our strongest cure. Keep exploring your faith. Study the scriptures, he offered a knowing smile. Pay special attention to the very last book. Revelation? She asked, sounding skeptical. Precisely, Solomon replied. It's a powerful illustration of a universal truth. That final book tells the same essential story found in countless traditions. They all foresee a great unveiling of wisdom. Another voice called out, but isn't that about the end of everything? The Antichrist, Armageddon, the final war. Solomon gave a light laugh. Any Greek scholars here? A few hands went up. What does the word apocalypse actually mean? A student began, then hesitated, seeming surprised by his own answer. It means to unveil or to reveal. Exactly, Solomon affirmed with an approving nod. An apocalypse is literally a revelation. The book of Revelation foretells an uncovering of profound truth and astonishing wisdom. It's not about the world ending, but about the end of the world as we currently understand it. It's one of the Bible's most beautiful messages, though it has been twisted over time. He moved to the edge of the stage, his voice dropping to a more intimate tone. Believe me, the revelation is coming, and it will be nothing like what we've been told. High above, the bell began to ring, its deep tones cutting through the quiet. The students broke into a wave of stunned, thunderous applause. Katherine Solomon was drifting, barely clinging to awareness, when a concussive blast shattered the air. The shockwave jolted her. Moments later, the acrid scent of smoke reached her. A persistent ringing filled her ears, muffling distant shouts and the sound of running feet. Suddenly, she could breathe more freely. The cloth was gone from her mouth. You're safe now. A man's voice whispered close by. Just hold on. She expected him to remove the needle from her arm, but instead he was barking commands. Get the medical kit. Attach an IV line to this port. Start a lactated Ringer's infusion. I need a blood pressure now. As he checked her pulse, his voice turned urgent. Miss Solomon, the man who did this to you, which way did he go? Katherine tried to form words, but her voice failed her. Miss Solomon, he pressed. We need to know his direction. She struggled to open her eyes, but a heavy fog was pulling her under. Fighting the fade, she managed to whisper 3 words in response, though she knew they sounded nonsensical. The director Sato moved past the twisted metal of the doorway and made her way down a wooden slope into the concealed chamber below. An operative was waiting for her at the foot of the ramp. Director, you need to take a look at this. She followed the agent into a cramped, brightly lit room off the narrow passage. It was almost empty, save for a heap of familiar clothing on the floor. Robert Langdon's tweed jacket and his leather shoes. The agent gestured toward the far wall, where a large, coffin-like unit stood. What on earth is this? Sato approached the apparatus, noticing a clear plastic tube that fed into it from the wall. With caution, she moved closer and saw a small, sliding panel on the top. She reached out and shifted the cover aside, revealing a circular viewing port. Sato jerked back. Behind the thick glass floated the submerged, eerily still face of Professor Robert Langdon. For Langdon, the infinite darkness that had enveloped him was suddenly shattered by a piercing, brilliant light. It flooded the void, searing through the emptiness and into his consciousness. Then, within that radiant haze, a form began to take shape. A soft, blurred silhouette with eyes that seemed to gaze directly at him across the expanse. Surrounded by luminous rays, Langdon, in his disoriented state, fleetingly wondered if he was seeing a divine vision. Peering into the tank, Sato considered whether Langdon had any grasp of his situation. She suspected not. After all, inducing profound disorientation was the whole point of this technology. Sensory deprivation tanks had existed since the 1950s, remaining a trendy escape for affluent seekers of transcendental experiences. Floating, as enthusiasts called it, promised a return to a womb-like state, a meditative tool designed to calm the mind by stripping away all external stimuli, light, sound, touch, even gravity's pull. Traditional tanks used a dense saltwater solution to keep the floater's face above the surface to breathe. But recent advancements had transformed the concept entirely. Oxygenated perfluorocarbones. This innovation, known as total liquid ventilation or TLV, sounded so implausible that many dismissed it as science fiction. Breathable liquid, the reality of liquid breathing dated back to 1966 when researcher Leland C. Clark managed to keep a submerged mouse alive for hours using oxygenated perfluorocarbon. It made a splash in popular culture with the 1989 film The Abyss, though most moviegoers had no idea they were watching real, cutting-edge science. TLV emerged from medical efforts to help premature infants by simulating the liquid environment of the womb, a state human lungs already knew from 9 months of development. Early perfluorocarbons were too thick for comfortable breathing, but modern refinements had produced liquids nearly as thin as water. The CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology, nicknamed the Wizards of Langley within intelligence circles, had heavily researched oxygenated perfluorocarbons for military applications. Navy deep-sea divers found that breathing this liquid, rather than standard gas mixtures, allowed them to reach extraordinary depths without suffering decompression sickness. Meanwhile, NASA and the Air Force discovered that pilots using liquid breathing systems could endure vastly greater G-forces as the fluid distributed the pressure more evenly across their internal organs than gaseous oxygen could. Rumor had it there were now exclusive extreme experience facilities where the wealthy could try these so-called meditation machines, a far cry from the simple saltwater tanks of the past. This tank was likely set up for personal research, but the heavy, lockable latches told Sato it had seen darker uses, a method the CIA knew well. Waterboarding worked because the victim genuinely believed they were drowning. Sato was aware of classified missions where sensory deprivation tanks like this one had been used to take that illusion to horrifying extremes. A person submerged in breathable fluid could, in effect, be drowned. The sheer panic of the experience often kept them from realizing the liquid entering their lungs was thicker than water. As it flooded in, fear would trigger a blackout, followed by awakening in what felt like absolute isolation. Agents would mix topical anesthetics, paralytic drugs, and hallucinogens into the warm oxygenated fluid, leaving the prisoner feeling utterly detached from their own body. Commands to move a limb went unanswered, a terrifying state of perceived death. Yet the real psychological rupture came during the rebirthing. Blinding lights, icy air, and jarring noise made the return to consciousness traumatic and painful. After a few cycles of drowning and rebirth, the prisoner became so disoriented they couldn't distinguish life from death, and would confess anything. Sato considered waiting for medics to pull Langdon out, but time was short. She had to learn what he knew. "Kill the lights," she ordered, "and get me some blankets." The brilliant sun vanished. The face was gone. Darkness returned, but now Langdon heard faint whispers crossing the vast emptiness, muffled, indecipherable words. Then came vibrations, as if the universe itself were trembling. Suddenly, without warning, the void tore open. A great rift appeared in the fabric of space, and a pale mist poured through. What he saw next horrified him, disembodied hands reaching out, seizing him, trying to drag him from his world. "No!" He fought back, but he had no arms, no fists, or did he? All at once he felt his body rematerializing around his mind. His flesh had returned, and strong hands were gripping him, hauling him upward. No, please, it was too late. A searing pain filled his chest as he was wrenched through the opening. His lungs burned as if packed with sand. I can't breathe. He found himself on his back on an icy, unyielding surface. Something pressed hard on his chest, again and again. He was expelling warmth, coughing up fluid. "I want to go back." It felt like being born convulsing, choking, his throat aflame. People were speaking in what should have been whispers, but to him it was a roar. His vision swam with blurred shapes. His skin felt dead and numb. The pressure on his chest grew heavier. "I can't breathe." Another wave of coughing seized him, followed by a gagging gasp. Cold air rushed into his lungs, a brutal first breath in a new world. This existence was agony. All Langdon wanted was to return to the womb. He had no sense of time. He realized he was lying on his side now, swaddled in towels and blankets on a hard floor. A familiar face looked down at him, but the streams of glorious light were gone. Only the distant echoes of chanting remained in his mind. Verbum significatium, verbum omnificum. Professor Langdon, a voice whispered. Do you know where you are? Sato asked. Langdon managed a weak nod, his throat raw from coughing. More importantly, the terrifying pieces of the night were finally clicking into place. Wrapped in a coarse wool blanket, he stood on unsteady legs and gazed down at the open tank of viscous fluid. His body had returned to him, though he almost wished it hadn't. Every breath felt like fire in his lungs. The world seemed suddenly harsh and unforgiving. Sato had just finished explaining the brutal mechanics of the sensory deprivation tank, adding that had she not pulled him out, he would have succumbed to starvation or a far more gruesome fate. Langdon had no doubt Peter had endured the same torment. He is in the in-between, the tattooed man had said, purgatory, Hamastagan. After more than one of those horrific rebirths, Langdon was certain Peter would have told his captor anything. Sato gestured for him to follow, and he complied, shuffling slowly down a narrow, dimly lit corridor, deeper into this strange subterranean lair. He was only now seeing clearly. They entered a square chamber, illuminated by an eerie amber glow, centered around a stone slab. Katherine was there, and a wave of relief washed over him, though the sight was deeply troubling. She lay on her back on the cold table, surrounded by bloodied towels. A CIA operative held an IV bag aloft, the tube snaking down to her arm. She was weeping softly. "Katherine!" Langdon rasped, his voice barely audible. She turned her head, her expression dazed and clouded. "Robert?" Her eyes widened first in shock, then in delirious joy. "But I watched you drown." He moved toward the table. Ignoring the medical protests of the agent, Katherine pushed herself up to a sitting position, the IV line tugging at her arm. As Langdon reached her, she threw her arms around his blanket-swaddled shoulders, pulling him into a fierce, desperate embrace. "Thank God," she whispered, pressing a kiss to his cheek, then another, holding him as if he might vanish. "I don't understand how—" Sato began a technical explanation involving oxygenated perfluorocarbons. But Katherine wasn't listening. She just clung to him. "Robert," she said, her voice trembling. "Peter's alive." In halting sentences, she described their awful reunion. His frail state in the wheelchair, the bizarre ceremonial knife, the talk of a looming sacrifice, and how she herself had been used as a bleeding hourglass to force Peter's quick cooperation. Langdon felt a cold dread solidify in his chest. "Do you have any idea where they went?" he managed to ask. She swallowed hard. He said he was taking Peter to the sacred mountain. Langdon pulled back, staring at her. Tears traced lines down Katherine's dusty cheeks. "He told me he deciphered the grid on the pyramid's base. He said the pyramid itself directed him to the sacred mountain." "Professor," Sato interjected, her tone urgent, "does that mean anything to you?" Langdon shook his head. Nothing at all, yet a fragile spark of hope ignited. But if he got the answer from the bottom of the pyramid, then we can get it too. I was the one who told him how to solve it, he thought grimly. Sato dismissed this with a sharp shake of her head. "The pyramid is gone. We've searched. He took it with him." Langdon fell silent, closing his eyes. He willed his memory back to those final moments, before the fluid filled his lungs. The last thing he'd seen was that cryptic grid of symbols, trauma, he knew could etch memories with unnatural clarity. He couldn't recall the entire layout, but perhaps enough fragments remained. He turned abruptly to Sato. "I might remember a significant portion, but I need you to look something up immediately." Without a word, she produced her BlackBerry. "Search for the Order 8, Franklin Square," Langdon instructed. Sato shot him a look of pure astonishment, but her fingers began flying across the keys without question. Langdon's vision was still swimming, and the surreal details of his surroundings were only now beginning to seep into his conscious mind. Langdon's eyes fell on the stone table where they stood, its surface marred by dark, ancient-looking stains. To his right, the entire wall was a chaotic tapestry of paper, pages of text, photographs, sketches, maps, all connected by a sprawling web of colored string. He tightened the blankets around himself and moved closer, his mind struggling to process the bizarre collage. Among the items were excerpts from occult manuscripts and Christian scriptures, intricate drawings of mystical symbols, printouts from conspiracy websites, and satellite images of Washington, D.C., each marked with frantic annotations. One sheet stood out, a long multilingual list of words. Langdon spotted familiar Masonic terms mixed with ancient words of power and fragments of ritual incantations. Could he really be searching for a single word? The idea seemed too simple. For years, Langdon had doubted the legends of the Masonic Pyramid, especially its promise to reveal the hiding place of the ancient mysteries. That would require an immense hidden archive, a vault large enough to hold countless surviving texts from lost libraries. The notion of such a space beneath the Capitol had always struck him as pure fantasy. Yet now, remembering Peter Solomon's passionate lecture at Phillips Exeter, and seeing these collected words of power, another unsettling possibility emerged. Langdon didn't believe in magical phrases, but the tattooed man clearly did. His heart beat faster as he traced the connections on the wall, the notes, the maps, the strings. One theme repeated again and again. My God, he's hunting for the verbum significatum, the lost word, the realization crystallized. That's what he thinks is buried here in Washington. Sato stepped beside him and held out her BlackBerry. This what you needed? On the screen was an 8x8 grid of numbers. Exactly, Langdon said, snatching a scrap of paper from the table. I need a pen. Sato produced one from her coat pocket. Quickly. In the basement office of the Directorate of Science and Technology, Nola Kay stared again at the redacted document Rick Parrish had brought her. Why would the CIA director have a file on ancient pyramids and secret underground sites? She picked up the phone and dialed. Sato answered at once, her voice strained.
Nola, I was about to call you. I found something, Nola said. There's a redacted section that... No time,
Sato cut in.
We lost the target. I believe he's about to execute his plan.
A cold dread washed over Nola. We do know where he's headed, Sato continued, taking an audible breath. But he has a laptop with him. Less than 10 miles away. Malik adjusted the blanket around Peter Solomon and pushed his wheelchair across a moonlit parking lot toward the silhouette of a massive building. 33 exterior columns, each exactly 33 feet high, ringed the structure. At this hour, the place was deserted, and no one would pay any mind to a tall, respectable-looking man in a long coat, taking a frail, bald man for a late-night outing. Reaching the rear entrance, Malik wheeled Peter close to the security keypad. Peter glared at it, refusing to cooperate. Malik gave a low chuckle.
You think I need you to let me in? Have you forgotten I am your brother?
He entered the access code he had received upon his initiation into the highest degree. The thick door swung inward with a solid thud. Peter let out a low moan, his body straining against the restraints of the wheelchair. Easy now, Peter, Malik murmured, his voice a silken threat. Think of Katherine. Her fate rests entirely on your cooperation. Save her. You have my word on that. With his pulse hammering in his ears, Malik guided the wheelchair inside and secured the door. He navigated the sterile hallways, the wheels whispering against the polished floor, until they reached an elevator bank. He pressed the button, and when the door slid open, he pulled Peter backward into the car. Deliberately, he extended a hand and pressed the button for the topmost floor, ensuring his captive saw the action. A fresh wave of pure horror washed over Peter's gaunt features. Shh. Malik soothed, running his fingers over the man's shaved scalp as the door sealed them in. You understand better than anyone, the true secret lies in the manner of one's passing. Langdon squeezed his eyes shut, straining to visualize the intricate symbols etched onto the base of the stone pyramid. His photographic memory, usually so reliable, failed to render the complete, precise arrangement. He scribbled the handful of symbols he could recall, positioning each one according to the pattern dictated by Franklin's magic square. The result so far was a frustrating jumble. You're close, Katherine insisted, pointing at his notes. Look, the entire first row is nothing but Greek characters. They're grouping the like symbols together. Langdon had observed the same pattern, yet no recognizable Greek word emerged from that specific sequence of letters and blanks.
I need the starting letter.
He refocused on the square, desperately trying to remember the symbol that had occupied the number 1 position near the lower left corner. Think. He shut his eyes again, mentally transporting himself back into the nightmarish water tank, staring upward through the plexiglass at the pyramid's underside, the bottom row, adjacent to the corner. Then it flashed into his mind with startling clarity. His eyes snapped open. The first letter is H. He swiftly added the letter to the grid. The word remained incomplete, but the fragment was enough. A possibility both thrilling and terrifying clicked into place. Moo, his heart thudded against his ribs as he typed a frantic new query into the BlackBerry, entering the English translation of that ancient Greek term. An encyclopedia entry appeared at the top of the results. He scanned the text, and a bolt of certainty shot through him. Herdome. And a term of great importance within high-degree Freemasonry, derived from French Rosicrucian rituals, where it denotes a legendary mountain in Scotland, the fabled site of the first chapter from the Greek mu, originating from hieros domos, Greek for holy house. "That's it!" Langdon cried out, a mix of disbelief and triumph in his voice.
That's where they are headed.
Sato, who had been reading over his shoulder, looked utterly bewildered. To a mythical mountain in Scotland.
Not a mountain!
Langdon corrected, his mind racing. To a building right here in Washington, D.C., a building whose coded name is Hiridum. Known to its members as Hiridum, the House of the Temple had long been considered the supreme architectural achievement of the Scottish Rite Freemasons in America. Its sharply angled, pyramid-shaped roof paid homage to that legendary Scottish peak. Malak, however, knew the real treasure concealed within these walls was anything but a myth. This is the destination, he thought, a cold satisfaction settling in his gut. The Masonic pyramid has led me home. As the antique elevator clanked its way upward to the third floor, he retrieved the paper on which he had reconfigured the pyramid symbols using the Franklin square. The transformation was perfect. All the Greek letters now aligned in the first row, accompanied by a single, stark symbol. The directive was unmistakable. Beneath the house of the temple, Herodum. The lost word is here, waiting. While the exact method of locating it was still unclear, Malak was certain the remaining symbols on the grid held the key. And as fortune would have it, when it came to unraveling the mysteries of this pyramid and this sacred building, he had the ideal guide shackled before him. Peter Solomon, the worshipful master himself. The irony was almost delicious. Peter strained against the wheelchair's restraints, his gagged protests reduced to muffled groans.
"I know you're worried about Katherine,"
Malak said, his voice unnervingly calm.
"but this will all be over soon."
For Malak, the culmination of his plan arrived not with a slow dawn, but with the sudden clarity of a lightning strike. Decades of anguish, meticulous scheming, and relentless pursuit had funneled into this single moment. The elevator began to decelerate, and a wave of pure exhilaration washed over him. With a soft jolt, the carriage halted. The bronze doors parted, revealing the breathtaking expanse of the temple room. Moonlight streamed through the oculus high and the domed ceiling, bathing the vast, symbol-covered square chamber in an ethereal silver glow. "I have come full circle," Malak thought, a cold smile touching his lips. This was the very room where Peter Solomon and his fellow Masons had, with such naive ceremony, welcomed him into their fold. Now, the Brotherhood's most profound secret, a truth many members dismissed as mere legend, was within his grasp. "He won't discover anything tangible," Langdon argued, his head still swimming as he followed Director Sato and the others up the wooden ramp from the basement. "The word isn't a physical object. It's a metaphorical construct, a symbol representing the ancient mysteries." Agents supported Katherine, her body weakened, as they ascended behind him. Moving carefully through the debris of the shattered steel door, past the rotating painting, and into the living room, Langdon elaborated for Sato.
The lost word, he explained, stood as one of Freemasonry's most potent and enduring symbols, a single term inscribed in a forgotten tongue, indecipherable to modern man. Like the mysteries it represented, the word promised to reveal its hidden power only to those who achieved true enlightenment and could unravel its meaning. Tradition holds, Langdon finished, that to possess and comprehend the lost word is to have the ancient mysteries unveiled before you. Sato shot him a skeptical look.
"So you're telling me this maniac is on a scavenger hunt for a vocabulary term?"
Admittedly, it sounded ludicrous when stated so bluntly, yet the theory neatly tied together the bizarre evidence.
"I'm not an expert in ritual magic," Langdon conceded, but judging by the documents in his basement and Katherine's description of the blank, unmarked skin on his scalp, I believe he intends to locate the lost word and permanently etch it onto his body.
Sato directed the group toward the dining room outside. The waiting helicopter's engine whined, the rotor blades thumping a growing rhythmic thunder. Langdon continued thinking aloud. If this individual genuinely believes he is on the verge of unlocking the power of the ancient mysteries, no symbol would carry more weight for him than the lost word. To find it and inscribe it upon the crown of his head, a sacred site in its own right, would, in his mind, complete his ritual preparation perfectly. He paused, noticing Katherine pale at the implication for Peter.
"But Robert," she said, her voice frail against the helicopter's roar, "isn't this actually promising? If he needs to inscribe this word before he harms Peter, then we have time. He can't proceed until he finds it."
And if the word is just a metaphor, Langdon tried to muster a reassuring expression as the agents helped Katherine into a chair. The grim reality tempered any optimism. The problem is, Peter still believes you are dying. He's convinced the only way to save you is to comply with this madman, undoubtedly to aid him in locating this non-existent word. But that doesn't matter if it's not real, Katherine insisted. Katherine, Langdon said, locking eyes with her, his voice low and intense. If I were in Peter's place and I believed you were moments from death, and someone swore they could save you if I merely found a word, any word, I would scour the earth to give that man his word. And then I would pray with everything I had that he'd honor the bargain. Director Sato and agent's shout echoed from the adjoining room. You need to see this immediately. Sato rushed out to find one of her agents descending the main staircase holding a blonde wig aloft. What in the world? It's a hairpiece, the agent stated, handing it to her, found it upstairs in the dressing area. The discovery hung in the air, a bizarre and unsettling piece of a puzzle that was growing more disturbing by the second. Take a closer look. The blonde wig felt surprisingly weighty in Sato's hands, the skullcap molded from a dense, gel-like material. A thin wire extended from its inner lining. It's a gel cell battery conforms to your head, the agent explained. It powers a microcamera concealed within the hair. Sato's fingers traced the strands until they found the nearly invisible lens tucked into the bangs. A hidden camera? Full video, the agent confirmed, indicating a silicon chip no larger than a postage stamp embedded in the cap. Footage stores here, it's likely motion sensor activated. So that's his method, she realized, a cold understanding settling in. This modern, discreet take on the classic lapel camera had been instrumental in creating the crisis now unfolding. She studied the device for another long moment before returning it.
"Continue the sweep of the property," she ordered. "I need every scrap of data on this man. His laptop is gone, and I must know his plan for external connectivity while Mobilecom is office for technical guides, adapters, any hardware clues, understood." The agent departed quickly. The rising whine of helicopter rotors signaled it was time to go. Sato returned to the dining area where Simpkins had brought Warren Bellamy in from the aircraft, wrapped in a thermal blanket. Bellamy was visibly trembling from his exposure in Franklin Square as he provided details on their suspected destination, the House of the Temple. The main doors are secured from the inside, Bellamy said, his teeth chattering. Your only viable point of entry is the rear.
There's a keypad requiring a private code known only to members. Simpkins, taking notes, pressed for the number. Bellamy, looking drained, lowered himself into a chair. He recited the digits, then added, "The street address is 1733 16th, but you'll need the service drive and the rear parking lot. It's not immediately obvious." "I know the location," Langdon interjected. "I can direct you on site." Simpkins immediately objected. "You're not part of this operation, Professor."
"This is a tactical. Like hell. I'm not," Langdon shot back. "Peter is in that building, and the interior is a complex maze. Without a guide, it could take your team 10 minutes just to locate the temple room." Bellamy nodded weakly in agreement. "He's correct. The layout is intricate. There is an elevator, but it's antiquated, noisy, and opens directly into the temple room. For a silent approach, you must use the stairs." "You'll get lost," Langdon insisted. "From that back entrance, you'll have to navigate through the Hall of Regalia, then the Hall of Honor, past the middle landing, across the atrium, and up the grand staircase." "Enough," Sato cut in decisively. "Langdon comes with us." A palpable energy coursed through Malahawk, a rhythmic pulse strengthening within him as he guided Peter Solomon's wheelchair toward the altar.
"I will leave this place transformed, immeasurably more potent than when I arrived."
Only one essential element remained.
"Verbum significatum," he murmured, the ancient words feeling alive on his tongue. "Verbum omnificum." He positioned the wheelchair beside the altar and circled to the heavy bag on Peter's lap. Reaching inside, he carefully withdrew the stone pyramid, holding it aloft in the silvery light so the older man could see the grid of symbols carved into its base. All these decades, he mocked, and the pyramid's true mechanism remained a mystery to you.
After placing the pyramid reverently on the altar's edge, he returned to the bag, and this, he continued, extracting the golden capstone, has indeed wrought order from chaos, just as the legend foretold. He positioned the gleaming capstone perfectly atop the pyramid, then stepped back, allowing Peter an unobstructed view of the assembled symbol. A sudden, sharp crack of thunder echoed in the distance, as if the very atmosphere acknowledged the moment.
Your symbolon is now whole,
the voice declared. Peter's features twisted into a silent scream. Excellent! I can see you're bursting to share something. Moloch tore the cloth from Peter's mouth. Solomon choked, gasping for air before his voice, raw and broken, finally emerged. Katherine's clock is ticking. If you wish to keep her alive, you will follow my instructions precisely. Moloch was fairly certain she was already gone or clinging to the final seconds.
It changed nothing. She had been granted the small mercy of a final farewell. I beg you, Peter rasped, the plea scraping from his throat. Get her medical help. That will be arranged first. You will reveal the entrance to the hidden stairway. Peter's face was a mask of stunned confusion. What are you talking about? The staircase. The old tales speak of steps descending deep into the earth, to the very chamber holding the lost word. A wave of panic washed over Peter's features.
You know the stories, Moloch coaxed, a predator playing with its prey. A secret stair concealed beneath stone. He gestured toward the central altar, a massive granite slab inscribed with gilded Hebrew words declaring, "And God said, let there be light." This is clearly the place. The doorway must be somewhere in the levels below us. There is no hidden staircase here, Peter yelled, the sound echoing faintly in the vast chamber. Moloch offered a patient, chilling smile and tilted his head back. This structure is a pyramid. He indicated the 4 soaring vaults that angled upward to the central oculus. Yes, the house of the temple is pyramidal, but what does that? Peter, I have all the time in the world. Moloch ran a hand over the smooth white silk covering his sculpted form. Katherine does not tell me how to reach the stairs, and she lives.
I've told you, Peter insisted, a desperate edge to his voice. There is no such staircase in this building. Is that so?
With calm deliberation, Moloch drew forth the paper on which he had reassembled the pyramid's cryptic grid. This is the final revelation of the Masonic pyramid. Your associate, Robert Langdon, assisted in its deciphering. He held the sheet before Peter's eyes. The worshipful master drew a sharp, startled breath. The 64 symbols were no longer chaos. They had been ordered into a coherent, terrifying picture. An image had crystallized from the jumble, a clear depiction of a staircase, positioned directly beneath a pyramid. Peter stared, a cold dread solidifying in his gut. Generations had guarded this secret. Now laid bare, it felt like a door swinging open onto a precipice. The pyramid's ultimate code. While its full meaning eluded him in that instant, he understood perfectly why the tattooed man was so convinced. He believes Heridim conceals a physical descent. He is misreading the symbols entirely. Where is it? The man demanded, his voice low and dangerous. Show me the way, and your sister breathes another day. If only it were that simple, Peter thought, a profound sadness cutting through his fear. But the staircase is not real. The legend was always an allegory, a cornerstone of Masonic teaching. The winding staircase, depicted in second-degree rituals, symbolized mankind's arduous intellectual and spiritual ascent toward enlightenment. A Jacob's ladder for the soul, bridging the mortal and the divine. Its steps were the virtues of the cultivated mind. He of all people should recognize this. Peter reflected bitterly. He endured the rites. Every initiate learns of this symbolic ascent, this path to participate in the mysteries of human science. Freemasonry, in harmony with the ancient mysteries and even Katherine's noetic studies, venerated the limitless potential within the human skull. Its symbols often mirrored the body itself, with the mind envisioned as a radiant capstone resting atop the temple of the flesh. A sudden, unwelcome memory of his sister's own research flashing through his thoughts, highlighting the cruel irony of their separate pursuits converging in this nightmare. The philosopher's stone, energy flows up and down the staircase of the spine. a living circuit linking the mind to the flesh. Peter understood it was no accident that the human backbone contained precisely 33 vertebrae, the same number as the degrees in Freemasonry. Even the name for the base, the sacrum, translated to sacred bone. The body was a temple, and the science the Masons honored was the ancient art of using that temple for its highest purpose. But explaining this profound truth to his captor would do nothing to save Katherine. Peter looked down at the grid of symbols before him and let out a weary, defeated sigh. "Fine," he said, the lie tasting bitter. "You're correct. There is a hidden staircase beneath this building. Get help to my sister, and I'll lead you straight to it." The tattooed man didn't blink, his gaze fixed and cold. Solomon met it with a defiant glare of his own. "Your choice is simple. Save Katherine and learn the truth, or kill us both and live in ignorance for the rest of your days." Quietly, the man lowered the paper and shook his head, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. "I am disappointed, Peter. You have failed this test. You continue to underestimate me. Do you honestly think I don't know what I'm searching for? That I haven't already begun to grasp the true extent of my own destiny?" Then he turned his back. The white silk robe whispered as it slid from his shoulders and pooled on the floor. For the first time, Peter saw the full, horrifying masterpiece inked into the man's skin. Dear God, rising from the waistband of his simple linen cloth, an exquisitely detailed spiral staircase climbed the muscular terrain of his spine, each step perfectly aligned with a vertebra. Peter's eyes, wide with disbelief, traveled the staircase all the way to the base of the man's shaved skull. The man tilted his head back, revealing a circle of untouched skin at the very crown, bordered by the Ouroboros, a serpent devouring its own tail. At one moment, slowly, he righted his head and turned the enormous, lifeless eyes of the double-headed phoenix on his chest, staring directly at Peter. "I seek the lost word," the man stated, his voice devoid of warmth. "Will you help me find it? Or will you and your sister perish here?" "You know where it is," Malak thought, his certainty absolute.
"You're hiding something from me."
The prolonged interrogations, the cycles in and out of sensory deprivation, had broken Peter Solomon's mind, rendering him pliable and his memories disjointed. Yet, delirious as he was, everything he had confessed aligned perfectly with the old legends. The lost word was not some mere allegory. It was real. It was inscribed in a forgotten tongue and had been concealed for centuries. This word held the key to power beyond imagining for whoever deciphered it. It remained hidden still, and the Masonic pyramid was the instrument that could reveal it. "Peter," Malak said, locking eyes with his prisoner, "when you saw that grid, you recognized something. You had a moment of clarity. It means something to you. Tell me what it is. I won't tell you a thing until I know Katherine is safe." Peter's voice was raw. Malak offered a thin, humorless smile. "Believe me, the potential loss of your sister is the least of your concerns at this moment." He said no more, turning instead to Langdon's bag. He began to withdraw the items he had prepared earlier, arranging them with ritualistic care upon the stone altar. A square of pure white silk, neatly folded, a small silver censer, a vial of powdered myrrh, a second vial containing a mixture of ash and Peter's own blood, a single glossy black feather from a crow, his ceremonial stylus. Finally, the sacrificial blade, its iron forged from a meteorite that had fallen centuries ago in the deserts of the Middle East. "Do you think I fear death?" Peter shouted, the anguish twisting his features. "If Katherine is gone, you've taken everything from me. My entire family is dead because of you." "Not everything," Malak corrected calmly. "Not yet." He reached back into the bag and retrieved his laptop, powering it on before turning his attention once more to the man bound before the altar. "The gravity of your situation hasn't fully dawned on you yet." Chapter 117. Robert Langdon's stomach lurched as the CIA helicopter shot skyward from the lawn, banked sharply, and accelerated with a force that defied his understanding of rotorcraft. Katherine had remained behind with Bellamy to recover, while one of the agents secured the mansion awaiting a support team. Her parting kiss on his cheek and the whispered words, "Stay safe, Robert," echoed in his mind as he now clung to his seat. The aircraft finally leveling out and screaming toward its destination. Beside him, Director Sato shouted up to the pilot over the engine's roar. "Set course for DuPont Circle! That's our landing zone!" Langdon spun toward her, bewildered. "DuPont? That's several blocks from the temple. We can put down right in their parking lot. Sato's head shook firmly. A quiet approach is necessary, if our target hears us coming. We're out of time. Langdon shot back, a surge of desperation cutting through him. This maniac is going to kill Peter. Maybe the noise will startle him into stopping. Sato fixed him with a glacial stare. Professor, I believe I've been perfectly clear. Peter Solomon's personal safety is not the primary objective of this operation. Langdon had no patience for another lecture on national security priorities. I'm the only person on this aircraft who knows the layout of that building. A word of caution, Sato interrupted, her voice low and dangerous.
You are here under my authority, and I will have your full cooperation.
She let the statement hang for a beat, the helicopter's vibrations thrumming through the cabin. In fact, perhaps it's time you understood the true scale of the crisis we are facing tonight. Reaching beneath her seat, she produced a slender titanium briefcase. Opening it, revealed a sophisticated computer system. As the CIA logo appeared and she entered her credentials, she asked, "Do you recall the blonde wig we recovered from the suspect's residence?" Yes. Concealed within the bangs was a micro-fiber optic camera. A hidden camera? Langdon's confusion was genuine. What for?
You're about to see.
Sato executed a command. One moment, please. Decrypting file. A video player window expanded to fill the screen. She placed the open briefcase on Langdon's lap. The image that resolved was murky and unsettling. Langdon instinctively pulled back. What in the world? It showed a blindfolded man, costumed in the stark attire of a medieval heretic facing execution, a noose around his neck. His left pant leg and right sleeve rolled up, his shirt hanging open to expose his chest. Langdon's knowledge of Masonic rites instantly identified the scene, an initiate preparing for the first degree. The man was tall and powerfully built, his features, and the distinctive blonde wig, instantly recognizable beneath the artificial tan that masked his tattoos. He was filming his own reflection in a full-length mirror via the camera hidden in the hairpiece.
But why would he record this?
The screen went black, then new footage began. A small, rectangular chamber, dimly lit, a dramatic chessboard floor of black and white tiles. A simple wooden altar, surrounded on three sides by pillars topped with flickering candles. A cold dread seeped into Langdon's veins. My God! The camera, moving with the jarring, unsteady motion of a handheld recording, panned shakily to the room's edges, revealing a shadowy circle of men observing the ritual. They were clad in traditional Masonic vestments. In the poor light, their faces were obscured, but Langdon had no doubt whatsoever about the location. The familiar sacred geometry of the space was unmistakable. A silent scream in the dark. The design of this particular lodge room was classic, a template found in Masonic halls across the globe. Yet, the distinctive powder blue triangular pediment positioned above the presiding officer's seat marked it as a historic space. Potomac Lodge No. 5, the oldest in Washington, D.C. This was the very lodge associated with George Washington and the Masonic founders who participated in the cornerstone ceremonies for the Capitol and the White House. It remained an active brotherhood, and Peter Solomon, who oversaw the grand house of the temple, also served as the master of this local chapter. It was in rooms like this one that every Mason's journey commenced, where he experienced the foundational 3 degrees of initiation. Peter's voice, clear and resonant, filled the recording, "Brethren, by the authority of the great architect of the universe, I declare this lodge open for the work of the first degree."
A sharp crack of the gavel echoed.
Langdon watched, stunned, as the video swiftly cut through a series of stark, selected moments from the ritual. The footage showed Peter Solomon holding a polished dagger against the initiate's exposed chest, a symbolic warning against the improper disclosure of Masonic mysteries. The narration described the checkered floor as representing the duality of existence, life and death, and listed archaic, terrifying penalties for betrayal, visions of a severed throat, a tongue torn out, a body consigned to the ocean's depths. Langdon could scarcely believe what he was seeing. For centuries these rites had been guarded by solemn oath. The few leaked descriptions came from disaffected members, and while Langdon had read those academic accounts, witnessing the ceremony firsthand, especially edited in this manner, was profoundly different. This was not a documentary, it was a hatchet job. The video meticulously stripped away all context of fraternity, moral instruction, and symbolic allegory, leaving only a jarring sequence of ominous gestures and severe language. If this clip spread online, it would ignite a digital wildfire. Conspiracy forums would dissect every frame, and the Masonic fraternity, with Peter squarely in the crosshairs, would be plunged into a maelstrom of public outrage and frantic damage control, despite the rituals being entirely symbolic and benign. A particularly unsettling cut featured a scriptural allusion to Abraham's willingness to sacrifice his son Isaac. Thinking of Peter, Langdon willed the helicopter to greater speed. The scene shifted. Same hall, a different evening. A larger assembly of brothers looked on as Peter observed from the master's chair. This was the second degree. The tone intensified. The initiate knelt at the altar, vowing to guard the craft's secrets, consenting to a symbolic penalty of having his heart torn out and left for scavengers. Langdon's own heart hammered against his ribs as the footage jumped again. Another night, a packed lodge room on the floor lay a coffin-shaped tracing board, the third degree. This was the death ritual, the most arduous of all, where the candidate symbolically faced his own mortality, the origin of the common phrase to give someone the third degree. Langdon knew the scholarly outlines, but nothing prepared him for the visceral, victim's perspective portrayal of the allegorical murder that followed. In jarring rapid cuts, the video simulated a brutal assault, blows to the head from a stone mason's maul, a chaotic struggle. Throughout, a mournful officer recounted the legend of Hiram Abiff, the widow's son and master architect of Solomon's Temple, who chose death over betraying his sacred trust. The presentation was chilling, a gross distortion of a profound allegory about integrity, reduced to a snuff film for the uninformed. The staged assault was purely symbolic, yet its visual impact on the recording was genuinely terrifying. Following the ritualistic strike, the candidate, now considered deceased to his former life, was gently placed into a ceremonial casket. His eyes were closed, his arms folded over his chest in the manner of the departed. The assembled brothers stood and began a solemn, circular procession around his symbolic remains as a pipe organ's somber funeral march filled the chamber. The entire display was unsettling in the extreme, and the situation only grew more intense. As the men clustered around their fallen brother, the concealed lens captured their expressions with stark clarity. Langdon's understanding shifted. Solomon was far from the only notable figure present. Gazing down into the coffin was a man whose face was a fixture on national news broadcasts, a distinguished United States Senator, dear God. The footage abruptly shifted. Now it was night somewhere outside. The same shaky handheld perspective followed the individual along a city sidewalk. Blonde strands of hair occasionally swept across the frame. He turned a corner, and the camera angle dipped to focus on an object in his hand, a dollar bill. A tight close-up lingered on the Great Seal, the all-seeing eye atop the unfinished pyramid, before the view suddenly pulled back to reveal a similar monumental shape silhouetted against the night sky. A massive pyramidal structure with sloping sides culminating in a flat summit, the house of the temple. A profound, visceral dread tightened in Langdon's chest. The video advanced. The man was hastening toward the building, ascending the broad, multi-tiered staircase, approaching the enormous bronze doors flanked by the two silent, 17-ton sphinxes, a seeker approaching the pyramid of initiation. Then darkness, the distant, powerful strains of a pipe organ swelled, and a new scene resolved the temple room. Langdon's throat went dry. On screen, the vast, cavernous space was charged with a palpable energy. Moonlight streamed through the oculus, illuminating the polished black marble altar. Arranged around it in handcrafted pigskin chairs sat a grave assembly of 33rd-degree Masons, a council of witnesses gathered for the ceremony. The camera began a slow, deliberate pan across their faces. Langdon stared, a cold horror settling over him. While he hadn't anticipated this, it made a dreadful kind of sense. A convocation of the most honored Masons in the nation's capital would inevitably include men of profound influence, and so it did. Adorned in their ceremonial silk gloves, white aprons, and glittering jewels sat some of the most powerful individuals in the country. 2 justices of the Supreme Court, the Secretary of Defense, the Speaker of the House. Langdon felt a wave of nausea as the lens continued its journey. 3 prominent senators, including the majority leader, the Secretary of Homeland Security, and the Director of the Central Intelligence Agency. He wanted to turn away, but the spectacle held him transfixed, both mesmerizing and deeply alarming. In a flash, he grasped the full weight of Director Sato's apprehension. The scene dissolved into a single, jarring image, a human skull filled to the brim with a deep crimson fluid. The legendary caput mortuum was being presented to the initiate by the slender, steady hands of Peter Solomon, his gold Masonic ring catching the candlelight. The liquid was wine, yet in that vessel it shimmered with the sinister appearance of blood. The effect was chilling. The fifth libation Langdon recognized, recalling descriptions from historical accounts like John Quincy Adams's writings on Freemasonry. Knowing of the rite was one thing. Witnessing it and seeing it solemnly observed by America's political and judicial elite was an image of shocking power, unlike anything he had ever encountered. The initiate accepted the skull, his own face mirrored in the dark, placid surface of the wine. "Should I ever knowingly or willingly betray my oath," he vowed, his voice clear, "may this wine become a fatal poison to me." The grim irony was not lost on Langdon. This man had clearly planned to violate that oath in the most spectacular fashion imaginable. He could scarcely comprehend the political and social earthquake that would ensue if this recording ever found its way to the public. No one would grasp the true meaning. The entire political establishment would be thrown into chaos. Television and radio would be dominated by anti-Masonic activists, religious extremists, and conspiracy peddlers, all fueling a modern-day witch hunt driven by panic and misinformation. The narrative would be distorted, Langdon understood, just as it always was when the Masons were involved. In reality, the Brotherhood's emphasis on mortality was a profound affirmation of existence. Their rituals aimed to rouse the dormant spirit within, to pull a man from the shadowy tomb of his own ignorance, guiding him toward enlightenment and granting him true vision. It was through confronting the end that a person could genuinely appreciate the journey. Only by accepting the finite nature of his time on earth could he comprehend the imperative to live with dignity, honesty, and dedication to others. Masonic initiations were intense by design. They were intended to fundamentally change a person. Their vows were strict because they served as a permanent reminder that a man's integrity and his sworn promise were the sole possessions he could carry beyond this life. Their teachings were veiled in symbolism precisely so they could be universal, communicated through a shared language of icons and allegories that rose above individual faiths, ethnicities, and nationalities, fostering a global bond of fraternal respect. For a fleeting second, Langdon clung to a sliver of optimism. He tried to convince himself that if this footage ever became public, people might show tolerance, recognizing that many sacred traditions contain elements that appear unsettling when isolated from their intended framework. From reenactments of the crucifixion and rites of circumcision to baptisms for the deceased, rituals of exorcism, certain Islamic veiling practices, shamanic journeying, the kaparat ceremony, even the symbolic consumption of bread and wine representing Christ's body and blood. But he was deluding himself, and he knew it. This video would ignite pandemonium. He pictured the global reaction if high-profile leaders from nations like Russia or the Islamic world were filmed clutching blades to their bare skin, reciting fierce pledges, enacting simulated killings, resting in ceremonial caskets, and drinking wine from a human skull. The international backlash would be swift and deafening. "Heaven help us all" on the screen. The initiate now lifted the skull to his mouth. He tilted his head back, draining the dark red wine completely, thereby binding his oath. Lowering the skull, he looked out at the circle of men surrounding him. America's most influential and respected figures responded with solemn, approving nods. "Welcome, brother," Peter Solomon's voice stated calmly. As the image dissolved to black, Langdon realized he had been holding his breath. Silently, Sato leaned over, shut the briefcase, and lifted it from his lap. He turned toward her, struggling to form words, but none came. It wasn't necessary. Complete comprehension was etched across his features. Sato had been right all along. What they faced tonight was a crisis of national security on an almost unimaginable scale. Chapter 118. Wearing only a simple loincloth, Malach paced slowly before Peter Solomon's wheelchair. "Peter," he whispered, savoring the palpable terror in his captive's eyes, "you seem to have forgotten about your other family, your brothers in the craft, and I will ruin them as well unless you cooperate." Solomon appeared nearly paralyzed, his face illuminated by the glow of the laptop resting on his legs. "Please," he finally managed to whisper, looking up with desperate eyes. "If that recording is released—" "If?" Malach let out a low, mocking laugh. "You think this is an if?" He gestured to the small cellular modem connected to his computer. "I am linked to the entire world."
You couldn't possibly.
"Oh, but I will," Malach thought, relishing Solomon's anguish. "You hold the power to prevent it," he said smoothly. "And to save your sister in the process, but you must give me the information I seek. The lost word is concealed somewhere, Peter, and I am certain this grid of symbols reveals its precise location." Peter's eyes flicked back to the cryptic grid, his expression carefully blank. "Perhaps you need a little extra motivation." Malach reached over Peter's shoulder and typed a quick series of commands on the laptop keyboard, pulling up a live satellite map that zoomed in on a familiar city skyline, a silent, terrifying reminder of his reach. An email client sprang to life on the screen, causing Peter to tense. The display now showed a preloaded video file addressed to a long list of major news outlets. Malach allowed himself a thin smile. "It's time for a public unveiling, don't you agree?" "Stop!" Malach leaned forward and clicked the send button. Peter strained violently against his restraints, a futile attempt to topple the laptop from his knees.
Patience,
Malach murmured. "It's a very large attachment. This will take a little while." He gestured to the progress bar creeping across the screen.
setting, message, 2% complete. Reveal the secret to me, and I will cancel the transmission. No one will ever see what's in that file.
Peter's face was ghostly pale as the bar advanced. Sending message. 4% complete. Malach lifted the computer from Peter's lap and placed it on a nearby leather chair, angling the screen so his captive had a clear view. He then returned and placed the sheet of cryptic symbols before Peter. The old text claimed the Masonic pyramid reveals the lost word. This is the pyramid's ultimate cipher. And you, Peter, know how to decipher it? A glance at the laptop, sending message. 8% complete. Malach's gaze locked back on Peter. Solomon stared back, his gray eyes now incandescent with pure loathing. "Good. Hate me," Malach thought. The more intense the emotion, the more powerful the energy released when the final act was complete. Meanwhile, at Langley, Nola Kay strained to hear Director Sato over the helicopter's roar. "They say halting the file transfer is impossible," Nola shouted. Shutting down local internet providers would take an hour minimum. And if he's using a cellular or satellite link, killing ground-based service won't stop him. Halting digital data in the modern age was a nightmare. The pathways were too numerous: fiber optics, wireless networks, satellite phones, mobile broadband. The only sure way to plug a leak was to destroy the source device itself. "I reviewed the specs on your UH-60, Nola continued, and it shows you're equipped with an EMP weapon. Electromagnetic pulse guns were standard issue for law enforcement, primarily used to safely disable vehicles during pursuits. By firing a focused burst of electromagnetic radiation, an EMP could fry the circuitry of any electronic device, a car's engine computer, a phone, a laptop. According to the specs, their helicopter's mounted unit could deliver a 10-gigawatt pulse. Aimed directly at a computer, it would vaporize the motherboard and obliterate the hard drive." "The EMP is worthless here," Sato yelled back. "The target is inside a stone building, no line of sight, and the structure itself provides massive electromagnetic shielding. Do you have any confirmation the video has been broadcast?" Nola checked a secondary monitor running a constant search for breaking news related to the Freemasons. "Not yet, Director, but if it hits the web, we'll know instantly. Keep me updated." Sato ended the call. Langdon gripped his seat as the helicopter plunged toward DuPont Circle. Pedestrians scattered below as the aircraft descended through a gap in the tree canopy, landing roughly on the lawn near the historic two-tiered fountain. Within half a minute, Langdon was in the passenger seat of a commandeered luxury SUV, racing up New Hampshire Avenue toward the House of the Temple. Peter Solomon's mind raced, trapped between two horrific visions: Katherine, wounded and alone in the basement, and the damning video he had just been forced to watch. Slowly, he turned his head toward the laptop on the leather chair several feet away. The progress bar was now nearly one-third full. The man covered in tattoos moved in a slow, deliberate orbit around the stone altar, a heavy censer swinging from his hand, filling the air with coils of fragrant smoke that rose toward the open skylight. His eyes were glazed, fixed on some unseen point, his low chant taking on a feverish rhythm. Peter Solomon's attention shifted to the ceremonial blade resting on its bed of white silk. He felt a cold certainty settle within him. This temple would be his tomb tonight. The only uncertainty was the meaning of his death. Could he turn this end into a key to save his sister and the brotherhood he cherished? Or would his life be poured out for nothing? His eyes dropped again to the grid of enigmatic symbols before him. His initial shock had been a blinding veil, but now with a calm clarity that veil had lifted. The truth of the pattern was suddenly, brilliantly obvious. He saw it not as a barrier, but as a doorway. Peter knew, with absolute conviction, what was required of him. Drawing a steadying breath, he looked up through the oculus at the pale moon and began to speak. All profound truths are ultimately simple. This was a lesson Malachite had embraced years ago. The solution Peter Solomon was now articulating was so elegant, so pure in its logic, that Malach felt a surge of vindication. The final cipher of the pyramid, the answer he had chased through lifetimes of study, was breathtaking in its simplicity. The lost word had been in front of him the entire time. In a flash of understanding, centuries of obfuscating legend and scholarly debate fell away, revealing a core truth as radiant and solid as the altar stone itself. As prophesied, the word was indeed ancient, a foundational thread woven through every major system of thought humanity had ever constructed, from the mystical paths of alchemy and Kabbalah to the structured philosophies of Christianity and Buddhism, from the secret rites of Freemasonry to the empirical realms of astronomy and physics. Here in the sacred chamber atop the pyramid of Herodom, Malach beheld the culmination of his relentless quest. His preparation, his sacrifices, had all been for this perfect moment. Wholeness was within reach. The lost word was found. Across town in Colorama Heights, a solitary CIA agent stood knee-deep in a makeshift landscape of refuse, having emptied the contents of several trash bins discovered in the garage. He held his phone to his ear. "Miss Kay, your hunch to go through the trash was right. I think I've got something here." Meanwhile, inside the mansion, Katherine Solomon felt a gradual strength returning to her limbs. The IV solution had stabilized her blood pressure, and the relentless pounding in her head had dulled to a faint echo. Under strict orders to remain sedentary, she was seated in the formal dining room, but a restless anxiety for her brother gnawed at her. The silence of the house felt oppressive. Where was everyone? The promised forensics team was delayed, and the lone agent who had stayed behind was still scouring the property. Warren Bellamy had been keeping her company, still swathed in a metallic thermal blanket, but he too had drifted off, presumably to search for any clue that might aid Peter. Patience exhausted, Katherine pushed herself up, steadied herself against the table, and moved unsteadily toward the study. She found Bellamy there, his back to her, utterly absorbed by the contents of an open desk drawer. He didn't hear her approach. "Warren," she said softly. He started violently, turning and using his body to hastily close the drawer. His face was a mask of raw anguish, tear tracks gleaming on his skin in the low light. A jolt of fear shot through her. "What's wrong?" Her eyes darted to the drawer. "What is in there?"
Bellamy seemed stricken, unable to form words, the look of a man who has witnessed a truth he desperately wishes to unsee. "What did you find?" Katherine insisted. Her voice tightening, his grief-filled eyes met hers, holding them in a long, painful silence. When he finally spoke, his voice was a ragged whisper. "We questioned why this man harbored such hatred for your family." Katherine's forehead creased with dread. "Yes." Bellamy swallowed hard, the words sticking in his throat.
"I believe I may have found the reason."
The confession hung in the air, a dark and terrible shape beginning to form in the space between them. "I have it," he whispered to the empty air. The man who named himself Malach stood motionless before the stone altar, his fingers tracing the smooth, untouched skin at the crown of his head. Verbum significatum, he intoned, the ancient words of vibration in his chest. Verbum omnificum, the last piece was finally in his possession. Truthfully, the greatest secrets were often the plainest ones. Tendrils of incense, thick and sweet, coiled upward from the brass censer, weaving through a beam of moonlight that cut the chamber's darkness. This rising smoke was a pathway, a cleared channel through which a soul, once freed, could ascend without obstruction. The moment was here. He took the small vial containing Peter Solomon's darkened blood, removed the stopper, and dipped the tip of a raven's feather into the deep crimson. holding it poised above the sacred circle tattooed upon his scalp. He allowed himself a final, savoring pause. He thought of the decades of searching, of preparation, all culminating in this single night. His rebirth was imminent. The ancient texts promised that when the lost word was inscribed upon the living mind, the initiate would become a vessel for power beyond mortal comprehension. This was the old promise of apotheosis, a promise humanity had repeatedly failed to grasp. Malak had taken great pains to ensure it remained unfulfilled by anyone else. With a hand that did not tremble, he touched the feather's ink tip to his skin. He required no mirror, no guide, only the sensitivity of his own touch and the vivid image in his mind's eye. Slowly, with meticulous care, he began to draw the final forbidden symbol within the circular Ouroboros on his head. From his wheelchair, Peter Solomon watched, his face a mask of pure dread. When it was done, Malak set the feather aside, closed his eyes, and exhaled every last bit of air from his lungs. A novel sensation flooded through him, a profound and terrifying wholeness. I am entire, I am unified. He had spent a lifetime crafting his body into a living artifact, and now, on the brink of his ultimate transformation, he could feel every line, every symbol ever etched into his flesh humming with latent energy. A masterpiece, flawless and complete.
You have what you demanded.
Peter's voice cut through the silence, strained but firm. Now send help to Katherine. Halt the upload. Malak opened his eyes, a slow smile spreading across his features.
Our business is not concluded.
He turned to the altar and lifted the sacrificial knife, his thumb testing the edge of the dark, sleek blade. This instrument was forged by divine command, he said. For a singular human offering, you recognized it before, did you not? Solomon's gaze was flinty. It is one of a kind. I know the stories. Stories. Malaka's tone turned lightly mocking. It is recorded in Holy Scripture. Do you doubt its authenticity? Peter remained silent, his stare unyielding. Malak had invested a fortune to track down and acquire this relic. Known as the Akedah blade, it was fashioned over 3 millennia ago from a fallen star, iron from heaven, as the ancients revered it. Tradition held it was the very knife Abraham wielded at the Akedah, the binding of Isaac on Mount Moriah. Its storied journey had passed through the hands of popes, occultists, alchemists, and wealthy collectors. They all coveted it, admired it, but not one had ever dared to employ it for its true, terrible purpose. Tonight, it would fulfill its destiny. The Akedah held profound significance in Masonic rite. Even in the initial degree, brothers honored the most sublime offering ever presented to the divine, the submission of Abraham to the supreme will, prepared to sacrifice his firstborn son. The heft of the blade was electric in Malak's grip. He knelt, and with the newly honed edge sliced through the rope securing Peter to the chair. The cords fell away. Solomon gasped, his body seizing with pain as he tried to move his long constrained limbs. Why? He managed, his voice raw.
What do you imagine this will achieve?
You of all people should comprehend, Malak replied, his earlier solemnity giving way to a cold, didactic tone. You have devoted your life to the old mysteries. You know their power is unlocked only by sacrifice, by the release of a human soul from its earthly cage. It has always been this way, Malak said, his voice a low hum in the dim light. You understand nothing of true sacrifice. Peter spat back, the words dripping with a pain so raw it was almost palpable. Perfect, Malak thought, let that bitterness fester. It will smooth the path ahead. A hollow ache echoed from his own stomach as he circled his prisoner. There is a profound, untapped force in the spilling of human blood. Civilizations across time knew this secret, the Egyptians, the Druids, the dynasties of China, the Aztec priests. True magic resides in that ultimate offering, but humanity has grown timid, too frightened to pay the necessary price, too weak to surrender a life for genuine transcendence. The old writings leave no room for doubt. The ultimate power is unlocked only by surrendering that which is held most sacred. You believe I am a sacred offering? Peter's voice was a strained whisper. Malak let out a genuine, booming laugh. You still don't see it, do you? He spread his hands, his intricately tattooed torso gleaming under the light, his posture one of practiced display. Why do you think the isolation tank is in my home? I have been in training, preparing, awaiting the moment when I am pure consciousness, freed from this physical cage, when I offer this perfected form to the divine. I am the precious one? I am the unblemished lamb? Peter's jaw went slack, shock rendering him mute. Exactly, Peter. A man must give the gods his most treasured possession, his purest dove, his most worthy gift. You are not treasured by me, you are not a worthy gift. Malak's gaze hardened into a glare. Can't you see? You are not the sacrifice, Peter. I am. My flesh is the offering. I am the present. Look at me. I have refined myself, made myself ready for this final passage. I am the gift. Peter found no words, his silence a void. The true mystery lies in the art of dying, Malak continued, his tone shifting to one of almost academic scorn. Your Masonic brothers pay lip service to that truth. He gestured toward the stone altar. You venerate ancient wisdom, yet you are all cowards. You acknowledge the potency of sacrifice, but keep a comfortable distance from real death, playing at mock executions and bloodless rituals. Tonight, this symbolic altar will finally fulfill its true purpose and reveal its genuine power. He bent and seized Peter's left hand, the hand that serves the shadows, as the plan always dictated, forcing the handle of the Akita knife into his grip. Peter would have no say in the matter. Malak could conceive of no ritual more potent or symbolic than this. Upon this altar, by this man's hand, with this ancient blade, piercing the heart of an offering, adorned like a sacred parcel in a tapestry of mystical ink. Through this self-oblation, Malak would ascend the infernal hierarchy. True power has always resided in darkness and blood. The ancients grasped this, the adepts aligning with the forces that mirrored their souls. Malak had chosen his side with precision. Chaos is the universe's default state. Apathy is the fuel for decay. Humanity's indifference is the fertile soil where dark spirits cultivate their harvest. I have been their faithful servant, and they will welcome me as a deity. Peter remained motionless, his eyes locked on the ancient weapon now in his possession. I will this. Malak taunted, the words a sharp prod. I go willingly. Your final part is scripted. You will transmute me. You will release me from this body. You will do this, or you will forfeit your sister and your entire brotherhood. You will be utterly, completely alone. He paused, a cold smile touching his lips. Consider it your ultimate sentence. Peter's eyes lifted slowly, meeting Malak's. Killing you? A punishment? You think I'd hesitate? You murdered my son, my mother, my whole family. No. Malak's roar erupted with a violence that surprised even him. You're wrong. I did not murder them. You did. It was your choice to abandon Zachary in that prison. You set the wheels in motion. You killed your family, Peter, not me. Peter's knuckles bleached white, his fingers convulsively tightening around the knife's handle. You have no idea why I left Zachary in that prison.
I know every detail!
Malak shot back, his voice sharp.
I was there! You said you wanted to help him! Was it helping when you forced him to choose between wealth and wisdom? Was it helping when you demanded he join the Masons? What kind of father hands his son an impossible choice like that and expects him to understand it? What kind of father abandons his own child in a foreign cell instead of bringing him home?
Malak stepped closer, crouching until his tattooed face was inches from Peter's. But above all, what kind of father can stare into his son's eyes after all this time and still not see who he is? The words hung in the stone room before fading into silence. That quiet seemed to shock Peter Solomon awake. His expression shifted into one of stunned disbelief. Yes, Father, it's me. For years, Malak had dreamed of this, of facing the man who had forsaken him, of watching the truth sink into those gray eyes. Now, he let each word land slowly, wanting to see Peter's spirit fracture piece by piece. You should be pleased, Father. Your lost son has come back. Peter's face went deathly pale. Malak drank in the sight. My own father chose to leave me locked away, and in that moment I swore he had disowned me forever. I was no longer his. Zachary Solomon died in that prison. 2 tears shimmered in his father's eyes, a sight Malak found utterly beautiful. Peter struggled for breath, gazing up as if truly seeing Malak for the first time. The warden only wanted money, Malak went on, but you wouldn't pay. You never considered that my funds were just as good as yours. The warden didn't care whose money he took, only that he was paid. So when I offered him a small fortune, he found another inmate, sick, roughly my size, dressed him in my clothes, and had him beaten until he was unrecognizable. The photos you saw, the closed coffin you buried, that wasn't me. It was some stranger. Peter's tear-streaked face twisted in agony. Dear God, Zachary. Not anymore. The boy who walked out of prison was reborn. Zachary's youthful frame and boyish features had been violently reshaped by a reckless cocktail of experimental hormones and steroids. Even his voice had been scraped raw, leaving only this permanent rasping whisper. Zachary had become Andros. Andros had become Malach, and tonight, Malach would step into his final, greatest form. Meanwhile, in Colorama Heights, Catherine Solomon stood over the open desk drawer, staring down at what could only be called a shrine, a disturbing collection of aged newspaper clippings and photographs. I don't understand, she said, turning to Bellamy. This madman was clearly obsessed with our family, but... Keep looking, Bellamy urged quietly, sitting down, his own composure visibly shaken. Catherine sifted deeper through the articles. Each one focused on the Solomons. Peter's public triumphs, her own research, the tragic murder of their mother, Isabel, Zachary's notorious drug use, his imprisonment, and his reported violent death in a Turkish prison. The fixation was unnerving, fanatical, yet she still saw no clear motive. Then she found the photographs. The first showed Zachary standing calf-deep in clear turquoise water, a scatter of whitewashed buildings on the shore behind him.
The Greek islands?
She assumed it was from his reckless, drug-fueled days abroad. Oddly, though, Zach looked healthier here, stronger, more alive than in the paparazzi shots that had captured him gaunt and partying with a hollow-eyed crowd. He appeared more robust, his frame carrying a newfound strength that spoke of maturity. Catherine couldn't remember him ever looking so vital, confused. She glanced at the photo's date stamp, and a chill ran down her spine. That date was nearly a year after Zachary Solomon had reportedly died behind bars. Her hands trembling, she began sifting through the rest of the pictures. Each one was of Zachary, a visual timeline documenting a slow, steady aging process. It was a chilling pictorial diary of transformation. As the sequence advanced, a shocking shift occurred. Catherine watched, horrified, as Zachary's physique began to distort. Muscles swelling unnaturally, his face coarsening under the evident strain of steroid abuse. His entire body seemed to inflate in size, and a disturbing, predatory gleam settled into his eyes. This is not the boy I knew. The gentle nephew from her memories had been utterly erased. When she came to an image of him with a shaved scalp, her legs went weak. Then she saw a photograph of his bare torso marked with the beginnings of intricate ink. Her breath caught in her throat. Dear God, take this right now, Langdon yelled from the back of the commandeered SUV. Simpkins jerked the wheel onto S Street, speeding through a quiet neighborhood of historic homes. As they approached 16th Street, the imposing mass of the House of the Temple loomed on their right. Simpkins glanced up at the colossal architecture, a pyramid seemingly resting atop a classical Roman dome. He started to turn toward the building's main facade on 16th. No, keep going straight, Langdon commanded. Stay on S. Simpkins complied, driving along the structure's eastern flank. At the next corner, 15th, take a hard right, Langdon instructed.
Following the orders, Simpkins soon found himself guided onto a narrow gravel service road, cutting through the formal gardens at the building's rear. He accelerated the Lexus toward the back entrance. There, Langdon said, pointing to a single vehicle parked in the shadows. It was a large, unmarked van. They're already inside. Simpkins parked and shut off the engine. The team exited quietly, weapons ready.
Gazing up at the monumental edifice, Simpkins asked, "And the target room is at the very top?" Langdon nodded, his finger tracing a line up to the building's peak. That flat section on the pyramid is actually a massive window. Simpkins turned back, surprised. The main chamber has a skylight. Langdon gave him a puzzled look, as if the answer were obvious. Naturally, it's an oculus, an opening to the heavens positioned directly over the altar. The UH-60 helicopter sat with rotors turning at DuPont Circle. In the passenger seat, Sato waited impatiently, chewing on a fingernail. Finally, Simpkins's voice broke through the radio static. "Director, we're about to enter the building. I have an additional piece of intelligence from Langdon. Report." Sato snapped. "He states that the primary target room has a very large central skylight." Sato processed this for a few seconds. Acknowledged. As the transmission ended, she spat out a fragment of nail and turned to the pilot. "Get us in the air now." Every parent. who has endured the loss of a child, inevitably wonders about the life that was stolen, the age they would be, the face they would wear, the person they might have become. For Peter Solomon, those haunting questions now had their terrible answers. The hulking, tattooed figure standing before him had once been a small, sleeping newborn, a toddler named Zach, taking his first wobbly steps across a Persian rug in Peter's study, a little boy forming his first words. It's a bitter joke of the universe, really, that such darkness could grow from a seed planted in love and hope. Peter had long ago reconciled himself to a painful truth. While his son shared his blood, the soul within was a solitary self-made entity, a unique and capricious spark chosen, it seemed, at random from the infinite dark. My child, what did we do to you? A cold, hollow dread settled into Peter Solomon's chest as he stared into the eyes of the man before him. This person had taken his mother, his friend Robert Langdon, and perhaps even his sister Katherine. He searched for any trace of his son, any flicker of the boy he once knew, but found nothing. The eyes that met his, while the same shade of gray, belonged to a complete stranger, burning with a hatred that felt alien and absolute. Do you have the strength? The man mocked his gaze, dropping to the ancient Akida knife, trembling in Peter's grip. Can you complete what you began so many years ago? Zachary. The name felt foreign on Solomon's tongue, his voice a ragged whisper. I
loved you! You tried to kill me twice! You left me to rot in prison! You shot me on that bridge! Now, finish it! For a dizzying moment, Peter felt detached from his own body, a spectator to a surreal nightmare. He was a bald, one-handed man in a dark robe, confined to a wheelchair, clutching a ritual blade. None of it felt real. Finish it! The tattooed man roared, the intricate symbols on his bare chest seeming to writhe. This is the only way to save Katherine.
The only way to preserve your precious brotherhood. Peter's eyes were dragged to the laptop on the leather chair nearby. Its screen glowed ominously, sending message. 92% complete visions of Katherine. Alone and bleeding, mingled with thoughts of his Masonic brothers facing ruin. There is still a chance, the man whispered, a perverse serenity in his tone. You know this is the only path. Free me from this flesh. Please, Solomon begged, the word tasting like ash. Don't make me.
You made me, the man hissed, his composure shattering. You forced a child into an impossible choice. Do you remember that night? Wealth or wisdom? That was the night you lost me forever, but I have returned, Father. Now the choice is yours, your son or your sister. Will you kill your child to save your brotherhood, your country?
Or will you hesitate and live with the knowledge that you let Katherine die, that you let the video spread, that you had the power to stop it all and did nothing? The clock has run out. You know what must be done. Peter's heart shattered. You're not my son, he told himself, a desperate mantra. Zachary is gone. Whatever you are, wherever you came from, you are not of me. He didn't believe the words, not truly, but the crushing weight of the decision was upon him. Time had expired.
Find the grand staircase. Robert Langdon's mind screamed as he sprinted through shadowy corridors, Turner Simpkins a silent shadow behind him. He burst into the building's vast central atrium, a cavernous space that was a bizarre architectural cocktail of a tomb, a Greek temple, and an Egyptian crypt. Green granite columns rose toward ceilings adorned with black marble statues, flickering fireballs, and emblems of double-headed phoenixes.
Without pausing, Langdon sprinted for the majestic marble staircase at the atrium's far end.
This goes straight to the temple room, he whispered, and the two men began their swift, silent ascent on the first landing. A bronze bust of the Masonic scholar Albert Pike seemed to watch them pass, an engraved plaque beneath it bearing his famous words, "What we have done for ourselves alone dies with us. What we have done for others and the world remains and is immortal."
The irony of the sentiment in this moment of impending violence was not lost on Langdon. Moloch felt the very air in the temple room change, thickening with Peter Solomon's decades of bottled anguish and fury. All of it now directed at him like a weapon. Yes, the moment is here. He watched as Peter, moving as if in a trance, pushed himself up from the wheelchair and stood facing the altar, the knife held tight. Save Katherine. Moloch coaxed, his voice a silken lure as he backed toward the altar, and then lay down upon the prepared white linen shroud. Do what is necessary. Peter advanced slowly, each step a struggle. Moloch reclined fully, settling onto his back, and gazed upward through the oculus at the cold, distant moon. The secret is in the surrender. He allowed himself a faint, triumphant smile. The scene was set with a dreadful, beautiful perfection, adorned with the ancient lost word. I present myself by my father's left hand. Moloch filled his lungs. Accept me, spirits, for this is my body given for you. Peter Solomon stood trembling above him, his eyes wet with tears shining with a frantic mix of indecision and raw pain. His gaze darted one final time toward the laptop and modem on the far side of the chamber. Choose, Moloch murmured, his voice a low current in the quiet room. Free me from this flesh. This is God's will. It is your own will, too. He positioned his arms at his sides and pushed his chest upward, presenting the intricate, sprawling, double-headed phoenix inked upon his skin. Help me cast off this earthly shell. Peter's grief-stricken eyes seemed to look straight through Moloch now, as if he were staring at a memory instead of a man. To sharpen his focus, Moloch whispered the stark truths. I took your mother. I ended Robert Langdon. Your sister's life is in my hands this very moment.
Your cherished brotherhood is crumbling because of me. Now do what must be done.
Peter Solomon's face twisted into a mask of pure sorrow and profound regret. He tilted his head back and let out a wrenching scream of anguish as he raised the ancient knife high. Robert Langdon and Agent Simpkins, breathless from their sprint, skidded to a halt outside the temple room doors, just as that terrible cry pierced the air. Langdon knew instantly it was Peter, and the sound was one of utter torment. He was too late. Shoving past Simpkins, Langdon grabbed the heavy handles and hauled the doors open. The scene before him was a nightmare made real. In the center of the shadowy chamber, the bold silhouette of a robed figure stood at the great stone altar, a large blade gripped in hand. Before Langdon could even take a step, the figure was already driving the knife downward toward the form stretched out upon the altar. Moloch had shut his eyes, so sublime, so flawless. The Akeda knife, a relic of ancient sacrifice, caught the faint light as it arced toward him. Fragrant tendrils of incense smoke curled upward beside the altar, as if charting a course for his soul's imminent journey. His sacrificer's solitary cry of despair still echoed in the sacred space as the blade descended. I am anointed with the blood of sacrifice, and a parent's weeping. Moloch braced for the transcendent strike. His moment of ascension was here. But instead of pain, a deafening, deep vibration shuddered through his entire being. The room itself seemed to tremble, and a blinding white light erupted from above, swallowing his vision. The very heavens seemed to roar, and Moloch understood it was happening exactly as he had foreseen. Langdon had no memory of charging toward the altar, as the thunder of helicopter blades suddenly filled the air overhead. He didn't recall launching himself, arms outstretched, desperately trying to intercept the black-robed figure before a second strike could land. Their bodies collided in midair. As they did, Langdon saw a brilliant shaft of light pour down through the oculus, illuminating the altar stone. He expected to see Peter Solomon's bloodied body. Instead, the naked chest glowing in the light was unmarked by blood, covered only in an elaborate tapestry of symbols. The knife lay shattered beside it, its blade apparently having struck the stone altar instead of flesh. As he and the robed man crashed onto the hard floor together, Langdon saw the bandaged stump at the end of the man's right arm. To his complete shock, he realized he had just tackled Peter Solomon. They slid across the polished stone as the helicopter's powerful searchlights blazed down, the aircraft hovering so low its landing skids nearly brushed the massive glass wall. Mounted on its nose, an odd, box-like device swiveled, pointing down through the glass. A red laser beam from its scope sliced through the skylight and skittered across the floor. Racing directly toward Langdon and Solomon, he braced for impact, but no gunfire came, only the relentless thrum of the rotors. Instead, Langdon felt a strange, silent ripple of energy pass through him, a vibration that tingled in every cell. Behind his head on the leather chair, the laptop issued a sudden, sharp hiss. He twisted around just in time to see its screen flicker and die, plunging into blackness. The final transmission left no room for doubt. Message transmission, 100% successful. Climb! For God's sake, climb! The UH-60 pilots slammed the collective, demanding every ounce of power from the screaming engines. He fought to keep the landing gear clear of the vast glass dome. acutely aware that the 6,000-pound downwash from his rotors was pressing the structure to its absolute limit. The pyramid's steep slope, however, was deflecting the rotor wash sideways, stealing his precious lift. Now, he pitched the nose forward, attempting to slide clear, but the left skid kissed the very center of the oculus. The contact lasted a mere heartbeat, but it was enough. The temple room's great eye shattered in a cataclysm of glittering fragments and roaring wind, unleashing a deadly rain of glass into the chamber below. A cascade of falling stars, Malak gazed up into the radiant white glow and saw a breathtaking curtain of crystalline jewels swirling toward him, picking up speed as if eager to embrace him in their dazzling finale. Then came the agony. Everywhere, a searing, stabbing, slashing torment. Countless razor-edge blades found his soft flesh, his chest, his throat, his legs, his face, his entire body convulsed in a single, violent recoil. A guttural, blood-choked cry was torn from him as the pain shattered his transcendent state. The white light above morphed, and suddenly, as if conjured from a nightmare, a dark helicopter hung in the void, its thunderous rotors blasting a frigid gale down into the sacred space. The cold pierced Moloch to his soul and scattered the last traces of sacred incense to the shadowed corners. He turned his head and saw the Akita knife lying in pieces beside him, destroyed upon the granite altar, which was now carpeted in a blanket of glittering debris. After all, I put him through. Peter Solomon turned the blade aside. He refused to take my life. With dawning, profound horror, Moloch lifted his head to look down the length of his own body. This living masterpiece was to have been his ultimate offering. Now it was a ruined canvas, soaked in crimson, studded with monstrous shards of glass, protruding at grotesque angles. His strength failing, Moloch let his head fall back against the cold granite and stared up through the new opening in the roof. The helicopter was gone. In its place hung a silent, bone-white winter moon, gasping, wide-eyed, and utterly alone upon the great altar. Moloch fought for each ragged breath. Chapter 122. The ultimate secret is the art of dying. Malach understood, with crushing clarity, that everything had failed. There was no radiant light, no glorious ascension. Only profound darkness and unbearable pain. He could not see. He wasn't even sure his eyes were open, yet he perceived movement nearby. Voices, human voices, and one of them, impossibly, belonged to Robert Langdon. "How is this possible? She's safe," Langdon was saying, his voice firm and clear. "Katherine is alive, Peter." "Your sister is unharmed." "No," Moloch thought, a cold certainty settling in his gut. "Katherine is dead. She must be." The sound of the helicopter faded into the distance, leaving an eerie quiet in the temple room. Moloch could feel the steady pulse of the earth itself growing erratic, as if the planet's natural rhythms were being thrown into disarray by an approaching tempest. Order from chaos. New urgent voices were speaking now, conversing with Langdon about a laptop and a video file. It is far too late, Moloch knew. The deed is done. By now that video would be propagating like a virus across a stunned globe, obliterating the future of the ancient brotherhood. Those best positioned to share the wisdom must be eradicated. Humanity's ignorance is the fertile soil where chaos thrives. The very absence of light on earth is what nurtured the darkness that awaited him. I have performed mighty works, and soon I shall be welcomed as royalty. He sensed a solitary figure drawing near in the stillness. He knew who it was. He could smell the faint, familiar scent of the sacred oils he had anointed into his father's skin. "I do not know if you can hear me, Peter," Solomon whispered, his voice close to Moloch's ear. "But you need to understand something." A finger gently touched the sacred sigil inscribed atop Moloch's shaved skull. "What you wrote here." He fell silent, the weight of the unspoken hanging in the frigid air. This cannot be the lost word. But it had to be. Moloch was certain. Peter had persuaded him utterly. The legends spoke of a word inscribed in a tongue so ancient and obscure that humanity had nearly lost the ability to decipher it. Peter had unveiled that this tongue was, in fact, the most primordial language of all, the silent language of symbols. Within that symbolic lexicon, one emblem stood supreme. It was the most ancient and universal, a single image weaving together the enlightenment of the Egyptian sun god. The achievement of alchemical gold, the secret of the philosopher's stone, the innocence of the Rosicrucian rose, the instant of creation itself, the supremacy of the astrological sun, and even the all-knowing eye above the unfinished pyramid, the circumpunct, the emblem of the source, the wellspring of everything. This was the truth Peter had just shared. Initially skeptical, Malak's doubt vanished when he re-examined the grid. Seeing clearly how the pyramid's form directed his gaze to that solitary symbol, a simple circle with a central point. The Masonic pyramid is a guide, he remembered, designed to reveal the lost word. His father, it seemed, had been honest. The greatest truths are always plain. The lost word is not a phrase, it is an icon. With fervent anticipation, Malak had etched the powerful circumpunct onto his scalp. As the mark was made, a surge of potency and deep fulfillment washed over him. His offering was complete, his masterpiece finished. The waiting shadows would now claim their due. He would be honored for his devotion. This was to be his crowning achievement. Yet, in the final moment, it had all shattered. Peter's voice came from behind him now, speaking words that made no sense. "I deceived you," Peter stated. "You gave me no alternative. Had I shown you the genuine lost word, you would have dismissed it. You could not have comprehended it. The lost word is not the circumpunct. The reality is," Peter continued, "the lost word is known to everyone yet truly seen by almost no one." The declaration reverberated in Malak's skull. "You are unfinished," Peter said softly, resting his palm upon Malak's head. "Your journey is not over, but wherever your path now leads, understand this, you were loved." Strangely, that tender touch of his father's hand seared through him like a catalyst, sparking a profound reaction within his very cells. Without warning, a scorching energy erupted through his physical form, as if every particle of his being was dissolving. All mortal agony vanished in an instant. Transformation, it is here. He was looking down upon the ruin of his own body, a bloody mass upon the sacred granite altar. His father knelt behind the remains, cradling the lifeless head with his single remaining hand. A torrent of fury and disorientation rose within him. This was to be a moment of vengeance, of metamorphosis, not this weak compassion. Still, his father resisted his destined role, refusing to focus his pain and wrath through the ritual blade and into Malaka's heart. He was caught, suspended, anchored to his discarded earthly shell. His father gently drew a soft palm across his face, closing his sightless eyes. He felt the anchor sever a swirling shroud manifested around him, dense and dark, blotting out the world. Suddenly, time convulsed, and he was hurtling into a chasm of blackness deeper than any nightmare. Here, in this desolate emptiness, a whispering began. He perceived a coalescing presence. It swelled, intensifying at a terrifying pace, encircling him. It was formidable and menacing, dark and authoritative. He was not alone. This was to be his victory, his glorious welcome. And yet, inexplicably, what flooded him was not elation, but a vast, boundless terror. It was nothing like what he had envisioned. The energy in the room was no longer still. It churned with a violent intensity, a whirlwind of power that seemed ready to pull me to pieces. Then, from the void, the darkness coalesced into something immense and ancient, rising up like a primordial creature. I found myself staring into the collective essence of every lost soul that had ever walked this path. A scream born of boundless dread tore from my throat as the abyss consumed me entirely. Within the quiet of the National Cathedral, Dean Galloway perceived a subtle shift in the atmosphere around him. He couldn't pinpoint the cause, yet the sensation was unmistakable. A lingering spectral presence had dissipated. A burden had been lifted from a great distance, yet the feeling was intimately close. Seated at his desk, lost in contemplation, he was startled by the ringing of his telephone. Warren Bellamy's voice came through the line. "Peter is alive," his Masonic brother announced without preamble. "I've just received word. I knew you would need to hear it at once. He's expected to recover fully. Praise God." Galloway breathed out, a weight leaving his own shoulders. Where is he now? As Bellamy relayed the incredible series of events that unfolded after they had departed Cathedral College, Galloway listened intently. "But everyone is safe?" Galloway pressed. "We're all recovering, yes," Bellamy confirmed. Then he hesitated. "There is one other matter, however. Yes, The Masonic Pyramid. I believe Langdon may have unraveled its secret. A knowing smile touched Galloway's lips. Somehow the news did not astonish him, and did he discover if the pyramid lived up to its promise? Did it reveal what the old stories have always claimed it would? That remains to be seen, Bellamy replied. It will, Galloway thought with quiet certainty. You should get some rest. As should you, Bellamy countered. No, Galloway reflected as the call ended. What I need is to pray. The doors of the elevator slid open to reveal the temple room awash in bright light. Katherine Solomon's legs felt unsteady as she rushed inside, desperate to find Peter. The vast chamber was cool, the air carrying a faint, lingering scent of incense. The sight before her brought her to an abrupt halt. There, in the center of the magnificent space upon a low stone altar, was a tattooed and bloodied body impaled by shards of shattered glass. High above, a ragged opening in the ceiling framed the night sky. Oh my God! Katherine forced her eyes away, scanning the room until she spotted Peter. He was seated on the far side, a medic attending to him as he spoke with Robert Langdon and Director Sato. "Peter!" she cried out, running toward him. "Peter!" Her brother looked up, and his face flooded with relief. He stood immediately, meeting her halfway. He wore a plain white shirt and dark trousers, likely fetched from his office below. His right arm was supported by a sling, making their embrace clumsy, but Katherine paid no mind. The familiar protective warmth she had known since childhood enveloped her completely. They held each other without words. Finally, Katherine whispered, "Are you all right? Truly?" She stepped back, her gaze falling to the sling and the bandaged stump where his hand had been. Tears threatened once more. "I'm so terribly sorry." Peter gave a dismissive shrug, as if it were a minor inconvenience.
Flesh is temporary. It doesn't endure. What matters is that you're safe.
His almost cavalier response tugged sharply at her heart, reminding her of all the reasons she adored him. She gently touched his head, feeling the unshakable connection of family, the shared blood that bound them. A grim awareness settled over her. There was a third Solomon present tonight. Her eyes were drawn back to the horrific form on the altar, and a deep shudder ran through her as she fought to erase the mental images from the photographs. She looked away, her gaze meeting Robert Langdon's. She saw a profound and understanding compassion there, as if he knew precisely the turmoil in her mind. Peter knows. A torrent of emotion, relief, pity, sorrow, washed over Katherine. She felt her brother's body begin to shake with a quiet, childlike tremor, something she had never witnessed in him before. "It's all right," she murmured, holding him tighter and stroking his hair. "Let it out. Just let it go." Peter's trembling deepened. She continued to hold him. "Peter, you've always been our rock. You've always been my support," she whispered. "But now let me be yours. It's all right, I'm right here." Katherine guided his head softly to rest against her, and Peter Solomon, a man of immense stature, finally surrendered, his body shaking with quiet sobs in her embrace. Director Sato moved aside to answer her ringing phone. It was Nola Kay, and for once the update was positive. "Still no signs of the data spreading, Director," Nola reported, a note of optimism in her voice. "I believe we would have detected activity by now. It appears the situation is contained." "Thanks to your quick thinking, Nola." Sato reflected, her eyes dropping to the laptop that Langdon had watched finish its transmission. That was far too close. Following Nola's advice, the agent sweeping the mansion had checked the trash and found the packaging for a brand new cellular modem. With the specific model number, Nola cross-referenced service providers and network grids, pinpointing the laptop's most probable connection point, a small transmitter near the intersection of 16th and Corcoran Streets, just 3 blocks from the temple. She relayed the coordinates to Sato in the helicopter. As they approached the house of the temple, the pilot made a low pass and directed a targeted pulse of electromagnetic energy at the relay node, disabling it mere moments before the laptop's transfer could be completed. "Excellent work tonight," Sato said. "Now get some rest. You've more than earned it." "Thank you, Director." Nola paused. "Was there something else you needed?" A long silence followed, as if Nola was weighing a decision. "Nothing that can't wait until morning, ma'am. Have a good night." In the quiet, refined bathroom on the ground floor of the house of the temple, Robert Langdon let warm water flow into the porcelain sink and studied his reflection. Even in the soft light, he looked exactly how he felt, completely drained. His day pack was slung over his shoulder again, feeling much lighter now, holding little more than his personal effects and a few wrinkled pages of lecture notes. He almost laughed. His trip to Washington, D.C., to deliver a talk had certainly become more demanding than he'd ever imagined. Still, Langdon knew he had much to be thankful for. Peter is safe, and the video never got out. As he splashed the warm water on his face, he slowly began to feel the fog lifting. Everything remained a chaotic blur, but the adrenaline that had fueled him was finally ebbing away, and a familiar sense of calm was returning. After drying his hands, he glanced at his Mickey Mouse watch.
Good Lord, it's the middle of the night.
Leaving the bathroom, Langdon followed the gentle curve of the Hall of Honor, an arched corridor adorned with portraits of distinguished Masons, including U.S. presidents, philanthropists, celebrated thinkers, and other influential figures. He stopped before an oil painting of Harry S. Truman, trying to picture the man undergoing the intense ceremonies, rituals, and studies required to become a Mason. There's a hidden layer to the world we all perceive, he thought. It's there for every one of us. You disappeared. A voice called from down the hall. Langdon turned. It was Katherine. After everything she had endured tonight, she somehow looked luminous, even revitalized. Langdon offered a weary smile. How is he? Katherine approached and wrapped him in a heartfelt embrace. How can I possibly thank you? He gave a soft laugh. You do realize I didn't actually do anything, right? She held on to him for a long moment. Peter's going to be just fine. She finally released him and met his gaze, her eyes sparkling. And he just told me something unbelievable, something truly wonderful. Her voice quivered with excitement. I need to go and see it for myself. I'll be back soon. What? Where are you going? It won't take long. Right now, Peter wants to talk to you privately. He's waiting in the library. Did he say what about? Katherine laughed softly and shook her head. You know Peter and his secrets. But I'll see you in a little while. With that, she was gone. Langdon let out a long, tired sigh. He felt he'd had his fill of mysteries for one evening. Of course, many questions remained unanswered. The secrets of the Masonic pyramid and the fabled lost word chief among them. Yet Robert Langdon felt a quiet certainty that those answers, if they truly existed, were not meant for him. He was, after all, an outsider. Gathering his remaining strength, he walked to the library within the house of the temple. There he found Peter Solomon seated alone at a long table, the ancient stone pyramid resting before him. Robert? Peter looked up, his expression warm. Come in, I need to speak with you. Langdon offered a weary smile. So I've heard. Word is you've misplaced one. The library around them was Washington, D.C.'s most historic public reading room. Its graceful shelves held over 250,000 volumes, among them a priceless copy of The Secrets of a Prepared Brother, along with ceremonial jewels, ritual artifacts, and even a book hand-printed by Benjamin Franklin. But Langdon's favorite treasure here was one most visitors missed entirely, an elegant optical illusion. Years ago, Peter had shown him how, from just the right angle, the reading desk and its golden lamp together formed the unmistakable silhouette of a pyramid crowned by a shining capstone. Peter had called it a quiet testament that Masonry's greatest truths were visible to anyone, provided they learned how to look. Tonight, however, those mysteries were no longer subtle suggestions. They were laid bare on the table between them, where Langdon now sat facing Peter Solomon and the fully assembled Masonic pyramid. A faint, knowing smile played on Peter's lips. The word you're thinking of, Robert, is no myth. It is profoundly real. Langdon could only stare across the polished wood. I don't see how that's possible. What part is so hard to accept?
All of it, Langdon thought, searching his friend's eyes for a trace of jest.
You're telling me you believe the lost word is a tangible thing, and that it holds genuine power? Transformative power, Peter corrected, his voice steady. The power to alter humanity by revealing the ancient mysteries. A single word? Langdon's skepticism finally broke through. Peter, I can't just believe. You will, Solomon stated, utterly calm. He stood and began to pace slowly around the table. As you know, it has been prophesied for ages that a day would arrive when the lost word is found again, when it is brought back into the light. On that day, mankind will regain access to a forgotten wisdom. Langdon recalled Peter's lectures on the true meaning of apocalypse, not an end, but an unveiling, a revelation of profound understanding meant to herald a new age of enlightenment. The academic in him appreciated the symbolism, but the realist balked. He simply could not conceive of a single term carrying such world-altering weight. With a reverent gesture, Peter indicated the stone pyramid and the separate golden capstone beside it. The legendary symbolon. Tonight it is whole. Carefully he lifted the heavy capstone and settled it onto the pyramid's apex. The gold met stone with a soft, definitive click. What you have done tonight, my friend, has never been done. You assembled the pyramid, decoded its layers, and ultimately revealed this. From within his jacket, Solomon produced a single sheet of paper and laid it on the table. Langdon recognized the grid of symbols, now reorganized according to the Franklin Square. He had glimpsed it earlier in the temple room. I'd be interested, Peter said, to hear your professional reading of this array. After all, this is your specialty. Langdon studied the grid. The familiar icons were all there. Hiridum, the circumpunct, the pyramid, the staircase. He let out a long breath. Peter, as you can undoubtedly see, this is a classic allegorical pictogram. Its language is metaphorical, symbolic. It isn't meant to be taken literally. Solomon actually laughed. Ask a symbologist a straightforward question? He gestured again to the page. Just humor me. Tell me what you see. He really wants a lecture right now. With a resigned sigh, Langdon drew the paper closer. I had studied the grid earlier, and in plain language, I believe this arrangement of symbols forms a kind of picture, a representation of the heavens and the earth. Peter raised his eyebrows, a look of genuine surprise crossing his face. Really? Absolutely. At the very top we see the word Hiridum, the sacred house, which I take to mean the house of the divine or heaven itself. I see. The arrow pointing down from Hiridum indicates that everything below it belongs to the domain under heaven, which is our world. My gaze drifted to the bottom of the design. The final two rows, positioned below the pyramid, symbolize the earth terra firma, the most foundational of all realms. Appropriately, these lower sections hold the 12 classic astrological symbols, representing humanity's earliest spiritual yearnings. When people gazed at the night sky and perceived a divine order in the movements of the stars and planets. Solomon moved his chair nearer, examining the grid with intense focus.
Go on.
Built upon that astrological foundation, I continued, the Great Pyramid ascends from the ground, reaching toward the sky, an enduring emblem of forgotten knowledge. It is populated by history's greatest schools of thought and faith, from Egyptian and Pythagorean to Buddhist, Hindu, Islamic, Judeo-Christian, and beyond, all streaming upward, converging, channeling themselves through the pyramid's transformative apex, where they ultimately blend into one unified human understanding. I took a breath. A single shared consciousness, a collective vision of the divine symbolized by the ancient icon resting above the capstone.
The circumpunct,
Peter stated. A universal representation of God.
Correct.
Across cultures and ages, the circumpunct has served many meanings. It is the sun god Ra, the philosopher's stone in alchemy, the all-seeing eye, the point of singularity before creation, the grand architect of the universe. I nodded, imagining this was likely the same reasoning Peter had employed in the temple room to present the circumpunct as the lost word.
And what about the stairs?
Peter pressed. I looked at the staircase depicted beneath the pyramid. Peter, you know as well as I do, this signifies the winding staircase of Freemasonry, rising from worldly shadow into illumination, akin to Jacob's ladder ascending to heaven, or the layered human spine linking the physical body to the eternal intellect. I paused, a wry smile touching my lips. Honestly, for all its profound symbolism, sometimes these ancient diagrams felt like an intellectual scavenger hunt, devised by overzealous scholars with too much time on their hands. The remaining icons seemed to be a fusion of the celestial, the Masonic, and the scientific, all bolstering the philosophy of the ancient mysteries. Solomon rubbed his chin thoughtfully. A graceful analysis, Professor. I don't disagree that this can be read as allegory, and yet his eyes took on a sharper, more enigmatic gleam. This assembly of symbols narrates another tale entirely, one that is considerably more concrete. Is that so? Solomon began to pace once more, circling the table like a man wrestling with a revelation. Earlier tonight in the temple room, when I was confronted with my own mortality, I looked at this grid and saw past the metaphor, past the allegory, straight into the core truth these symbols are communicating. He stopped and turned sharply toward me.
This grid provides the precise geographical location where the lost word is hidden. Say that once more.
I shifted in my seat, a sudden concern washing over me that the evening's ordeal had left Peter disoriented.
Robert, the legend has always portrayed the Masonic pyramid as a map, a very detailed guide meant to lead a worthy seeker to the secret resting place of the lost word. Solomon pointed emphatically at the grid of symbols before me.
I assure you, these symbols are precisely what the stories claim, a map, a specific schematic that shows us exactly where to find the staircase descending to the lost word. I offered a cautious, uneasy chuckle. Even if I accepted the legend of the Masonic pyramid, this grid couldn't possibly function as a map. Just look at it. It bears no resemblance to any map I've ever seen. Solomon simply smiled. A simple change in viewpoint can make the familiar appear completely different.
Robert Langdon looked once more, yet the image remained unchanged. Consider this, Peter began. When we Masons set a cornerstone, do you know why it's always placed at the northeast corner of a structure?
Of course,
Langdon replied. It catches the earliest sunlight. It symbolizes construction rising from the earth toward illumination.
Precisely,
Peter nodded. So perhaps you should search there for that first light. He gestured toward the diagram. Look to the northeast corner. Langdon shifted his focus to the upper right section of the grid. The symbol located there was a simple downward arrow. An arrow pointing down, he said, struggling to understand. That would indicate something below Hiridum.
Not below, Robert.
Solomon corrected, a hint of impatience in his voice. Think practically. This isn't a symbolic labyrinth. It's a map. And on any map, an arrow pointing downward signifies one direction only. South. Langdon blurted out, a jolt of surprise running through him. Exactly right. Solomon's face broke into an excited grin. Due south, on a cartographic representation, down equals south. Furthermore, here, Hiridum isn't a mystical concept. It's a literal physical place. The house of the temple itself, you're suggesting this diagram points directly south of this building?
Praise heaven.
Solomon laughed, the sound rich with relief. The light finally breaks through. Langdon examined the grid again, his initial excitement tempered by logic. But Peter, even if that's correct, due south describes a line that circles the entire globe. That's over 24,000 miles of possibility. Ah, but you're overlooking the legend's specific clues, Peter countered, his tone turning sly, almost theatrical. It claims the word is hidden here in Washington, D.C. That narrows our line considerably. And the story further mentions a massive stone slab covering the entrance to a stairway, a slab inscribed with a message in an ancient tongue, acting as a marker for those deemed worthy. Langdon found it difficult to treat this as anything but a fanciful story. While he wasn't intimately familiar with the city's layout, he felt certain no giant engraved stone covering a secret staircase existed south of their location. The inscription on that mythical stone, Peter declared, tapping the third row of symbols on the grid, is right here in front of us. You've already deciphered it, Robert. Utterly bewildered. Langdon stared at the 7 cryptic characters. Solved? He had absolutely no idea what these disjointed symbols could mean, and he was quite confident they were not carved on any monument in the capital. Peter, he said slowly, this clarifies nothing for me. I know of no stone in Washington bearing this message. Solomon gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. You've passed by it 100 times and never truly seen it. We all have. It sits in plain sight, much like the mysteries it guards. Tonight, seeing these 7 symbols together, I knew instantly the legend was fact. The lost word is buried here in D.C., and it waits at the bottom of a long descent beneath an enormous inscribed stone. Langdon fell silent, completely mystified. After a long moment, Peter spoke again, his voice solemn. Robert, I believe you've earned the right to see the truth tonight. Langdon looked at him, trying to absorb the statement. You're going to tell me where it's buried? No, Solomon said, rising to his feet with a knowing smile. I'm going to take you there, shortly after. Langdon was fastening his seatbelt in the back of the black Escalade, Peter Solomon beside him. Agent Simpkins took the driver's seat. As Director Sato approached across the dimly lit parking lot, the scent of her freshly lit cigarette reached them first. Mr. Solomon, she said, arriving at the window. I've relayed your unusual request, and Peter asked. The window's still down. I've granted you temporary access, she stated, her expression one of deep curiosity. I must admit, it is a highly irregular petition. Solomon offered only an enigmatic, unreadable smile in reply. Sato released her grip, moving around to Langdon's side of the car and tapping on the glass with her knuckles. He rolled down the window. Professor, she stated, her voice devoid of any friendliness, your help tonight, however unwilling, proved essential to our outcome, and for that you have my thanks. She inhaled deeply from her cigarette and exhaled a plume of smoke to the side. But a final piece of counsel. The next time a high-ranking CIA official informs you of a national security emergency. Her gaze hardened. Keep the academic theatrics back at Harvard. Langdon started to reply, but Director Inoue Sato had already pivoted, striding away across the asphalt toward the thrumming rotors of a waiting helicopter. Agent Simpkins looked back at them, his expression unreadable. Are we all set to depart? Nearly, Solomon replied. He retrieved a small, neatly folded square of dark material and passed it to Langdon. Robert, I need you to wear this before we proceed. Confused, Langdon inspected the fabric. It was a soft, black velvet. Unfolding it, he recognized the traditional Masonic hoodwink, the blindfold used in a first-degree initiation ritual. What is this about? Peter explained. I'd rather you didn't know our destination. You're seriously going to blindfold me for the trip? Langdon asked. Solomon offered a faint, knowing smile. My secrets, my rules. The night air was brisk outside the CIA complex in Langley. Nola Kay hugged herself against the chill as she trailed Systems Security Analyst Rick Parrish across the moonlit central courtyard. Where is he leading me? The immediate threat of the Masonic video had passed, thankfully, but a persistent unease clung to her. The mysterious redacted file on the director's private server was still an unanswered question, gnawing at her focus. With a formal debriefing scheduled with Sato in the morning, Nola wanted every possible detail clarified. She had finally contacted Rick Parrish and insisted on his assistance. Now, as he led her to this unspecified outdoor spot, the strange, fragmented phrases from that file echoed in her mind. Secret location underground, where the somewhere in Washington, D.C. The coordinates uncovered an ancient portal that led warning, the pyramid holds dangerous. Decipher this engraved symbolon to unveil. So we're in agreement, Parrish said as they walked, that the intruder who queried those specific terms was undoubtedly hunting for data on the Masonic pyramid. That much is clear, Nola thought. It appears, however, the hacker accidentally brushed against an aspect of this Masonic puzzle he probably never anticipated. Parrish continued, What are you talking about? You're familiar with the director's internal forums, right? The space for agency personnel to exchange thoughts on various subjects? Obviously. The forums offered a secure digital venue for staff to discuss wide-ranging topics, giving the director a kind of virtual open door to his workforce. Those forums reside on the director's personal partition, but to allow access for employees of every clearance tier, they sit outside his top-secret firewall. Your point being? She pressed, as they turned a corner near the agency cafeteria. In a single word, Parrish gestured into the shadows ahead. That, Nola looked up. There, dominating the plaza before them, was a towering metallic sculpture shimmering under the moonlight, in an institution that proudly displayed hundreds of original artworks. This piece, titled Kryptos, was the undisputed celebrity, meaning hidden, in Greek. Kryptos was created by the American artist James Sanborn and had achieved an almost mythical status within the CIA's walls. The sculpture consisted of a giant, S-shaped copper panel, standing on its edge like a gracefully curving metal wall. Cut into its vast surface were close to 2,000 letters, arranged into an enigmatic and perplexing cipher. The sculpture's surroundings only deepened the mystery. Scattered deliberately near the encoded S-wall were other curious objects, granite slabs tilted at strange angles, a compass rose design set into the pavement, a magnetic lodestone, and even a Morse code inscription hinting at lucid memory and shadow forces. To most observers, these weren't mere decorations. They were breadcrumbs meant to guide someone toward cracking the code. Kryptos was undoubtedly art, but it was an obsession. Cracking its hidden message had become a personal crusade for codebreakers within the CIA and beyond. A breakthrough a few years prior had made headlines, solving one portion of the cipher, yet the revealed text only thickened the intrigue. It spoke of concealed subterranean sites, gateways to archaic vaults, and precise geographic coordinates. Fragments drifted through Nola's memory. The intelligence was collected and relayed to an undiscovered place below the surface, completely undetectable. How is that feasible? They harnessed the planet's magnetic field. She had never given the sculpture much thought, nor particularly cared if its secrets were ever fully laid bare. Right now, though, she needed clarity. What does Kryptos have to do with anything? With a theatrical flourish, Parrish offered her a conspiratorial grin and pulled a neatly folded paper from his jacket.
Behold, the infamous redacted file that's been troubling you. I got the full version. Nola, startled. You hacked into the director's secure drive.
Not at all. That's what I was trying to explain earlier. Just look. He passed her the sheet.
Nola snatched it, unfolding it quickly. The familiar agency letterhead at the top made her tilt her head in confusion.
This document wasn't classified, not even remotely. It was labeled Employee Discussion Board Kryptos. Compressed Archive Thread Mart 2456282.5. She was staring at a condensed log of forum posts, all squeezed onto one page for storage. Your precious keyword document, Rick stated, is just a bunch of amateur cryptographers debating Kryptos online. Nola's eyes scanned down until a familiar string of words jumped out. Jim. The artist implies the data was sent to a hidden spot underground for safekeeping. This text is pulled from the director's old Kryptos forum. Rick elaborated. That thread has been active for years. There are thousands of comments. It's no shock that one of them accidentally contained all your search terms. She kept reading, finding another post with the keywords. Even though Mark insists the code's latitude and longitude markers target somewhere in Washington, D.C., his calculations were off by a full degree. Kryptos essentially points right back to itself. Parrish strolled over to the sculpture, letting his hand glide over the bewildering grid of letters. A huge chunk of this cipher is still unbroken. Plenty of theorists are convinced it's tied to old Masonic mysteries. Nola vaguely remembered whispers connecting Kryptos to the Masons, though she usually dismissed such fringe ideas. Yet surveying the disparate sculptural elements placed around the courtyard, it struck her. This was a puzzle in parts, a symbolon, much like the legendary Masonic pyramid. For a fleeting second, the entire plaza seemed to shift in her perception. Kryptos wasn't just a statue, but a contemporary, fragmented pyramid, each material and shape a deliberate piece of a larger riddle. Is it possible, she wondered aloud, that Kryptos and the Masonic pyramid are guarding the exact same secret?
Your guess is as good as mine, Parrish replied, casting an exasperated glance at the sculpture. I don't think we'll ever know the full story, unless, of course, someone could persuade the director to open his personal safe and take a peek at the answer he's got locked away. Nola nodded slowly, the memory returning vividly. When Kryptos was first installed, the artist had provided a sealed envelope to the CIA director, an envelope purported to hold the complete decryption of every code on the sculpture. The confidential solution was placed in the care of then CIA Director William Webster, who secured it within his personal office safe. Rumor had it the document remained there, still, passed along from one director to the next through the decades. Oddly, the mere mention of Webster's name triggered a recollection for Nola, pulling another fragment of the deciphered Kryptos text to the surface. It's buried out there somewhere. Who knows the exact location? Only WW. While the nature of what was hidden remained a mystery, the general assumption pointed to William Webster. Nola had once caught a stray comment suggesting it might actually refer to a historical figure named William Whiston, a theologian connected to the Royal Society, though she'd never pursued the idea. Rick's voice cut back in, I'll be honest, I don't usually follow artists, but this Sanborn guy seems like a legitimate genius. I was checking out his Cyrillic projector online. It projects huge Russian letters taken from an old KGB file on mind control. Seriously eerie stuff. Nola had tuned him out. Her focus was on the printout in her hands, where she'd located the third key phrase in a different user's post. Sure enough, that entire segment was lifted word for word from the diary of a famous archaeologist, describing the instant he broke through to an ANC end portal leading into King Tut's burial chamber. Nola recognized the quoted archaeologist as the renowned Egyptologist Howard Carter. The following post mentioned him by name. I quickly browsed the rest of Carter's field notes online.
and apparently he discovered a clay tablet cautioning that the pyramid carries dire risks for anyone disturbing the pharaoh's rest. An actual curse. Should we be concerned? Nola let out an exasperated sigh. Rick, for heaven's sake, this person doesn't even have the basic facts straight. Tutankhamun wasn't entombed in a pyramid. His burial site was in the Valley of the Kings. Do people in these forums ever watch educational television? Parrish offered a casual shrug. Tech enthusiasts. Nola's eyes then found the final key phrase. Listen, I'm not one for wild theories, but Jim and Dave really need to decode this engraved symbolon and reveal its last secret before the world supposedly ends in 2012. Later. Anyway, Parrish remarked, I thought you should see this Cryptos forum chatter before you go, accusing the CIA director of stashing classified intel about some ancient Masonic myth. Something tells me a person in that position doesn't have time for that kind of hobby. Nola recalled the Masonic video and its visuals of powerful men engaged in an archaic ritual. If Rick only knew. Ultimately, she sensed that whatever Cryptos was meant to disclose, its core message carried an undeniable mystical weight. She looked up at the sculpture itself, a silent, three-dimensional cipher, standing proudly at the center of one of the country's most secure intelligence hubs, and questioned whether its ultimate secret would ever be surrendered. As she and Rick turned to go back inside, Nola allowed herself a faint smile. It's buried out there somewhere. Chapter 128. This is insane. Robert Langdon saw only darkness. The blindfold tight as the Cadillac Escalade raced south through empty city streets. Beside him, Peter Solomon stayed quiet. Where is he taking me? Langdon's mind churned with a tangled mix of fascination and dread, scrambling to assemble the bizarre fragments into a coherent picture. Peter had not retreated from his extraordinary assertion. The lost word? Concealed beneath a staircase and sealed by an enormous inscribed stone. It sounded like fiction. Yet the stone's described engraving was stuck in Langdon's memory, and the 7 symbols, as he turned them over, seemed to resist any logical connection. The Mason square, an emblem of integrity and moral truth. The letters AU, the periodic table notation for the element gold. The sigma, the Greek letter S, representing the sum of all components. The pyramid, an Egyptian motif for humanity's ascent toward the divine. The delta, the Greek letter D, a scientific marker for change. And finally, Mercury, represented by its oldest known alchemical sigil, the Ouroboros, that ancient emblem of unity and completion. Solomon remained adamant that these 7 symbols formed a deliberate message. Yet if that were the case, it was a coded dispatch. Langdon felt utterly unequipped to decipher. The Escalade abruptly decelerated and swung to the right, its tires meeting a new surface that suggested a private drive or service road. Langdon straightened in his seat, straining to parse every sound for some hint of their location. The journey had lasted under 10 minutes, and despite his mental efforts to track their route, his internal compass had failed almost immediately. For all he knew, they could be circling right back to the house of the temple. The vehicle rolled to a halt, and he heard the driver's window whir down. Agent Simpkins, Central Intelligence Agency, their driver announced crisply.
I believe you're expecting our arrival.
Affirmative, sir, a clipped, authoritative voice responded. Director Sato notified us. Stand by while I relocate the security barrier. Langdon listened, his bewilderment mounting. The exchange now strongly implied they were entering a restricted military installation. As the car began creeping forward again, gliding over an unnervingly smooth stretch of pavement, he turned his blindfolded head toward Solomon. Peter, where are we? He demanded, his voice tight. Do not remove the blindfold. Peter's tone was unyielding. The SUV advanced a short distance and slowed to another stop. Simpkins cut the engine. More voices, unmistakably military. Someone requested identification. The agent exited and conversed with the guards in low, urgent tones. Suddenly, Langdon's door swung open, and strong hands helped him out into the chill, biting wind. Solomon was at his side in an instant.
Robert, just follow Agent Simpkins' lead inside.
The distinct jangle of metal keys in a lock echoed, followed by the groan of a massive iron door swinging inward. It sounded like the hatch of a ship or a vault. Where in God's name are they taking me? Simpkins guided him firmly toward the metallic entrance. They crossed a threshold. Proceed, straight ahead, Professor. An abrupt tomb-like silence enveloped them. The air inside was cool, sterile, and artificially dry, with Simpkins and Solomon on either side. Langdon was steered blindly down a corridor where their footsteps reverberated off what felt like stone. Behind them, the heavy door clanged shut with a deafening finality, making him flinch. Bolts turned. He could feel perspiration soaking the velvet against his skin, a desperate urge to rip the blindfold away clawing at him. They halted. Simpkins released his arm, and a series of electronic beeps preceded a deep mechanical rumble directly ahead. Undoubtedly a heavy security door sliding open. "Mr. Solomon, you and Mr. Langdon proceed alone from here. I'll remain," Simpkins stated. "Take my flashlight." "Thank you. We won't be long," Solomon replied. A flashlight? Langdon's heart hammered against his ribs. Peter took his arm again, and they edged forward. "Stay with me, Robert." They moved cautiously across another boundary, and the security door rumbled closed behind them, sealing them in. Peter stopped abruptly. "What's wrong?" A wave of nausea and disorientation washed over Langdon. "I need to get this blindfold off now." "Not yet. We're almost there." "Almost where?" A leaden dread settled in his gut. "I told you. I'm taking you to the staircase that descends to the lost word." "Peter, this has ceased to be amusing. It was never meant to be. It's meant to open your mind, Robert, to remind you that wonders exist in this world which even you have never witnessed. And before we take another step, I need you to do something for me. For just a moment, I need you to believe. Believe in the legend. Believe you're about to gaze down a coiled staircase that plummets hundreds of feet to one of humanity's most profound lost treasures." Langdon's head swam. As much as he trusted his friend, belief felt impossible. "Is it much farther?" he managed, the velvet now damp and clinging. "No, just a few more steps, in fact. Through one final door. I'll open it now." Solomon released him momentarily, and in that instant Langdon swayed, a sudden dizzying lightness overtaking him as the sterile air seemed to thin around them. Unsteady, he reached for something solid, and Peter was instantly beside him again. Ahead, the heavy rumble of an automatic door echoed through the space. Taking Langdon's arm, Peter guided him forward. "Right, through here." They shuffled across another threshold, and the door sealed shut behind them with a definitive hiss. Silence enveloped them, along with a deep, penetrating cold. Langdon knew at once that wherever they were now existed in a different reality from the world beyond those security doors. The air was damp and frigid, carrying the stale scent of undisturbed earth. The acoustics felt muffled, the space oppressively close. An irrational, creeping claustrophobia began to tighten his chest. "Just a few more steps," Solomon assured him, guiding him blindly around a corner and positioning him carefully. Finally, he instructed, "Remove the blindfold." Langdon's hands flew to the velvet hood, yanking it from his head. He blinked rapidly, expecting his vision to clear, but he was met with absolute blackness. He rubbed his eyes, but it made no difference. "Peter, I can't see a thing." "I know. Reach straight ahead."
"You'll find a railing. Hold on to it."
Langdon's hands fumbled in the void until his fingers closed around a cold, wrought iron rail.
"Now watch closely."
He heard Peter fumbling with something, and then a searing beam from a heavy-duty flashlight cut through the darkness, initially pointed at the stone floor. Before Langdon could even begin to orient himself, Solomon swung the beam out over the railing and aimed it straight down. Langdon found himself staring into an abyss, a seemingly bottomless, square spiral staircase that corkscrewed into the depths of the earth. Good Lord, his legs went weak, and he tightened his grip on the railing for support. The staircase descended in a dizzying series of landings. He could count at least 30 before the flashlight's beam dissolved into nothingness. He couldn't even glimpse the bottom. "Peter?" he managed, his voice unsteady. "What is this place?"
"I'll take you down in a moment," Peter replied, his tone measured. "But first, you need to see something else."
Too stunned to argue, Langdon allowed Peter to lead him away from the terrifying stairwell and across the compact stone chamber. Peter kept the flashlight trained on the worn flagstones at their feet, so Langdon could form no real impression of the room around them, only that it was incredibly small, a tiny, ancient cell. They soon reached the opposite wall, where a rectangular pane of glass was set into the stone. Langdon initially thought it was a window into another room, but from his vantage point he saw only impenetrable darkness on the other side. Go on, Peter urged. Take a look. What's in there? Langdon asked, his mind flashing briefly to the chamber of reflection beneath the Capitol, and his fleeting wild notion that it might be a gateway to some vast subterranean world.
Just look, Robert,
Solomon said, gently nudging him forward.
And brace yourself. What you're about to see will shock you, having no clue what to expect. Langdon approached the glass. As he drew near, Peter clicked off the flashlight, plunging the tiny chamber into utter blackness. As his eyes strained to adjust, Langdon felt his way forward, his hands finding the rough wall, then the smooth, cool surface of the glass.
He leaned in, pressing his face close to the transparent pane, peering into the darkness. Then he saw it. A tidal wave of shock and disorientation crashed through him, upending his every assumption and spinning his internal compass into chaos. He nearly stumbled backward, his mind rebelling against the utterly unforeseen spectacle before his eyes. Not in his most extravagant imaginings would Robert Langdon have guessed what lay beyond that glass. The sight was breathtaking. There in the profound darkness, a radiant, brilliant white light shone with the serene intensity of a flawless diamond. In that instant, the puzzle pieces snapped together for Langdon, the barricade on the access road, the vigilant guards at the entrance, the imposing metal door, the rumbling automatic gates, the leaden feeling in his gut, the strange lightheadedness, and now this secret stone-walled room, it all coalesced into a staggering luminous truth. Robert, Peter's voice came softly from behind. Sometimes all you need is a fresh angle to find clarity. Langdon stood without words, peering out into the night. His eyes journeyed across a mile of open darkness, descending steadily through the blackness until they settled upon the stark, radiant white dome of the U.S. Capitol. He had never witnessed the Capitol from this vantage point, suspended 555 feet above the ground atop the nation's great Egyptian-inspired obelisk. For the very first time, he had ridden the elevator to this compact observation deck at the very summit of the Washington Monument. Transfixed at the glass, Robert Langdon absorbed the commanding view below. Having risen hundreds of feet without fully grasping the ascent, he now beheld one of the most breathtaking panoramas of his life. The Capitol's glowing dome rose like a solitary peak at the eastern end of the National Mall. Flanking it, two parallel ribbons of light stretched toward him, the illuminated facades of the Smithsonian Museums standing as beacons of art, history, and human discovery. To his growing amazement, Langdon realized much of what Peter had claimed was in fact reality. There truly was a spiraling staircase plunging hundreds of feet beneath an immense stone. The enormous capstone of this monument loomed directly overhead, and Langdon dredged up a forgotten piece of trivia that now felt unnervingly significant. That capstone weighed exactly 3,300 pounds. There it was again, the number 33. Even more startling was knowing the obelisk's ultimate peak. Its highest point was crowned by a small, polished tip of aluminum, a metal once as prized as gold. This shining apex stood only about a foot tall, matching the dimensions of the Masonic pyramid. Unbelievably, that small metal pyramid bore a famous inscription, Laus Deo, and in a flash, Langdon understood. This was the true revelation hidden in the stone pyramid's base. The 7 symbols were a simple transliteration, the stonemason's square, L, the element gold, Au, the Greek sigma, S, the Greek delta, D, alchemical mercury, E, the Ouroboros, O, Laus Deo. Langdon whispered. The well-known Latin phrase, meaning praise God, was engraved on the monument's tip in letters barely an inch high, fully displayed, yet hidden in plain sight. Praise God, Peter said from behind him, switching on the chamber's gentle lights, the Masonic pyramid's final code. Langdon turned. His friend wore a wide, knowing grin, and Langdon remembered Peter had actually uttered those very words earlier inside the Masonic library. And I still missed it. A shiver ran through him as he grasped the profound aptness of the legendary pyramid, guiding him here to America's great obelisk, an ancient symbol of esoteric wisdom reaching skyward from the heart of the Capitol. In a daze, Langdon began moving counterclockwise around the small square room, stopping at the next window facing north. Through it, he looked down upon the familiar outline of the White House. He lifted his gaze to the horizon where 16th Street ran straight north toward the House of the Temple.
I am due south of Hurridim.
He continued to the following window. Looking west, his eyes followed the long rectangle of the reflecting pool to the Lincoln Memorial, its classical Greek design inspired by Athens's Parthenon. A temple to Athena, goddess of heroic endeavors, annuit coeptis. Langdon thought God favors our undertaking. A sudden dry chuckle escaped him. After all this searching, the answer had been literally towering over the city the whole time. A quiet joke written in metal against the sky. Moving to the last window, Langdon looked south over the dark surface of the tidal basin, where the Jefferson Memorial stood illuminated against the night sky. He recognized the gently curving dome, a design inspired by the Pantheon, the ancient Roman temple dedicated to the gods. Having now surveyed all four directions, Langdon pictured the aerial views he'd studied of the National Mall, its four pathways extending like arms from the Washington Monument toward the cardinal directions. He felt a sudden, profound awareness. He was standing at the very heart of the nation's symbolic geography. Returning to where Peter waited, Langdon found his mentor smiling warmly. "This is the place, Robert. The lost word. It's buried right here. The Masonic pyramid has guided us to this spot." For a moment, Langdon had almost let the lost word slip from his thoughts. "Robert, there's no one I trust more. After everything that's happened tonight, you've earned the right to understand what this means. As the old stories say, the lost word lies at the base of a long descending stairway." Peter gestured toward the shadowed entrance of the monument's interior staircase. Just as Langdon was beginning to regain his bearings, this new puzzle pulled him back into uncertainty. Peter reached into his coat and produced a small, familiar object. "Do you recall this?" Langdon accepted the stone cube Peter had given him years before. "I remember it, though. I fear I didn't guard it as well as I should have." Peter gave a soft laugh. Maybe it was simply time for it to emerge. Turning the cube in his hands, Langdon wondered why Peter had returned it now. "What would you call this?" Peter asked. Langdon studied the engraved numbers, 1514, and thought back to when Katherine had first revealed it. "A cornerstone." "Precisely," Peter replied. "Now, there are a few details about cornerstones that might not be widely known. The tradition itself originates in the Old Testament." Langdon nodded. "The Psalms mention it." "Yes. And a true cornerstone is always set below ground level. It represents the first step of a structure rising from the earth toward divine light." Langdon's gaze drifted toward the U.S. Capitol, remembering that its own cornerstone was buried so deeply that modern excavations still hadn't located it. "And one more thing," Peter continued. "Like the box you're holding, many cornerstones are essentially small vaults designed with hollow spaces to hold buried items, talismans, you could say, symbols of hope for the future of the building, about to rise above." Langdon knew the custom well. Even today, Masonic ceremonies involved sealing meaningful artifacts, time capsules, photographs, declarations, sometimes even ashes within cornerstones.
"I'm telling you all this,"
Peter said, his eyes returning to the stairwell, "for a clear reason. You believe the lost word is inside the cornerstone of the Washington Monument."
"It's not a belief, Robert. It's a documented fact. The lost word was placed within this monument's cornerstone on the 4th of July, 1848, in a formal Masonic ceremony." Langdon looked at him, incredulous. "Our Masonic predecessors buried a word." "They did," Peter affirmed.
"And they understood the profound power of what they were concealing. All night, Langdon had wrestled with vast, abstract ideas, the ancient mysteries, the lost word, secrets spanning the ages. He longed for something tangible, something concrete, yet even with Peter's assurance that the answer lay in a cornerstone over 500 feet below, Langdon struggled to accept it. Generations of scholars dedicate their lives to these mysteries and still never touch the power supposedly hidden within. His mind flashed to Durer's Melancholia, the image of the weary seeker surrounded by tools of fruitless labor, forever barred from alchemy's secrets. If answers truly exist, Langdon had always thought, they aren't locked in one spot. True understanding was scattered across the globe, waiting in thousands of books, in countless fragments of history and faith. The wisdom of the ages was not lost, but carefully inscribed within the works of thinkers like Pythagoras, Hermes Trismegistus, Heraclitus, and Paracelsus. The truth lay waiting in neglected volumes covering alchemy, esoteric philosophy, and ancient magic. It was concealed within the lost scrolls of the Library of Alexandria, the cuneiform tablets of ancient Sumer, and the sacred carvings along the Nile. "Peter, I wish I could," Langdon murmured, a note of genuine regret in his voice as he shook his head. Grasping the ancient mysteries is the work of a lifetime. The idea that a single term could hold the key seems impossible. Peter's hand settled firmly on Robert's shoulder. But Robert, the lost word was never literally a word. A knowing, almost playful smile touched his lips. We inherited that term from the ancients themselves, who used it as a placeholder from the very start.
Chapter 130. In the beginning was the Word. Seated at the great crossing of Washington National Cathedral, Dean Galloway sent a prayer heavenward for his nation. He prayed that America would rediscover the profound power of the Word, not as a solitary term, but as the entire accumulated written wisdom of history's enlightened masters, the spiritual insights of great sages whose comprehension transcended ordinary thought.
Across the centuries, humanity had been gifted with extraordinary teachers, souls of profound illumination, who understood mysteries of spirit and mind beyond common grasp. The invaluable teachings of these guides, figures like Buddha, Jesus, Muhammad, Zoroaster, and so many others, had been carried forward through time in the most durable and sacred of containers. Books. Every civilization possessed its own holy text, its own version of the Word, each unique in form yet identical in sacred purpose. For Christians, it was the Bible. For Muslims, the Quran. For Jews, the Tanakh. For Hindus, the Vedas. The list continued. The Word shall light the way for America's Masonic founders. That guiding word had indeed been the Bible. And yet, its deepest message remained elusive to most. Tonight, as Galloway knelt in the vast silent nave, his hands rested upon a well-loved copy of his Masonic Bible. This volume, like all its kind, contained the Old and New Testaments alongside a collection of Masonic philosophical writings. Though his sight could no longer decipher the printed letters, he knew the preface by heart, a message read by millions of brothers worldwide in countless tongues. It declared, "Time is a river, and books are boats. Many volume embark upon that current, only to be shattered and forgotten in its unforgiving sands. But a precious few, endure the trials of the ages and sail on to blessed generations, yet to come." There was a divine reason these specific texts survived when others vanished. As a lifelong scholar of faith, Galloway had always been struck by a profound irony. The world's most studied ancient spiritual texts were, in truth, its least understood. Tucked within those venerated pages slept a magnificent secret. One day soon the dawn would break, and humanity would finally perceive the elegant, transformative truth within these ancient lessons, propelling itself a monumental leap forward in understanding its own sublime potential. Chapter 131. The tight spiral staircase corkscrewing down the interior of the Washington Monument holds 896 stone steps winding around a central elevator shaft. Langdon followed Peter Solomon downward, his mind reeling from the revelation. Peter had just shared moments before Robert. Within the hollow cornerstone of this obelisk, our forefathers sealed a single copy of the Word, a Bible. It rests in darkness, waiting at the base of these very stairs. As they descended, Peter abruptly halted on a small landing. He directed his flashlight beam onto a sizable stone medallion set into the wall. Langdon's breath caught. The carved image was startling. A shrouded, grim figure clutching a scythe, kneeling beside an hourglass. The figure's arm was outstretched, a single bony finger pointing unmistakably toward the pages of a large, open Bible, as though issuing a silent, urgent command. "Look there." Langdon stared, transfixed by the ominous carving, then turned his flashlight toward Peter, his expression a mixture of shock and dawning comprehension. His mentor's gaze held a knowing glimmer. "I want you to ponder a question, Robert," he said, his voice bouncing softly off the stone walls of the empty staircase. "How has the Bible endured through so many centuries of chaos and change? Its survival isn't due to its narrative being a page-turner in the conventional sense, far from it. Yet there is a powerful reason. It's why devout monks dedicate their entire lives to its study, and why Kabbalistic scholars immerse themselves in the ancient texts of the Old Testament. The reason, Robert, is that within its pages lie profound secrets, a reservoir of hidden wisdom that has yet to be fully brought into the light." Langdon was familiar with the idea that Scripture operated on multiple levels, its deeper truths wrapped in layers of allegory and symbolic language. "The prophets themselves advise us," Peter went on, "that the language used to convey these mysteries is deliberately coded. The Gospel of Mark states, 'To you is given the mystery.' but it will be shared in parable. The book of Proverbs refers to the words of the wise as riddles, and Corinthians speaks of a hidden wisdom. Even the Gospel of John gives a clear warning: I will speak to you in parable, and use dark sayings. Dark sayings. Langdon reflected. The peculiar term surfaced repeatedly in Proverbs and in Psalm 78. I will open my mouth in a parable. I will utter dark sayings of old. He understood that dark here didn't imply something sinister, but rather a meaning shrouded, kept from plain view. And if you need further proof, Peter added, Corinthians explicitly states that parables possess a dual meaning: milk for babes and meat for men. The milk being a simplified version for the uninitiated, and the meat representing the substantial truth reserved for those prepared to digest it. Peter lifted his flashlight once more, the beam falling on the carved figure of the hooded man, pointing earnestly at the stone Bible. I realize you approach this with skepticism, Robert, but think about it. If the Bible contained no concealed meaning, why would some of history's greatest intellects, including eminent scientists of Britain's Royal Society, become utterly fixated on deciphering it? Isaac Newton himself wrote over 1 million words trying to unlock Scripture's true message. He even produced a manuscript in 1704 claiming he'd extracted hidden scientific insights from its pages. Langdon knew this to be accurate. Then consider Sir Francis Bacon, Peter continued, quickening his pace down the steps. Hired by King James to oversee the creation of the authorized King James Bible, Bacon became so persuaded of the text's encrypted nature that he wrote using ciphers of his own, codes scholars still analyze today. And as you're aware, Bacon was a Rosicrucian who authored The Wisdom of the Ancients. A faint smile touched Peter's lips. Even the rebellious poet William Blake suggested we look beyond the obvious. Langdon recalled the lines well. Both read the Bible day and night, but they'll read black where I read white. And this wasn't just a European obsession, Peter said, his tone shifting from scholarly to almost wry. It flourished right here, at the heart of a fledgling America. Our most brilliant founders, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Paine, all cautioned against a literal, surface-level reading of the Bible, viewing it as a profound danger to rational thought. Thomas Jefferson was so convinced the core message was buried that he took a blade to the pages, physically cutting and rearranging the book. He aimed, in his own words, to strip away the artificial framework and recover the authentic teachings. Langdon was well acquainted with that historical oddity. The so-called Jefferson Bible remained in circulation, featuring his controversial edits, which included removing accounts of the virgin birth and the resurrection. Remarkably, for decades in the early 1800s, a copy was given to every new member of Congress, a quiet testament to the enduring intrigue of seeking substance beneath the surface. Peter, I've always found this subject compelling, and I get why brilliant thinkers might believe Scripture holds deeper secrets, but from a logical standpoint, it doesn't add up for me. Any experienced educator will confirm that real teaching isn't delivered in cipher. What do you mean? Instructors instruct. Peter, they speak clearly. Why would the prophets, history's finest teachers, veil their words? If they truly wanted to transform the world, why communicate in riddles? Why not speak directly so everyone could grasp their message? Peter paused on the stairway, glancing back with a look of genuine surprise. Robert, Scripture doesn't speak plainly for the same reason the ancient mystery schools remained concealed, for the same reason initiates had to be prepared before receiving timeless wisdom, for the same reason scholars in secret societies once guarded their insights. This knowledge carries power, Robert. The ancient mysteries aren't meant to be broadcast from the rooftops. They are like a blazing torch in a master's hands. It illuminates the path. But in the grip of a madman, it can burn the world to ashes. Langdon halted. What is he suggesting? Peter, I'm discussing the Bible. Why bring the ancient mysteries into this? Peter turned. Robert, can't you see? The ancient mysteries and the Bible are one and the same. Langdon stood bewildered. Peter waited, letting the idea settle. The Bible is one of the volumes through which the mysteries have been transmitted across centuries. Its pages are pleading with us to uncover the secret. Don't you see? Those obscure passages are actually whispers from the ancients, gently sharing their hidden understanding with all who will listen. Langdon remained silent. As he understood them, the ancient mysteries were a guide to unlocking the dormant potential of human consciousness, a blueprint for personal transcendence. He had never fully embraced their power, and the idea that the Bible concealed a key to those mysteries felt like an incredible leap. Peter, the Bible and the ancient mysteries are polar opposites. The mysteries focus on the divine within humanity, humans as gods. The Bible centers on a God above us, and humans as flawed and powerless. Exactly. You've pinpointed the very issue. The instant humanity detached itself from the divine, the true essence of the teaching was lost. Now the voices of the ancient sages are drowned out, lost in the noise of those who claim exclusive understanding, who insist the truth is written only in their tongue and no other. Peter continued downward. Robert, we both know the ancients would be appalled to see how their wisdom has been twisted, how religion has set itself up as a toll gate to salvation, how soldiers go to war believing God takes their side. We've misplaced the true message, and yet it's still within reach, right before our eyes. It lives in every enduring sacred text, from the Bible to the Bhagavad Gita to the Quran and beyond. Each of these works is honored in Masonic traditions because Masons remember what the world has largely forgotten, that every one of these texts in its own way is quietly conveying the same eternal truth. Peter's voice thickened with feeling, "Know ye not that ye are gods?" Langdon was struck by how this ancient maxim kept resurfacing tonight. He'd pondered it while speaking with Galloway and again at the Capitol, reflecting on the apotheosis of Washington. Peter's tone softened to a whisper. The Buddha taught, "You yourself are God." Jesus revealed that the kingdom of God is within you and even assured his followers, "The works that I do, you will do also." The idea of humanity's own divinity echoed through the ages. Even the earliest challengers to papal authority, like Hippolytus of Rome, repeated the Gnostic insight of Monoemus. Stop searching for God out there. Begin instead by looking within yourself. This brought Langdon back to the Masonic temple, to the Tyler's chair inscribed with the ancient imperative, "Know thyself." Peter's voice grew softer. A wise teacher once told me the sole distinction between you and the divine is that you've forgotten your own sacred nature.
I understand the sentiment, Peter. I truly do, Langdon replied. Believing we possess a divine spark is a beautiful thought.
But where is the evidence in our modern world? I see no gods walking among us, no beings of supernatural power. The miracles in ancient texts feel like stories, crafted and amplified by human imagination over centuries. Perhaps they are, Peter conceded. Or perhaps our scientific understanding hasn't yet grown sophisticated enough to grasp what the ancients perceived intuitively. He allowed a meaningful pause. Ironically, I believe Katherine's work might be on the verge of bridging that very gap. Langdon was abruptly reminded of Katherine's hurried departure earlier. Where did she go, by the way? She'll join us soon, Peter said, a genuine smile spreading across his face. She went to verify a rather extraordinary piece of serendipity. The cold night air felt refreshing as Peter breathed it in deeply at the monument's base. He watched, amused, as Langdon crouched slightly, his eyes scanning the stonework at the obelisk's foundation with a puzzled intensity. "Professor," Peter teased gently, "the cornerstone with the Bible is buried. You can't exactly check it out, but I promise you it's there." "Oh, I believe it," Langdon said, though his mind seemed elsewhere. "It's just, I noticed a pattern." Stepping back, Langdon took in the vast plaza surrounding the Washington Monument. The expansive circular walkway was paved in pale stone, interrupted only by two distinct rings of dark stone, forming perfect concentric circles around the towering spire. "A circle within a circle," Langdon murmured, almost to himself. "I never appreciated that this monument sits at the heart of a symbolic circumpunct." Peter couldn't help but laugh. The man missed absolutely nothing. Yes, the great symbol for the divine positioned at America's symbolic crossroads. He offered a deliberately nonchalant shrug, pure coincidence, I'm sure. Langdon's gaze was distant now, traveling up the brilliantly illuminated shaft that cut a stark white line against the winter night's black canvas. Peter felt a shift. Langdon was starting to perceive the structure for what it truly represented. A silent testament to archaic wisdom, an icon of enlightened humanity standing at the core of a powerful nation. Even though the small aluminum apex was invisible from this distance, Peter knew it was there. A metaphor for the enlightened human mind, ever striving upward. Laus Deo. A moment later, Langdon approached, his demeanor changed, as if he'd passed through some unseen threshold of understanding. "I nearly forgot," he said, reaching into his coat pocket. He produced Peter's heavy gold Masonic ring. "I've been meaning to return this all evening. Thank you, Robert." Peter extended his left hand, accepting the ring and turning it over in his fingers. "You know, all the secrecy surrounding this ring and the Masonic pyramid, it profoundly shaped my life. When the pyramid was entrusted to me as a young man, with promises of hidden wisdom, its very existence made me believe the world was filled with profound mysteries. It ignited my curiosity, fed my wonder, and ultimately guided me toward a lifetime of studying the ancient mysteries." A quiet, knowing smile touched his lips as he pocketed the ring. "I understand now. The pyramid's real purpose was never to simply hand out answers. It was to instill a lifelong fascination with the questions." The two friends stood together in a comfortable silence for a long while at the foot of the monument. When Langdon finally spoke again, his voice was earnest. "There's something I need to ask of you, Peter. As a friend, anything," Peter replied without hesitation. Langdon made his request, his conviction clear and unwavering. Solomon listened, and with a slow, understanding nod, he agreed. "I will," Langdon agreed. "Immediately," he added, nodding toward the idling Escalade. "All right, but with one condition." Langdon shook his head with a knowing laugh. "You always manage to have the final say." "That's true," came the reply, "and there's one last thing I need you and Katherine to witness." "Now?" Langdon glanced at his watch in the dim light. A warm, familiar smile spread across his old friend's face. "It is the most breathtaking treasure in Washington, something vanishingly few have ever laid eyes on." Katherine Solomon felt a surge of hope as she climbed the slope toward the illuminated base of the Washington Monument. The night had been filled with terror and loss, yet her mind was now captivated, if only for a moment, by the miraculous news Peter had given her earlier. News she had just verified for herself. My life's work is preserved, all of it. Her laboratory's holographic storage had been obliterated, but Peter had confessed at the House of the Temple that for years he had been secretly archiving backups of her entire Noetic Studies collection within the secure SMSC administrative offices. "I've always been captivated by your research," he had told her, "and I wanted to witness your breakthroughs without interrupting your process." "Katherine?" A voice called from the shadows. She looked up to see a familiar silhouette standing before the monument's glowing stone. "Robert." She rushed forward and embraced him. "I heard," Langdon said softly. "You must feel an enormous weight lifted." Her reply was thick with emotion. Beyond words, the data Peter had protected represented a scientific revolution. A comprehensive series of experiments proving human consciousness exerted a genuine, quantifiable force upon the physical world. Katherine's work had documented the impact of focused thought on everything from the formation of ice to the outcomes of random number machines, even to the behavior of the smallest particles. The evidence was undeniable, holding the power to shift global perception and turn doubt into conviction. "This changes everything, Robert. Absolutely everything." Peter believes that wholeheartedly. Katherine scanned the area for her brother. "The hospital," Langdon said. "I asked him to go as a personal favor to me." She let out a long, grateful breath. "Thank you. He wanted me to wait here for you." Katherine nodded, her eyes tracing the lines of the glowing white obelisk stretching into the night sky. "He mentioned bringing you here, something about Laus Deo. He was cryptic." Langdon offered a weary smile. "To be honest, I'm still piecing it together myself." He looked up toward the monument's peak.
"Your brother said a lot of things tonight that left my head spinning. Let me guess," Katherine said, a playful glint in her eye. "A blend of ancient secrets, modern science, and sacred texts. Exactly. Welcome to my everyday," she said, with a wink. "Peter introduced me to these ideas years ago. They became the foundation for my experiments. On an instinctive level, some of it resonated."
Langdon admitted, running a hand through his hair. "But intellectually, it's a labyrinth." Katherine smiled and linked her arm with his. "You know, Robert, I might be able to help you find your way through it." Meanwhile, deep within the halls of the Capitol, architect Warren Bellamy moved down a silent, empty corridor. Just one final task tonight, he thought. Reaching his office, he opened a desk drawer and removed an ancient key. It was forged from dark iron, slender and long, its markings worn with age. He pocketed it, then turned to prepare for his arriving guests. At Peter's urgent request, Bellamy was to grant Robert Langdon and Katherine Solomon An extraordinary privilege, a chance to behold this building's most closely guarded wonder, a secret only the architect himself could unveil. High above the vast expanse of the Capitol Rotunda's floor, Robert Langdon edged carefully along a narrow, circular walkway that ringed the interior just below the great dome. He gripped the railing and looked down, the sheer drop sending a wave of vertigo through him. It was almost impossible to fathom that less than 10 hours had passed since he first saw Peter's hand, marked with that mysterious symbol lying on the marble far below. The memory felt both immediate and distant, a strange anchor in a night that had rewritten his understanding of the world. On that same level, the architect of the Capitol was now a distant figure far below, a small dot steadily crossing the rotunda floor before vanishing from sight. Bellamy had guided Langdon and Katherine to this high balcony, leaving them with precise directions from Peter. Langdon studied the heavy iron key Bellamy had pressed into his palm, then looked toward a narrow, shadowed stairwell that spiraled upward from this spot. According to the architect, those cramped steps led to a small metal door, and this key would open it. Peter had been adamant they see what lay beyond, though he offered no details, only a strict command about the exact time the door was to be unsealed. Why the wait? Langdon checked his watch again and sighed. Tucking the key away, he peered across the vast open space of the dome toward the opposite side of the balcony. Katherine had moved ahead without hesitation, seemingly undisturbed by the dizzying height. She was already halfway around the curved walkway, her attention captured by the breathtaking expanse of Brumides, the apotheosis of Washington, soaring directly above them. From this rare perch, the massive 15-foot figures adorning the Capitol dome's vast ceiling were visible in stunning, intimate detail. Turning his back to her, Langdon faced the outer wall and murmured quietly, "Katherine, this is your conscience. Why did you leave Robert all alone over here?" She clearly understood the dome's strange acoustic trick. The wall whispered her reply right back. "Because Robert is being ridiculous. He should come over here. We have plenty of time before we're allowed to open that door." Knowing she was right, Langdon reluctantly began making his way around, keeping close to the solid wall as he went. "This ceiling is utterly magnificent," Katherine said. Her head tilted back to take in the sprawling artwork overhead. Mythological gods sharing space with great inventors and their creations. And to think this is the central vision inside our nation's capital. Langdon lifted his gaze to the sprawling depictions of Franklin, Fulton, and Morse alongside their world-changing inventions. A brilliant rainbow arched away from them, drawing his eye toward George Washington, ascending heavenward on a cloud, the ultimate promise of human apotheosis. It's as if the entire essence of the ancient mysteries is floating right here over the rotunda, Katherine observed. He had to agree. Few frescoes in the world wove together scientific achievement, mythical deities, and the deification of humanity so boldly. This spectacular array of images was indeed a deliberate message from the ancient mysteries, placed here with purpose. America's founders had envisioned the nation as a blank slate, a fertile ground where the seeds of this ancient wisdom could take root. Now, this soaring icon, the nation's first president rising toward the divine, hung silently above the heads of lawmakers and leaders, a silent reminder, a hidden map, a promise of a future when humanity might reach full spiritual maturity.
"Robert?"
Katherine whispered, her eyes still fixed on the powerful forms of America's great inventors accompanied by the goddess Minerva. A sudden, unexpected laugh escaped her. Honestly, it's almost comical when you think about it. Here we are, centuries later, using our most sophisticated technology to study ideas that are older than civilization itself. The science of noetics feels new, but it's actually the oldest science there is, the study of human thought itself. She turned to him, her expression shifting from amusement to genuine awe. "And we're discovering that the ancients may have understood the mind more deeply than we do now." "That tracks," Langdon replied. The human mind was the primary technology early philosophers had at their disposal. They studied it endlessly, exactly. Ancient texts are consumed with the mind's potential. The Vedas explore the currents of mental energy. The Pistis Sophia speaks of a consciousness that connects all things. The Zohar delves into the essence of spirit and intellect. Even ancient shamanic writings seem to anticipate what Einstein would later call spooky action at a distance, framing it as the power to heal from afar. The evidence is everywhere, and that's before we even open the Bible. You're starting to sound like your brother, Langdon said with a laugh. Peter spent a good hour trying to persuade me the Bible is a vault of scientific knowledge.
And he's right, Katherine insisted. If you doubt him, look at Isaac Newton's private writings on scriptural analysis. Once you begin to decipher the allegories, Robert, you see it for what it is, a profound exploration of human consciousness. I suppose I need a refresher course, Langdon conceded. Let me pose a question, she said, her tone indicating his doubt was not going unchallenged.
When the Bible instructs us to build our temple, a structure we must erect without the sound of a hammer, what temple do you believe it refers to? The New Testament says our body is a temple, precisely. 1 Corinthians chapter 3. You are the temple of God. A knowing smile touched her lips. The Gospel of John echoes this. The Scriptures are not vague, Robert. They recognize a dormant power within humanity and implore us to awaken it, to construct the sanctuary of our own minds. Yet much of the faithful world is literally waiting for a physical temple to be reconstructed. Langdon countered. It's central to the messianic prophecy. True, but that interpretation misses a crucial layer. The second coming symbolizes the awakening of humankind, the moment we finally complete the inner temple of our consciousness.
I'm not a theologian,
Langdon said, stroking his chin thoughtfully.
But I recall the scriptures provide very specific architectural details for a physical temple. It's described as having 2 chambers, an outer hall, known as the holy place, and an innermost chamber called the Holy of Holies. They are divided by a single thin veil. Katherine's eyes sparkled with amusement. Not bad for a skeptic. By the way, have you examined a human brain?
It, too, is constructed in 2 primary parts, an outer membrane called the dura mater and an inner layer known as the pia mater. They are separated by the arachnoid mater, a delicate, web-like veil. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. It's almost as if the ancients saw a blueprint in our own anatomy. Langdon fell silent, a ripple of astonishment passing through him. Gently, Katherine reached out and pressed a finger to his temple.
There's a reason this is called your temple, Robert.
As Langdon wrestled with her implication, a line from the Gnostic Gospel of Mary surfaced in his memory. Where the mind is, there is the treasure. Perhaps you've seen the studies, Katherine continued, her voice softer now. Brain scans of master meditators, yogis in deep focus. In such heightened states, the pineal gland can secrete a unique wax-like substance. This secretion has remarkable regenerative properties. It can heal tissue and may contribute to extraordinary longevity. This isn't mysticism, Robert. It's documented science. This substance possesses astonishing capabilities, but it can only be produced by a mind tuned to an exceptional frequency. I remember reading something about that, Langdon admitted. Good. Then consider the biblical story of manna from heaven. Langdon was puzzled. The miraculous food that descended from the sky to feed the starving. Exactly. It was said to heal illness, grant vitality, and, quite peculiarly, leave no waste in those who ate it. Katherine paused, letting the silence stretch. Robert, she prompted, a nourishment that falls from the sky, magically restores the body, produces no waste. Don't you see? These are ciphers. Temple is code for the body. Heaven represents the mind. Jacob's ladder is the spine. And manna is that very secretion of the focused brain. When you encounter these terms in Scripture, you need to listen. Katherine's words now tumbled out in a breathless rush. She described how this elusive substance surfaced again and again across ancient traditions, nectar of the gods, the elixir of life, the fountain of youth, even the philosopher's stone. It was called ambrosia, soma, ojas, the morning dew. Then she pivoted to the pineal gland, that tiny seat in the brain, hailed as the all-seeing eye of divinity. Matthew 6:22 says it, she continued, her voice quickening. When your eye is single, your whole body is full of light. That's the same idea behind the Ajna chakra, the dot on a Hindu's forehead. It's all pointing to the same inner capability. Abruptly, she caught herself and gave a faint, self-conscious laugh. Sorry, I'm getting carried away. It's just so thrilling. For years I've pored over ancient accounts of incredible human potential, and now we're finding the actual science to back it up. Our brains, tuned the right way, can summon abilities that look like superpowers. The Bible, like so many old texts, is really a user's manual for the most advanced system there is, the human mind. She let out a soft sigh. And honestly, modern science has barely begun to tap what's possible. It sounds like noetics could change everything, Langdon offered.
Or return us to what was already known, she countered. The ancients had this figured out long before us, sooner than we think. People will have to accept something that seems wild today, that our thoughts can produce energy strong enough to alter physical reality. She held his gaze. Particles respond to what we think, which means our thinking literally shapes the world. Langdon gave a thoughtful nod.
What I've come to believe through my research, Katherine went on, is that God is utterly real, a form of conscious energy that infuses everything, and we were made in that image. Wait, Langdon cut in. In the image of conscious energy?
Exactly.
Our bodies evolved, but our minds mirror the Creator. We've been reading Scripture too literally all this time. Made in God's image doesn't refer to our flesh and bones. It's about our consciousness. She leaned in, her tone shifting from scholarly to almost wry. We've spent centuries staring at the sky, waiting for a sign from above, completely missing the joke. God's been waiting for us to wake up and realize who we are. Langdon fell quiet, completely absorbed. This is the gift, she said, her voice firming with conviction. We are the creators, yet we keep acting like the created. We see ourselves as helpless, tossed around by fate, pleading for mercy or miracles. But once we grasp that, we're fashioned in the Creator's likeness, we'll see we're meant to build, not just beg. That's when human potential truly explodes. A line from philosopher Manly P. Hall surfaced in Langdon's memory. If the infinite had not desired man to be wise, he would not have bestowed upon him the faculty of knowing. He looked up again at the apotheosis of Washington, that symbolic rise of man toward the divine. The created becoming the creator.
The most incredible part, Katherine said, is that once we learn to channel this power, we won't just react to reality, we'll design it. Langdon's expression turned serious.
That sounds risky. Katherine looked both surprised and pleased. Yes, exactly. If thoughts shape the world, then we have to think responsibly. Negative, destructive thoughts have force too, and tearing things down is always easier than building them up. In that moment, Langdon understood why ancient traditions so fiercely guarded their wisdom, sharing it only with those ready to use it wisely. Robert's mind drifted to the invisible college and Isaac Newton's urgent plea to Robert Boyle, urging him to maintain high silence regarding their clandestine work. To reveal it, Newton had warned in 1676 would invite catastrophic harm upon the world. There's a profound irony in this, Katherine observed. For centuries, religions have instructed their followers to cultivate faith and belief. Now, science, which spent those same centuries dismissing religion as mere superstition, must concede that its next great horizon is, quite literally, the study of faith and belief itself, the tangible power of focused conviction and intention. The very discipline that dismantled our belief in miracles is now constructing a bridge back across the divide it helped to create. Langdon pondered her words for a long moment. Finally, he lifted his gaze once more toward the apotheosis. I have to ask, he said, turning back to her. Even if I could momentarily entertain the idea that my mind holds the power to alter physical matter, to literally manifest my deepest desires, I'm afraid my own life offers no evidence that I possess such an ability. She gave a slight shrug. Then you aren't looking closely enough. Seriously, I want a genuine answer.
That sounds like something a priest would say.
I want the answer from a scientist.
You want the genuine answer? Here it is. If I hand you a violin and tell you that you possess the inherent capability to create beautiful music with it, I am not deceiving you. You do have that capability, but it will demand immense, dedicated practice to bring it forth. Training your mind is no different, Robert thought. When properly directed, is a skill that must be learned and honed.
To manifest an intention requires razor-sharp focus, complete sensory immersion in the desired outcome, and an unshakable belief. We have documented this in laboratory settings, and much like playing an instrument, some individuals display a greater natural aptitude than others. Consider history. Consider the accounts of enlightened figures who performed what were called miraculous acts. Katherine, you can't honestly tell me you believe in those miracles. I mean, truly turning water into wine, healing the sick with a mere touch. Katherine drew a deep breath and released it slowly. I have watched individuals transform diseased cells into healthy ones through the power of their focused thought. I have documented the human mind influencing the material world in countless subtle ways. Once you witness that, Robert, once it becomes an accepted part of your reality, then the miracles you read about in ancient texts begin to seem less like fantasy and more like a difference of scale. Langdon fell into a thoughtful silence. It's a compelling worldview, Katherine, but for me, it still requires an impossible leap. And as you well know, leaps of faith have never been my strong suit. Then don't frame it as faith, she suggested. Frame it as a simple shift in perspective, an acceptance that the world may not operate exactly as you've always assumed. Look at history. Every single paradigm-shifting scientific discovery began as a small, radical idea that threatened to overturn everything we thought we knew. Pronouncing the Earth is round was once ridiculed as absurd. People were convinced the oceans would spill off the edges. Claiming the sun was the center of our system was branded heresy. Narrow minds have always reacted with fear to what they cannot comprehend. The world has always been divided between those who build new ideas and those who try to tear them down. But eventually, the builders find their followers. When enough people believe, a critical mass is reached, and suddenly the world is round or the solar system is heliocentric. Perception shifts, and a new reality is born. Langdon nodded, his thoughts wandering. A faint, nostalgic smile touched his lips. "You have a strange look on your face," she noted. "I was just remembering something," he said. "When I was younger, I'd sometimes take a canoe out onto the lake very late at night. I'd lie back, look up at the stars, and let my mind wrestle with questions exactly like these. The silence out there made everything feel possible and impossibly small all at once." She smiled in recognition. "I think everyone has a memory like that."
There's something about lying on your back, staring into the vastness of the night sky, that puts all our grand theories into a very humble perspective. She looked up toward the ceiling and then spoke. "Hand me your jacket." He hesitated for a second before slipping it off and passing it to her. She folded the garment twice, laying it along the narrow metal walkway like a makeshift pillow. "Lie down here," she instructed.
Robert Langdon settled onto his back, and Katherine gently adjusted his head onto one half of the folded jacket. Then she lay down beside him, two adults, shoulder to shoulder on the cramped platform, gazing upward at the vast painted ceiling above.
"All right,"
she whispered. "Try to get into that headspace again. Imagine you're a kid drifting in a rowboat, staring up at a sky full of stars. Your mind completely open, filled with wonder." Langdon tried to follow her suggestion, but lying there, a deep fatigue began to wash over him. As his focus softened, a pattern in the fresco overhead suddenly snapped into clarity, jolting him awake.
Could that be?
He was astonished he hadn't seen it earlier, but the figures in the grand artwork were distinctly organized into two overlapping rings, one circle inside another. Was this painting also a representation of the ancient circumpunct symbol? He wondered what other clues he might have overlooked that evening. "Robert, there's something crucial I need to share with you. There's another dimension to all of this, an aspect I believe is the most profound finding of my entire work. There's more." Katherine raised herself up on one elbow. "And I truly believe if humanity can genuinely understand this one fundamental truth, our world could transform in an instant." She now had his undivided attention. "Let me start by reminding you," she continued, "of the Masonic principles to reunite what is divided, to create order from chaos, to achieve reconciliation." "Please, go on," Langdon urged, his curiosity fully engaged. Katherine smiled down at him. "We have scientific evidence that the strength of a human thought increases exponentially when more minds share that same thought." Langdon stayed quiet, pondering where this idea was leading. "What I mean is, two minds are indeed better than one, but they aren't just twice as powerful, they become many times more powerful. When multiple minds focus together, they amplify a thought's impact exponentially. This is the real force behind group prayer, healing circles, collective singing, and mass worship. Universal consciousness isn't some vague spiritual idea. It's a tangible scientific fact, and learning to harness it could reshape our entire reality. This is the core revelation of noetic science, and it's unfolding around us right now. You can sense it everywhere. Technology is connecting us in ways we never dreamed possible. Social platforms, search engines, collaborative knowledge bases, they all weave together a network of linked minds. She chuckled softly. And I'm certain, the moment my research is published, people online will be posting about exploring noetics, and fascination with this field will surge exponentially. Langdon's eyes were growing unbearably heavy. You know, I still haven't figured out how to post on that bird app. It's called a tweet, she corrected with a laugh. What? Never mind. Just close your eyes. I'll wake you when it's time. Langdon suddenly remembered the old key they had been given, and the real reason they had climbed up here. As another wave of tiredness pulled at him, he let his eyes shut. In the quiet darkness of his own thoughts, he drifted to concepts of shared consciousness, to Plato's ideas about the world soul and assembling the divine. To Carl Jung's collective unconscious, the concept was as elegant as it was shocking. The divine might reside not in a single entity, but in the unity of many. Elohim, Langdon blurted, his eyes snapping open as a sudden connection clicked into place. Pardon? Katherine was still looking down at him. Elohim, he repeated, the term used for God in the Hebrew Scriptures. I've always been puzzled by it. Katherine offered a knowing smile. Yes, the word is plural, exactly. Langdon had never fully grasped why the opening lines of the Bible referred to the Creator in plural form, Elohim. The supreme deity described in Genesis was not portrayed as a solitary being, but as many. God is plural, Katherine whispered, her voice barely a breath in the quiet air, because the minds of humanity are countless. Langdon's consciousness began to drift, a whirlpool of dreams, forgotten memories, flickering hopes, and quiet fears all swirling together beneath the vast canopy of the rotunda. As his eyelids grew heavy, his gaze fixed on 3 Latin words within the painted apotheosis above, E pluribus unum. Out of many one, he thought, the concept wrapping around him like a blanket as he slipped into a deep, exhausted sleep. Robert Langdon awoke to blurred faces looking down at him, disoriented. He blinked, the hard surface beneath him coming into focus. A moment later, the memory of his location returned. He sat up stiffly beneath the grand painting, his muscles protesting from hours spent on the unyielding catwalk. Where was Katherine? A glance at his watch told him time was nearly up. Pulling himself upright, he leaned cautiously over the railing, peering into the vast, silent chamber below. Katherine? His call echoed back to him, unanswered in the emptiness. Retrieving his tweed jacket from the floor, he dusted it off and slipped it on, a familiar weight. Checking his pockets, he found the iron key from the architect was missing. Retracing his steps around the walkway, he found the narrow opening, a steep, wrought iron staircase, spiraling upward into shadows. The climb was arduous, each step steeper and more confined than the last, the passageway tightening around him until it felt almost like scaling a ladder inside a chimney. Just a little farther, he urged himself, pushing through the claustrophobic darkness. Finally, the stairs ended at a small metal platform. Before him hung a heavy door, slightly ajar, the missing key left in its lock. He pushed, and the door groaned open onto a rush of cold pre-dawn air. Stepping across the threshold into the gloom, he realized he was outside. I was just coming for you, Katherine, said her smile visible in the dim light. It's time. As Langdon's eyes adjusted, he drew a sharp, startled breath. He was standing on a narrow skywalk that ringed the very peak of the Capitol dome. Directly above, the bronze statue of Freedom stood sentinel, her gaze fixed eastward, where the first bold strokes of crimson were bleeding into the horizon. Katherine gently guided him around the circular balcony until they faced west, aligned perfectly with the National Mall. In the distance, the Washington Monument pierced the morning haze, its silhouette stark and majestic against the waking sky. From this breathtaking height, the obelisk seemed to defy the earth itself. When it was built, Katherine murmured, it was the tallest structure in the world. Langdon imagined the sepia-tone past, stoneworkers perched on wooden scaffolding over 500 feet in the air, patiently setting each massive block by hand. We are builders, he thought with a surge of clarity. We are creators. Since the dawn of awareness, humanity has felt that whisper of something more, a longing for powers just beyond reach. We dreamed of flight, of healing, of reshaping our world, and bit by bit, we have. The proof was laid out before him in the geometry of the mall, a testament to human genius. The Smithsonian Museum stood as modern cathedrals, bursting with our inventions, our art, our relentless science, and the soaring ideas of our greatest minds. They charted our journey as creators from the simple stone tools in the Museum of the American Indian to the rockets and jets housed at Air and Space. If our ancient ancestors could see us now, they would surely mistake us for gods. Through the thinning mist, Langdon's eyes returned to the Washington Monument. He thought of the single Bible sealed within its cornerstone, how the so-called Word of God was, in every stroke and letter, the word of humankind. He thought of the great circumpunct hidden in the plaza below, marking America's crossroads, and his mind flashed to the small, heavy stone box Peter had placed in his care, its secret now a quiet weight in his memory, a puzzle solved yet still resonating with the dawn. Robert now understood the cube had unfolded into a distinct shape, a cross centered with a circumpunct. He couldn't help but smile. Even that small container had pointed toward this very intersection. "Robert, look up!" Katherine urged, directing his attention toward the monument's peak. Langdon raised his eyes, seeing nothing at first. Then, focusing more carefully, he caught it. A brilliant speck of morning light, reflecting off the very top of the obelisk far across the mall. That glimmer quickly grew, brightening into a radiant gleam atop the aluminum capstone. He watched, mesmerized, as the light became a steady beacon above the waking city. Remembering the tiny inscription on the east face of the tip, he realized with awe that the first sunlight touching the Capitol each day illuminated two Latin words, Laus Deo. "Robert," Katherine whispered, her voice hushed with reverence. "Almost no one gets to be up here at dawn. This is what Peter meant for us to see." Langdon felt his heartbeat quicken as the glow on the monument intensified. "Peter told me he believes the founders built it this tall for a reason. I'm not sure if that's true, but I do know an old law still forbids anything taller from ever being built here." The light crept slowly down the capstone as the sun climbed behind them. Watching it, Langdon could almost feel the motion of the planets tracing their ancient paths through space. He thought of the great architect of the universe, and how Peter had insisted the treasure he wished to reveal could only be unveiled by that architect. Langdon had assumed he meant Warren Bellamy. He was wrong. This architect was far greater. As sunlight strengthened, the golden radiance enveloped the entire 3,300-pound capstone, the human mind receiving illumination. Then the light began its daily descent down the monument's shaft. Heaven moving toward earth, the divine touching the human. Come evening, Langdon knew this would reverse. The setting sun would draw the light upward again, back toward the heavens, readying for tomorrow. Katherine shivered beside him and moved closer. Langdon drew her near. Standing together in the quiet, he reflected on everything he'd witnessed that night. He considered Katherine's conviction that everything was about to change. He recalled Peter's faith that an age of enlightenment was near, and he remembered the words of an ancient seer. Nothing hidden will not be revealed. No secret will stay forever in darkness. With the sun now fully risen over Washington, Langdon gazed skyward where the last stars were fading. He pondered science and faith, humanity and mystery. He thought how every culture in every land across all time had shared one enduring truth. We all acknowledged a creator. We used different names, different faces, different prayers. Yet God remained the universal constant, the symbol of all the mysteries we could not explain. The ancients had honored that symbol as an emblem of limitless human potential, but over centuries its true meaning had been obscured, until now. In that moment, standing atop the Capitol with the sun's warmth washing over him, Robert Langdon felt a profound surge from somewhere deep within, a sensation he had never experienced so powerfully in all his life. It was hope.